that sort of a rally, mate, I expected to launch forth over the I don't know if much of a fighter either.
Honourable members, the Speaker.
I acknowledge the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples who are the traditional custodians of the Canberra area and pay respects to the elders, past and present, of all Australia's Indigenous peoples. Almighty God, we humbly beseech Thee to vouchsafe Thy blessing upon this Parliament. Direct and prosper our deliberations to the advancement of Thy glory and the true welfare of the people of Australia. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be Thy name. Thy kingdom come, Thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive them that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For Thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, for ever and ever. Amen. Just got a message from the Senate. I've received messages from the Senate returning the following bills without amendment: National Health Amendment Cheaper Medicines Bill 2025 and Health Insurance Pathology Fees Repeal Bill 2025. And I call the Leader of the House.
Thanks, Speaker. I declare that unless otherwise ordered, the Home Affairs Legislation Amendment 2025 Measures No. 1 Bill 2025 stands referred to the Federation Chamber for further consideration at the adjournment of the debate on the motion for the second reading of the bill. For the information of members, what that means is if we haven't finished it this morning, it'll go to the Federation Chamber after question time. Or sorry, if we haven't finished it before question time, then after question time it'll go to the Federation Chamber then.
I call the Clerk.
Government Business. Order of the Day number 1. Home Affairs Legislation Amendment 2025 Measures No. 1 Bill 2025. Resumption of debate on second reading.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the honourable member for Canning.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Well, here we are again. New Parliament, but the same shambolic handling of Australia's migration system from the Albanese Labor government. Another bill introduced at the 11th hour, subverting proper parliamentary scrutiny as Labor tries to patch over its own failings. And again, it has fallen to the coalition to help clean up Labor's mess. This will be the 5th bill Labor has introduced in an attempt to fix the chaos it created when it released hundreds of dangerous criminals onto our streets after it lost the NZYQ case almost 2 years ago. Make no mistake, it is the Labor government's successive policy failures that have brought us to this position in the first place.
What a mess.
It's not the High Court, it's not the Coalition,
No.
or the Greens.
No.
This mess sits at Labor's feet alone.
Absolutely.
And when the High Court handed down its ruling in the NZYQ case in November of 2023, this government was caught flat-footed when they should have had the laws drafted and ready to go.
Hear, hear.
Instead, this panicked government released hundreds of criminal non-citizens into the community with no plan to manage the very serious risks to public safety. On the 14th of November 2023, the hopeless former Minister for Home Affairs and the hopeless former Minister for Immigration said that the released detainees were, quote, subject to a range of strict mandatory visa conditions.
How did that work?
But as it turns out, no visas were in place at all.
None.
According to documents obtained by the Coalition under FOI, this government released at least 83 detainees from immigration detention into the community without any visa conditions, meaning they were roaming about freely and completely unchecked.
Couldn't make this stuff up.
You couldn't make this stuff up. This was the first of many times the Coalition would help to clean up the government's mess. In this instance, by facilitating the urgent passage of the Migration Amendment Bridging Visa Conditions Act 2023 on the 18th of November 2023 so that strict visa conditions could be imposed. Immediately after the NZYQ ruling, the Coalition called on the government to implement a preventative detention regime to re-detain the most serious risk offenders that had been released. And after the member for Hotham suggested, quote, that you can't out-legislate the High Court, end quote, the government was dragged into finally passing new laws to implement a community safety order scheme after we'd been demanding it for weeks. In March last year, the member for Scullin was forced to admit that the government had issued invalid visas to nearly 150 people released from immigration detention because of a technical legal error. As a result, our law enforcement agencies were forced to withdraw charges for alleged visa breaches against 10 hardened criminals in the NZYQ cohort. Then, in an extraordinary revelation in Senate estimates, the Department of Home Affairs admitted that murderers and sex offenders were released by the government without being subject to electronic monitoring, meaning they were free in the Australian community without any surveillance at all. They were just let loose on the Australian people.
What a mess.
And who could forget the member for Scullin's bizarre interview on Sky News, where he claimed this cohort were being monitored under an imaginary drone surveillance program, which he then was forced to admit didn't exist. I think he's been watching too many Hollywood movies in his spare time.
And he's still a minister.
He's still a minister.
Minister.
Tragically, it is the Australian community that has borne the very real consequences of this government's dysfunction. We will never forget the tragic image of the front page of the West Australian, which showed a cancer survivor and a grandmother who was allegedly bashed at the hands of a freed immigration detainee who had his ankle monitor removed, despite already facing charges for visa breaches and other offences. This came after repeated warnings from the Coalition for the government to move quickly to re-detain the highest risk offenders. It is little wonder that the Prime Minister jettisoned the member for Hotham and the member for Scullin from the Home Affairs portfolio after their chaotic and dysfunctional approach to Australia's immigration and border protection regime. The member for Watson's Test as the new Minister for Home Affairs was to fix this mess and to restore order to our immigration system. But evidently he has failed too. More than 18 months after the Parliament passed legislation to create the community safety order regime, the Minister has still not lodged a single application for a preventative detention order, despite the member for Scullin promising in May last year that 6 applications were nearly ready and a further 26 were in the advanced stage of preparation. This is a shocking failure on community safety from the Albanese Labor government. And tragically, we have seen very real consequences for this inaction. On the 15th of June, a 62-year-old man was allegedly viciously assaulted in Melbourne by an immigration detainee freed by this government. The victim died from his injuries in hospital, and the perpetrator has since been charged with his murder. Now, this terrible situation could have been avoided if the government had used its preventative detention powers to put this dangerous criminal behind bars before he harmed an innocent Australian. Later in June, the Minister for Home Affairs effectively admitted he had given up on his own preventative detention regime, saying, and I quote, "No one has come close to reaching the threshold that is in that legislation," end quote. But instead of seeking to fix the problem by, for example, changing the law to lower this threshold, the minister has thrown up his hands and put it in the too hard basket. But I suppose we shouldn't be too surprised. When the member for Watson last held the immigration portfolio in 2013, in just 80 days, he allowed 83 boats carrying 6,634 people into our country and put 1,992 children in detention. That's actually pretty good for Labor. And things aren't looking much better this time around. The minister needs to pull his act together and use the powers the Parliament gave the government to get these high-risk offenders off the streets before they commit more crimes against innocent Australians. There is no reason he can't do this at the same time he pursues avenues for deportation like the third country arrangements dealt with by this bill. Now, the need for action has never been more acute. As at 31 July, there were 354 dangerous criminals free in the community following the NZYQ decision. Of these, only 90, less than a third, are subject to electronic monitoring, and only 45 individuals are subject to a specified curfew. This means there are well over 200 dangerous criminals free in the community without ankle bracelets or curfews. Basics, really. If you're letting criminals out into the community, you'd think you'd put them under some sort of surveillance. Not this government, not the Albanese government. We also know from previous evidence given by the Department of Home Affairs that there are child sex offenders free in the community who are not subject to electronic monitoring, curfew or any form of surveillance. And because of Labor's botched legislation, multiple criminals convicted for visa breaches received suspended sentences despite the Parliament legislating mandatory 12-month minimum sentences shortly after the NZYQ fiasco began. This minister is asleep at the wheel, and his negligence is putting the Australian community at risk. Lives at risk. Exactly, the member for Riverina. Sadly, these are just the latest in a litany of failures from the Albanese Labor government on immigration and community safety, which include the former Minister for Immigration's Direction 99 debacle, which saw 97 criminal non-citizens avoid deportation from Australia because of the government's capitulation to pressure from the New Zealand government. The Minister for Home Affairs and the humanitarian program On the Run, wherein he admitted he had been personally interviewing Palestinian families before granting them humanitarian visas. This comes after the government granted thousands of tourist visas to people in a war zone controlled by a terrorist group before they were referred to ASIO for proper security checks. The Albanese Labor government is undermining Operation Sovereign Borders by overseeing a 21% decrease in aerial flying hours and a 16% decrease in maritime patrol days compared to 2020-21. We've seen at least 35 illegal people smuggling ventures carrying more than 600 illegal boat arrivals make the journey to Australia since the Albanese Labor government came to power. At least 5 ventures have made it to the Australian mainland, at least 2 of which deposited their passengers and escaped undetected by Australian authorities, something that was almost unheard of in the decade before Labor took government. Now, the current bill seeks to address legal arguments being used by NZYQ-affected individuals to prevent their removal from Australia to Nauru under a third country reception arrangement. They have mounted 2 types of legal challenge. Firstly, by claiming that they were owed procedural fairness before the Commonwealth took the decision to apply for a Nauruan visa, and secondly, by claiming that there was an error in an old visa decision relating to them. Now, the bill seeks to address these lines of argument by putting beyond doubt that the Commonwealth does not need to afford an individual procedural fairness when taking action in relation to third country reception arrangements, disclosing information about removal pathway non-citizens to foreign governments, and issuing removal pathway directions requiring non-citizens to take certain steps to facilitate their lawful removal from Australia. Now, these provisions are primarily directed to non-citizens who have exhausted all legitimate avenues to remain in Australia and for whom removal is the only remaining outcome under Australian law. Mr Speaker, the bill also removes legal uncertainty created by the NZYQ decision by validating relevant visa decisions so they are taken for all purposes to have always been valid, as if they had been made in accordance with the current law established by NZYQ. Now, the Coalition has always sought to work constructively with government to fix the immigration mess of the Labor government's own making. We'll always act in the national interest, and this is absolutely in the Australian people's interest. We cannot have criminals roaming freely without surveillance in our community any longer. And I understand the net effect of this bill is to provide legal certainty which will minimise delays in removing NZYQ-affected individuals from Australia, meaning people with no legal right to be here will be removed as soon as possible. Basic rules of hospitality apply. If you're in this country, you do the right thing. If you don't, you're gone. You're out. It's how we'd operate with our own homes.
Absolutely.
This country has the same standards. Now, given this imperative and the fact that this bill is constrained in its scope to addressing specific legal challenges relating to non-citizens on a removal pathway, the Coalition is facilitating the urgent passage of this bill through the House, despite Labor's rushed and dysfunctional process. We will interrogate this bill via an inquiry in the other place to ensure there are no mistakes or unintended consequences, given this government's atrocious track record when it comes to this kind of legislation. Remember, this is the fifth bill Labor has introduced to manage its NZYQ disaster.
Just a mess.
We would not be doing the right thing by the Australian people if we did not insist on an inquiry in the other place, even if we are committed to facilitating the urgent passage of this bill. I want to restate that the only reason we are here today is because Labor failed to get it right the last 4 times. Again, it is Labor that has botched its handling of Australia's immigration system. And again, it has fallen to the Coalition as the adults in the room to clean up the Labor's mess. We will clean up Labor's mess, and that is why we will support the passage of this bill through the House. Thank you, Mr Speaker.
Well said.
The question is the bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the honourable member for Kooyong.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise today to speak in strong opposition to the Home Affairs Legislation Amendment 25 Measures No. 1 Bill 2025. It is our government's job to ensure national security by controlling who and what enters our country. It must protect our nation, it must enforce our laws, and it must manage our borders. But balanced against those demands is the duty of a democratic government to deal fairly and with justice with some of the most consequential decisions that a government can make. Decisions regarding detention, deportation and transfer of individuals who lack the power or the platform to defend themselves. This bill follows the November 2023 High Court ruling on the NZYQ cohort that it was unlawful for the government to indefinitely detain a person if there was no real prospect of them being removed from Australia in the reasonably foreseeable future. In the recent federal court decision, it was held that actions in relation to third country reception arrangements do not require procedural fairness to be afforded. The proposed amendments seek to codify that recent decision by the federal court. This bill is aimed at allowing the government to more quickly deport members of the NZYQ cohort, a group of non-citizens, as we call them, it's a somewhat dehumanising term, currently living in the Australian community whose visas were cancelled on character grounds. This cohort previously faced indefinite immigration detention. They cannot be removed to their home countries because they face persecution or because those countries have refused to accept them. The amendment now before the House explicitly removes procedural fairness in decisions to remove these non-citizens to a third country reception arrangement and with respect to the sharing of their personal information with those third countries. The government, in effect, is continuing to double down, to pursue its desire to deport this cohort of individuals by any means possible. by means of legislation which flies in the face of the values and the fundamental tenets of our legal system. Speaker, procedural fairness is a foundational principle in Australian administrative law. It ensures that decisions made by public authorities are conducted through fair and unbiased procedures. Procedural fairness is vital to public trust in government decision-making and to upholding the rule of law. One of its two core elements, the right to be heard, is specifically negated by this legislation. Under the proposed changes, procedural fairness will not apply to decisions relating to third country reception arrangements. Speaker, we claim to live in a strong democracy which respects the individual, but this bill denies individuals who are non-citizens of this country what we regard for ourselves as unalienable rights. A human right is universal. It can't be assumed for some and denied for others purely on the basis of their visa status. The bill is presented as a technical fix relevant to a very small number of individuals, but it could in fact potentially be applied to thousands of people. I'm told as potentially as many as 80,000 individuals who are currently seeking residence in this country. Concerns about the bill are shared by legal experts, by refugee advocates and by community organisations across the country, people who see every day the human cost of bureaucratic overreach and who deal with the harm and the hurt that it causes. Just today, the Refugee Council has contacted me to describe this bill as unbelievably cruel and extraordinarily costly. The ASIC has called it rushed, reckless and dehumanising. Speaker, last week we learnt that the government has quietly, sneakily signed a $408 million deal plus $70 million annually with Nauru. The deal will allow the government to send to Nauru those members of the NZYQ cohort at a cost of $2.4 million per person in the first 5 years after that transfer. This payment comes on top of a $100 million treaty signed between the two countries last year, and it is separate to the funding that Australia is already giving Nauru to run its offshore detention regime. That revelation sets a very stark backdrop for today's debate. What we're talking about is vulnerable people, stateless individuals, refugees, survivors of torture and trauma who will, as a result of this bill, be sent offshore with no public explanation, no proper oversight and no legal recourse. A number of these people had previously committed very serious crimes. Some have reoffended, but some have never been convicted of a crime. Some have spent 5 times as long in immigration detention as they were originally sentenced to serve in prison. Some are frail, some are sick and some are elderly, and they could die on Nauru without proper care. The United Nations Human Rights Committee has previously issued a non-binding order for the federal government to stop one of those deportations on the grounds that the government has legal responsibilities not to deport people to countries where they could face cruel, inhuman or degrading treatment or death. That is exactly what we propose to do with this legislation. Now, the government claims that its Memorandum of Understanding with Nauru contains undertakings for the proper treatment and long-term residence of people who have no legal right to stay in Australia, and that Australia will provide funding to underpin this arrangement and to support Nauru's long-term economic resilience. But the fact is that we know that refugees and people transferred to Nauru have experienced violence in the past. And just this month, The Age carried a report detailing how private security and community safety on Nauru are being overseen by associates of outlaw motorcycle gangs. Deputy Speaker, Nauru is one of the world's smallest and most economically vulnerable countries. It has a population of less than 12,000. It is housed on an area of land which is smaller than the Tullamarine Airport. Using a small island nation as a dumping ground for individuals that we don't want here is a disgraceful way to act. It makes Australia a Pacific bully boy, buying our own peace of mind at the expense of a small and under-resourced nation. This amendment risks placing Australia in breach of its binding commitments under international law, including the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights and the Convention Against Torture. Our credibility abroad, our moral leadership, all are diminished when we undermine the very human rights that we advocate for elsewhere. I want to particularly acknowledge the work of the Asylum Seeker Resource Centre, Grandmothers for Refugees and the many community-based organisations and legal advocates across Australia who have brought the gravity of this legislation to public attention and who continue to advocate for those rendered voiceless by systemic neglect and legal exclusion. Their unwavering commitment to justice, to compassion and to accountability strengthens our democracy. Deputy Speaker, I do not accept that a vision of Australia where the rights of the individual are predicated on where they were born and where the vulnerable can be denied fair treatment and shuttled across borders in silence is the Australia that we wish to represent. So I urge this Parliament to reject this bill and to reaffirm its commitment to the rule of law. If this bill passes, it is a mandate for injustice paid for with our national reputation and our conscience.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the member for Curtin.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. It appears that the government is trying to do two things with this bill. Firstly, retrospectively fix any decision that was made before NZYQ based on the erroneous belief that indefinite detention was at that time legal. And secondly, to ensure that procedural fairness doesn't apply to certain types of executive power related to the removal of non-citizens in line with the TCXM decision. And I have four main concerns about this bill. Firstly, I'm concerned about the retrospective validation of unlawful decisions. And at a rough estimate, there could be 100 decisions made before the NZYQ decision that this could affect, where applicants may be hopeful that a reconsideration of their case could deliver a different outcome. Now, the Minister made visa decisions based on a series of factors, one of which was the belief that indefinite detention was legal. And if this is not the case, then those decisions could be invalid. Changing the law to make these decisions valid retrospectively is convenient, but it's not great law. We should be really cautious before we endorse such a step. And that's why I want to see this bill referred to a committee. When we're talking about decisions that deal with such fundamental issues as individual freedoms, we shouldn't just paper over the cracks because it's expedient. My second concern is that the bill declares that procedural fairness doesn't apply to certain types of executive actions. Now, any law that limits procedural fairness should be done carefully and with proper scrutiny. And I understand that the people in question have had the chance to be heard often numerous times before and to appeal their cases before they get to this point when they're being removed from Australia. But procedural fairness is fundamental. It upholds the integrity, transparency and accountability of decision-making processes, and we shouldn't mess with it lightly. I'm not arguing that procedural fairness should never be removed from certain legal powers, but I believe that we always need proper scrutiny of the impacts when dealing with such a fundamental legal right. My third concern is that while the government says this bill is aimed at the NZYQ cohort, its scope is far wider. Now, there could be tens of thousands of people covered by this bill who have no right to procedural fairness when the government's taking significant actions that affect their rights. And there may be practical reasons why this pathway won't be used much, but I don't think we should pass laws comfortable in the belief that they won't be used. If we're going to pass a law that make it clear that no procedural fairness applies to such a large number of people, it deserves scrutiny. And finally, I'm concerned by the rushed nature of the bill. It was introduced last week without clear consultation and will likely be passed through the House today. The retrospective legislation of all decisions, or legalisation of all decisions made based on an erroneous understanding of the law, deserves scrutiny rather than haste. The government is clearly desperate to deal with the NZYQ cohort, and this is reflected in the eye-watering sums of money that the government is reportedly paying Nauru to accept these people. But after the TCXM case, procedural fairness has already been found, at least in the first instance decision, to not apply to the exercise of executive power needed to remove the problem of this cohort to Nauru. If it's not needed, then what's the rush? Let's go through a proper review process. And if there's doubt about whether procedural fairness should apply, then we should be treading very carefully. This is a complex area of law intersecting with constitutional principles, international obligations and human rights, and it should not be rushed. Parliament works best when we take the time to scrutinise legislation carefully, especially when fundamental rights are at stake. Yesterday, I moved a motion to refer this bill to committee, given that it deals with significant individual rights, and I stand by that as the best course of action. I understand the government's desire to deal quickly with the NZYQ cohort. Community safety is paramount, but as legislators, we have a duty to make good law, not just fast law. We need to balance security with fairness and efficiency with accountability. In the absence of a committee reviewing the bill to examine with adequate time whether we have that balance right, I will not be supporting this bill.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the member for Ryan.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. This bill, another cruel attack on refugees and immigrants by the Labor government, removes their basic right to natural justice. Not content with their anti-refugee laws last term, passed through with the coalition, Labor are now doubling down. What does this bill actually do? It is designed to forcibly remove people to Nauru without their having any right to see the application of that the government is making. It removes any right to an appeal process, with no opportunity for them to make representations about why their removal would be unsafe, or explain to the government of Nauru why they shouldn't be deported there. And they're making it retrospective as well, to cover for previous illegal breaches of procedural fairness that are being challenged in court. These are basic rights for procedural fairness that should apply to everyone, no exceptions. Everyone is equal under the law, no matter where they're born. The Nauru president has made it clear that he intends to send people Australia deports there back to the country that they have fled. Make no mistake, this puts these refugees' lives in danger. It is unspeakably cruel. This is Labor with a 94 majority, attacking refugees and depriving them of basic procedural fairness and natural justice. The fact that there is no one from the government speaking to this bill speaks volumes, doesn't it? It speaks for itself. They should be ashamed. They should be ashamed because as long as they keep fanning the flames of anti-migrant and anti-refugee sentiment, they will keep seeing a rise in far-right extremism, and we'll keep seeing what we saw over the weekend. It's the oldest trick in the book. Every time there's a crisis, Labor and the Liberals point their fingers at immigrants. Some do it overtly, others just dog whistle. But the intent is the same. The intent is to distract. Distract from the fact that it's tax breaks for investors that's driving housing unaffordability. Distract from the fact that the major parties are not willing to tax massive multinational corporations to fund the public hospitals, the schools, the housing and the transport that we need. Distract from the fact that it's massive monopoly supermarkets that are driving surging supermarket prices. Just last year, Labor and the Liberals went after international students. They went after international students, scapegoating them for the housing crisis. Now they're cracking down once again on refugees, spending $400 million of taxpayer money to deport a few hundred refugees to Nauru. This is the tragic outcome of a bipartisan tough-on-borders agenda. Then they scratch their heads and wonder why Nazis feel emboldened to hold rallies in our cities. They put out strongly worded statements defending our social cohesion. They should look in the mirror. They should look in the mirror. If you govern for massive corporations, if you let life get harder for everyday people, if you dog whistle at immigrants, you are providing the oxygen for the far right. Shame on you. Shame on you. I guess it's good to know who Labor and the Liberals will target and who they'll protect. Labor and the Liberals will break our own... Labor and the Liberals, if you would... Labor and the Liberals will break... You're breaking our own laws to indefinitely detain a refugee fleeing persecution.
The member will just, I believe, I'll just give the call. If the member will take a pause for a moment, I'll give the call to the member for Wannon.
Deputy Speaker, just to assist the House, I think the member should withdraw the imputation that she's just made then, because I think all of us think it was beyond the pale.
Will the member to assist the House withdraw?
We'll withdraw. I'll proceed. Labor and the Liberals will break our own laws to indefinitely detain a refugee fleeing persecution. But they will let the CEO, who illegally fired 1,800 workers, walk away with a $20 million payout. Labor and the Liberals will subject refugees to systemic abuse in detention centres in places like Manus Island, but will give less than a slap on the wrist to the big banks found to be engaging in systemic misconduct and exploitation. Labor and the Liberals are now deporting hundreds of refugees to Nauru, a poor country, a very poor country in the Pacific, but they are giving gas corporation Santos, who let a methane leak go on for 20 years, a huge tax break. Labor and the Liberals, it's about hypocrisy. Labor and the Liberals protect the rich and powerful, and they throw the defenceless under the bus. The great Tony Benn once said, "The way a government treats refugees is very instructive because it shows you how they would treat the rest of us if they thought they could get away with it." That's Tony Benn, not me. Let's not let them get away with it. For refugees, for the rest of us. You know who's causing the housing crisis? Labor and the Coalition are, you know who's not? Immigrants. Here's the facts. We had next to zero immigration during COVID. Did house prices fall or flatline? No, they increased dramatically. Over the past decade, the population has increased by 16%, dwellings by 19%. The truth is, it's incredibly convenient for the major parties to blame immigrants for the housing crisis because it lets the real culprits off the hook. Labor and the Coalition are on a unity ticket, turbocharging the housing crisis via negative gearing and the capital gains tax discount. Labor and the Coalition are on a unity ticket, abandoning any real effort to build public housing like governments used to. A quarter of homes built post-World War II were public housing. That was 25% were public housing, and now it's just 1%. Pathetic. Labor and the Coalition, it was the federal government, Labor and the Coalition, it was the federal government, the Housing Commission after World War II, just to set those facts straight. Labor and the Coalition are on a unity ticket to do the bidding of the property industry, giving tax breaks to property developers to build unaffordable housing. Labor and the Coalition want you to believe that migrants are causing the housing crisis because it protects those really responsible. That is, their policies, the banks and the property industry. Thank you.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the member for Indi.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise today to speak on the Home Affairs Legislation Amendment 2025 Measures Bill 2025. This bill is the latest in a long chain of legislation to the House in response to the NZYQ cohort decision made in November 2023. What this bill does, effectively, is to 1. Remove the right to procedural fairness for persons subject to removal to a third country, and 2. Retrospectively validates relevant visa decisions made prior to the NZYQ case. Deputy Speaker, I, along with human rights groups and the country's leading legal bodies, have serious concerns with this bill on multiple fronts, which I will outline here. In November 2023, the High Court overturned the Al-Kateb ruling, which had permitted indefinite detention. The court found that there was no real prospect of the removal of a detainee from Australia becoming practicable in the reasonably foreseeable future. It was unconstitutional. There are now over 300 non-citizens from the NZYQ cohort in the Australian community on bridging visas. Many of this cohort do not belong in Australia, and I acknowledge their legal status is a wicked problem. With no legal right to remain in Australia and the government unable to detain them or return them to their country of origin, clearly there is no simple solution. But a wicked problem does not justify a wicked solution. We must remember the old legal adage, hard cases make bad law. An extreme case is a poor basis for a general law that would cover a wider range of less extreme cases. The bill before the House will remove a bedrock of our rule of law. It seeks to remove the rules of natural justice and procedural fairness when trying to remove people from Australia and send them to Nauru or other undisclosed third countries. In the last Parliament, in response to the NZYQ decision, the government rushed through legislation that, with the support of the opposition, meant that any person released from indefinite detention must be subject to ankle bracelets and a curfew. Now, I opposed this legislation at the time, in part because I had concern that it would not withstand a High Court challenge. And it turns out I was right to be concerned, because the High Court then considered the case of YBFZ, an Iranian person released following the NZYQ decision who was subject to these restrictive curfew and ankle bracelet conditions. And like it found in the NZYQ case, the High Court ruled that in the case of YBFZ, the government was again breaching constitutional principles of the separation of powers by imposing punishment on individuals when this is solely within the remit of the courts. This bill before us today is also likely to be subject to a High Court challenge, with a reasonable chance it too will be overturned. And on that basis alone, I cannot support this bill. We must remember that every High Court challenge to government legislation costs a significant amount of taxpayer dollars and uses valuable court time. I must be able to satisfy myself that the legislation I'm voting on has been protected as much as possible from this occurring. And right now, I cannot assure myself nor the people I represent that this is the case. It's not just this reason alone that I will be opposing this bill, because secondly, I am deeply concerned about the speed in which this government seeks to rush through this legislation and the lack of transparency around it. When I'm deciding whether to support or oppose a bill, I ask a fundamental question: is this good governance? And good governance means good process. It means proper time for scrutiny, proper time for consultation, proper time for negotiation. This bill was only introduced last week, with a 10-minute briefing provided to the crossbench. It's not gone through a Senate inquiry, nor the opportunity for scrutiny by legal experts who can determine its potential impacts beyond those in the NZYQ cohort. I need to know what the impacts of the bill are that I'm required to vote on, and I cannot support a bill where the government has not allowed adequate scrutiny for me to understand this and have confidence in this legislation. My crossbench colleague, the member for Curtin, moved a motion for this scrutiny yesterday, and a motion that was voted down by all but the crossbench. Then there is the content of this bill, which undermines vital principles of our legal system and the rule of law in this country. That's important. That is important. The decision to remove a person to another country is fundamentally distinct from the decision to approve, revoke or refuse a visa to be in Australia. And this bill does not just have consequence for the NZYQ cohort, but for others, and it could result in people subject to removal to a third country having no legal rights to be heard. This, according to the Refugee Council of Australia, means there would be no consideration of whether a person faces a real risk of persecution or harm if sent to Nauru, or indeed any other country. There would be no consideration of whether they would receive adequate healthcare in the third country, for example. So while the government says that these people have already had their day in court, and I quote, the decision to forcibly remove them to another country should not be brushed aside and has broader consequences. Consequences which this Parliament is being given no opportunity to scrutinise. Refugee law experts say that this bill poses a real risk of chain refoulement, which means there is nothing preventing Nauru or other undisclosed third countries from sending people back to harm, persecution or death in their countries of origin. This would be a breach of Australia's international law obligations, a risk the Department of Home Affairs themselves have acknowledged. This simple fact is that Australia has legal obligations to ensure these people won't be returned to face persecution or death. And it's absolutely not clear to me, as a parliamentarian, that the government can guarantee this. I have deep concerns about that. The removal of due process would mean if someone were wrongly sent to Nauru, including those who have not been convicted of any offence, they would have no way to challenge their removal. So just think about that for a moment. No way to be heard in court, no justice. It's a big decision we're making here. Legal bodies, such as the Law Council of Australia, also have serious concerns about the retrospective measures proposed in this bill. The Human Rights Commissioner said that the bill, and I quote, may give rise to retrospective criminal liability. This raises significant concerns about the rule of law and requires careful scrutiny, end of quote. The Asylum Seeker Resource Centre says that the bill would validate, and I quote, incorrect decisions that were made in the past, preventing the right for these decisions to be corrected. The bill even allows the government to continue to prosecute criminal charges that were brought as a result of incorrect decisions, end of quote. Surely, colleagues, this cannot be the standard of legislating we hold ourselves to in this place. Is it? When the government introduced another bill last year relating to the NZYQ cohort, I said that, I'm quoting myself here, under the bill, the government can now pay countries to take people they are deporting. This could risk creating a new offshore warehousing regime, and if the Australian public want to know how much the government is spending to do this, it will only be revealed via Freedom of Information requests or Senate estimate hearings. At the time, I said I have real concerns about ensuring the transparency of such a use of taxpayer money. Well, here we are. We now know two things. The government is creating a new offshore warehousing regime, and secondly, it's going to cost $400 million upfront and $70 million per year after that. The Human Rights Law Centre has gone on to say that the legislation would save the government from having to even ask basic questions in relation to the people it's looking to deport to third countries forever. The Human Rights Commission has said that the bill, and I quote, raises significant concerns about the rule of law. Rather than a patchwork of reactive responses, we need to ensure principled migration and asylum policies that maintain the integrity of Australia's migration system while also upholding our human rights obligations. Sounds reasonable. The Asylum Seeker Resource Centre is concerned that the bill is drafted so broadly that its removal of fair process could apply not only to the NZYQ cohort, but also to anyone on a bridging visa issued on departure grounds, potentially thousands of people. And already they've told me about being contacted by people with no connection to the NZYQ cohort, terrified that this bill's removal of due process could in fact apply to them. And what reassurance can we give them? Since this bill was introduced, Deputy Speaker, many of my constituents have already phoned and emailed my office, one just a few minutes ago, urging me to oppose it. The rule of law either applies to us all or it doesn't. We've said so many times in this place, in our country, no one is above the law. Well, this bill should remind us that no one should be beneath the law. I urge the Senate to send this bill to a full inquiry for adequate scrutiny so that we can understand the full impact of these proposed laws. Until such a time and its current form, I will not support this bill.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the member for Clark.
Well, thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, much has been said and written about this bill, and I applaud my crossbench colleagues for doing a much better job than I would ever be able to do to explore particularly the legal dimensions of the bill. It is entirely understandable that the speeches that have been given by my colleagues have been needed, because this bill would be a fundamental departure from how Australian law currently operates by removing the right to natural justice. That we would even contemplate that, let alone have a bill before us, it beggars belief. It diminishes our country. But because my colleagues have spoken at such length about such matters, I actually want to focus on some other dimensions of this, perhaps a bit more gritty. I was very pleased the member for Indi spoke about international law, and that's where I'll start my contribution. And that's that if this bill becomes law, Australia will be in clear breach of the Rome Statute. Now, the Rome Statute was a statute agreed upon by our predecessors in this place and ratified by our predecessors in this place when they agreed that the forced removal of someone to a third country is a crime against humanity. That might sound a bit overly dramatic there, Deputy Speaker, but that's what we are contemplating today, to bring into law something that would put Australia, we would stand guilty of crimes against humanity. This is another case of where we think international law should only apply to countries like Russia or China or Syria or Iran. But international law doesn't apply to countries like us, good countries like us. It doesn't apply to the United States, doesn't apply to Israel, doesn't apply to Australia. It only applies to the countries that we want it to apply to. And that is completely and utterly unacceptable. And, Deputy Speaker, that should worry us a lot, because we should be the first country in the world as an important middle power to be advocating for international law and the rule of law, which have served this country so well ever since the end of the Second World War. The other point I'd make, Deputy Speaker, is how this stands to be such a gross misuse of public funds. For a group of about 280 people, for there to be a political fix, and let's face it, the government's in a hole. They've got to do something about this cohort. They're not getting much cooperation from the opposition, who sees everything through the prism of political opportunity. The government's in a hole, so it's going to throw, over a few years, about $2 million of Australian taxpayers' money at each of this approximately 280 people. Well, that's an appalling misuse of public funds. That should alarm us. Even the people who want to be rid of this cohort of people, they should at least be worried about how we're spending this money. And we're going to be giving it to a country which, when I look at a recent Transparency International report, they surveyed Nauruans, and 50% of Nauruans surveyed said that they thought the Prime Minister and their officials in the Nauruan government are likely to be involved in corruption. But yet we're going to hand over $400 million in year one, and I think it's $70 million a year after that, for presumably as long as any of this cohort of people are living in Nauru. That's appalling. In fact, I'd liken it to a form of colonialism, that we even think we have the right to ask the Nauruan government to take these people, and that we are able to bring such financial force to bear to effectively force them to take these people. You know, I'm reminded, Deputy Speaker, in a previous life, probably more than 20 years ago now, I remember reading a cable that came from our top diplomat, or one of the diplomats in Nauru, back to Canberra. And the cable explored all of the money and the assistance that we were pouring into Nauru. And I can still remember the last sentence of that cable more than 20 years ago. And it said, quote, "We have bought Nauru." And you know what? We're doing exactly the same again, Deputy Speaker. I think it is a form of colonialism. Now, listen, Deputy Speaker, I also want to pick up on the point that the member for Ryan made. And the member for Ryan, I think bravely, raised the issue of racism. Now, I note that the comment was withdrawn, but I don't think we should be so quick to, well, I didn't, but I don't think other honourable members should have been so quick to jump on the member for Ryan for floating the idea of, you know, that there's an element of racism here. I put the question back to my colleagues. It's a genuine question. would we be reacting the same way if this group of people had come from other countries? Now, admittedly, a lot of the other countries would take people back, would accept them being sent back, but not all. You know, if these people in this cohort had come from other countries, would the government, would the community have the same emotional response to them? I think it's a question that needs to be explored, Deputy Speaker.
The member for Clark will pause. I believe the member for Wannon has a point of order.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. And once again, the imputation being made is absolutely horrendous, and I would ask the member to reflect on what he said and to withdraw.
The member for Clark.
Speaker, of course I will withdraw it, but I think these are matters we sometimes should reflect on. Deputy Speaker, I'm not saying that this group of people, and let's face it, there are some very unsavoury people in this group. Mind you, some of them have never been charged or convicted of an offence. Some have been charged and convicted of an offence and they have done their time and deserve a fresh start. Some of them have spent so long in detention in Australia that they have done multiples of the time they might have spent in prison if they ever had been charged and convicted. So, it's not 280 people all out of the same mould. This is quite a diverse group of people, and they are all being dealt with the same blunt instrument. But to the degree that there are some members of this cohort who are unsavoury, they are judged to be a continuing threat to public safety, I'm the first to say they shouldn't be allowed into the community. But there are other ways to deal with those people, rather than shipping them off or flying them off, I suppose, to what I liken to a gulag or a hulk that might have been on the Thames. I mean, I haven't been to Nauru, but I know enough about it to know it is a tiny speck of an island, almost on the equator in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. A hot, dry, harsh place. It's hardy people that live there, the Nauruans, and full marks to them. But it's not where you would send people from this country to get rid of them. It's a horrid place in that regard. But we should be looking for ways to deal with these people ourselves. And, Deputy Speaker, you might remember some years ago now, I tabled a bill that would have ended mandatory and indefinite detention. And that bill that I tabled, advised by human rights lawyers and other people and organisations, even it went to the point of saying if someone is a genuine threat to public safety, then an application could be made to a court, and a court could decide whether that person should continue to be detained. Well, why don't we just do something like that? I mean, instead of shipping our problems off to other countries and giving them, almost $500 million, why don't we deal with it ourselves? We are one of the wealthiest, most clever countries in the world. We pride ourselves on being good international citizens that comply with international law. We're proud of the fact that we live by the rule of law in this country. Surely if there's one country in the world that can set the example on how to deal with this, it's us. And, I don't mind if the government and the opposition pull out my old bill on that would end mandatory and indefinite detention and go to the relevant part. They can lift it, they can use it. I'd be delighted if they copied it. And instead of these 280 people just being treated as a job lot, go through them one by one, work out what the best solution, the best outcome is for each and every one of them. And for those that do need to be kept in detention, then we should frame our laws that allow a court to make that decision. I think, Deputy Speaker, that would be the humane, legal and decent way to respond to this. And that would send a signal to people who might seek to come to this country by irregular means. Because let's face it, our so-called border security policies, I'd call it our irregular immigration policies, they are based on punishment and deterrence. They've been that way probably ever since a Labor government introduced mandatory detention decades ago. I think it might have been the Hawke government, if memory serves me correctly. So no side of politics has clean hands here, no side at all. In fact, I think the only people who've got clean hands in this place at the moment is the crossbench, who are fighting for natural justice, are fighting for the rule of law, have fighting for adherence to international law, and to act as a decent country with integrity. But what we've got instead is just this political fix. A political fix because the government's in a hole. They're in a hole because they've got to do something with this group of people. They've got the opposition on their back who never miss an opportunity to try and score political points when it comes to irregular immigration to this country. So we're going to ram this through with a bill of $400 million in the first year for 280 odd people and $70 million a year every year thereafter, I assume, until there's none of the 280 left. This is an appalling turn of events, Deputy Speaker. I certainly won't be supporting this bill. I will be happy to support another bill that might be brought to this place that would seek to come up with a humane, decent and principled way to deal with this cohort of people, one that would look at each case on a case-by-case basis and ensure that there is some mechanism like a court making a decision on ongoing detention for anyone who is genuinely a threat to public safety. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the member for Warringah.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This bill, as I've already commented in this place yesterday in relation to the motion, is incredibly problematic, and the motion should have succeeded, and this bill should have been referred to the Joint Standing Committee on Human Rights. There are great concerns around intervention by government, ministerial intervention into the judicial system. We have separation of powers for a very good reason in our liberal democracy, and that is to ensure there isn't overreach by the executive branch into decisions, and we have the judicial branch there to implement, to ensure we have case law, to ensure that we have elements of natural justice, which includes as a fundamental principle procedural fairness. Now, what is really concerning now is that question of trying to remove it in certain situations where it's simply inconvenient and maybe taking up a little bit too much time from the government's perspective. We have a situation where the High Court has already ruled that in some instances procedural fairness is not required. Now, why is it necessary for this legislation to go beyond that ruling and extend it to further cases and extend it retrospectively? I have a major issue with that aspect. So ministerial intervention into the judicial system is incredibly concerning, and unfortunately we're seeing it all too often from this government around a number of issues. It's a fundamental judicial right that we have in relation to natural justice and procedural fairness, and this attempt by the government to curtail it is incredibly concerning. And I think it's important, because it is so significant, that all this be very carefully scrutinised, that any unintended consequences be identified, and that this put properly to the Standing Committee on Human Rights. Now, I understand the government has a problem it needs to solve. The NZYQ decision left a group of people in our community with serious criminal histories, and while the avenues through the Migration Act have been exhausted, the government now needs to look at other tools to deal with this group of people. It's a community safety issue, it's a political problem, it gets weaponised all the time by the opposition. And of course, I understand there needs to be a solution. But that does not mean you set aside key fundamental principles of our judicial system. So while I support the intention of the government to form a solution, there are serious concerns about the impact of this bill, and these are not just my concerns. These are concerns being reflected by the legal fraternity and many that are making submissions and urging the government to step with great care in this area. Curtailing fundamental and crucial elements of our legal system are seriously not the best way to solve a political problem that they have at the moment. Of course, this has all come about as a result of indefinite offshore detention, which was incredibly problematic and bad policy for so long. It remains a bad policy of the government. We finally had a High Court that determined that indefinite detention was not legal, could not continue. This should have been an absolute light bulb moment for both major political parties years ago, but we finally had a High Court that actually identified that. But so rather than really grappling with that question, what that judgment meant, what we've seen from the government and the Albanese government in the 47th Parliament and now the 48th is time and time again ways around the decision, how to accommodate the decision without fundamentally rethinking the question around what are the rights and what are the consequences of indefinite detention. For Warringah, there is a real sense of the importance of the rule of law. It's where I represent a community that values fairness. The rule of law, procedural fairness is incredibly important. I've received a lot of correspondence in the small amount of time we've had on this legislation from across the electorate raising serious concerns about the human rights abuses that may occur if this bill is passed. The Pacific solution, as it was once known, posed serious concerns. The Nauru files documented numerous instances of abuse, assault, self-harm and other severe forms of mistreatment and neglect against asylum seekers and refugees held on the island. And the government and major parties have been complicit to that by endorsing policy that continued it. We now stand at another crossroads where we're sending people back to Nauru for essentially what appears to be indefinite detention. We just don't even know. What we have is an announcement in the media, huge sums of money being spent on a minor group of people, and we just simply have no information about what rights, and are they just being set? Are we just basically perpetrating more indefinite detention but sending it somewhere else and just saying, not our problem anymore, we will hand that problem over to Nauru at great cost? Back in November 2023, the High Court handed down the NZYQ decision. The court said indefinite immigration detention isn't constitutional if there's no real prospect of someone being removed in the reasonable foreseeable future. That ruling meant the government could no longer keep certain non-citizens locked up indefinitely. Somewhere between 150 and 300 people were as a result, had to be released. This was quickly weaponised by the other side, as is the norm when it comes to anything to do with immigration. The group quickly became known as NZYQ Cohort, and some of them, yes, have incredibly troubling and dangerous criminal histories and violent and sexual offences. But that is why we have a judicial system. That is why we take proceedings. That is why we have prisons. We have a system to deal with that. But it did leave the government in a difficult position, and so they've rushed their response and they've tinkered around the edges a few times, and we keep having all these attempts, and every time you curtail trust, the public loses faith that the government actually has a cohesive plan and way of approaching and dealing with this. We've seen bridging visa Rs with strict conditions, ankle bracelets, curfews, regular reporting. Later, though, some of those measures were struck down by the courts, again as being unconstitutional. The government was advised that the legislation will only impact about 200-odd people in respect to this one now. But the question is, what are the wide-ranging impacts of this legislation? What are we not aware of? Where is this slippery slope we're on when it comes to procedural fairness and natural justice? I understand that there is a huge amount of litigation in our courts around the Migration Act, and that is problematic, I believe, for the government. But rather than looking holistically at why there might be that scale of the problem, the answer from the government is set aside cornerstones of our judicial system, and I fundamentally disagree with that approach. To me, this bill needs to be delicately understood and balanced. We have to find a better balance to ensure we contain strong borders, domestic security, have a strong judicial system, while also making sure we have appropriate consequences for all those that commit serious crimes within Australia, in particular when they have no legal right for people that have no legal right to remain. But we also have to ensure we have robust processes, fair, consistent with our obligations under international human rights law. These are not just things that are nice to respect when it's convenient and you set them aside when it's inconvenient. It's actually when it's inconvenient that they need to be respected and upheld the most. And what I'm so incredibly concerned about with this legislation is the government is choosing the other path. It is choosing to set aside those cornerstones. And what we're seeing all too often is when inconvenient judicial decisions are handed down, the government tries to find a workaround. It doesn't want to grapple with the legal principle that a decision was unconstitutional, that the powers of the executive government and the policy they implemented were beyond the bounds of the Constitution. Rather than tackling that aspect, the government is constantly trying to work around and find a way of ignoring the constitutional question and just tinkering around the edges to try and make it work. And that is not good governance. So from my point of view, this legislation is deeply problematic. I move the amendment as circulated in my name, which raises these concerns in relation to this legislation. I acknowledge the need to find a solution, but the need to respect procedural fairness and natural justice are cornerstones of our justice systems and should absolutely be upheld. And we have to make sure that the breadth of this legislation, who will be impacted, possibly the ramifications of the legislation to more groups and visa holders are properly understood and investigated. So I move the second reading amendment as circulated in my name, and I urge the government to ensure that this legislation is properly scrutinised, because if not, we are on a very slippery slope of erosion of trust of government, but also the cornerstone of a liberal democracy, which is the separation of powers between the executive and our judiciary.
Is the amendment seconded?
It is, and I reserve my right to speak.
The original question was that this bill be now read a second time. To this, the honourable member for Warringah has moved an amendment that all words after that be omitted with the view to substitute other words. The question now is that the amendment be agreed to. And I give the call to the member for Wentworth.
Deputy Speaker, I acknowledge that in this parliament our first priority must be to keep communities safe. And I recognise that the government is trying to pass legislation in an attempt to do so, following deep concern about the release of detainees from the NZYQ cohort following the 2023 High Court's decision on indefinite detention. Now, I stood very clearly against indefinite detention, but I do recognise that there are some in the NZYQ cohort who have committed serious crimes, and in some of those cases there are security concerns which must be dealt with within this cohort. It is absolutely appropriate to ensure we have measures to keep our community safe. However, in responding to these issues, the government is responding to these issues once again with rushed legislation and a rushed response, and that is not the solution. My community values fairness, values due process, values the rule of law, as well as security and compassion. And I'm first and foremost concerned about this legislation in terms of that due process and the lack of consultation on this bill. We received a briefing on this bill just last week, and the government is expected to move a vote on it today. As we know too well, rushed legislation on issues that are critical, like immigration, which is policy making about people's lives and people's futures, must be heavily scrutinised and reviewed in full. And this bill is just that. Yet another piece of rushed legislation as part of an entirely shambolic patchwork the government has been pushing through this parliament and the previous one following the NZYQ High Court decision in 2023. Last term, we had a suite of measures that were introduced and passed without consultation. This legislation had to be patched up and fixed progressively when it was inevitably resulted in unintended consequences. Legal experts and refugee advocates warned us against that process then and are doing so once again with this bill. And it is unclear to me why this legislation must be rushed through so quickly. I hold concerns that legislation so rushed may not solve the problem, but also could have other implications, and I believe this to be an inappropriate way to legislate, considering how serious the impacts could be on people's lives and on our legal system. I'm concerned that this bill has the capacity to cause additional harm, removing the court's ability to apply natural justice when a decision has been made to remove an individual with a third country reception agreement by legislation, and having unintended consequences on lawful non-citizens outside the NZYQ cohort. Where these harms are possible, Parliament owes the responsibility to review the legislation in full with public and stakeholder input. That is why I supported the member for Curtin's motion yesterday to refer this bill to the Parliamentary Joint Committee for Human Rights, and why I will continue to call for this to be referred to Senate Legal and Constitutional Affairs Committee, with adequate time for stakeholders to contribute and to respond to any inquiries. Let's go to these concerns, and in the first instance, the ability to impact larger cohorts. Firstly, I am concerned with the ability for this legislation to have ongoing ramifications for those outside the NZYQ cohort, including those on bridging visas ease. Some of these individuals have lived in Australia for a substantial amount of time, some with Australian partners or children. I understand that the government may not intend to include this cohort, nor deport them without natural justice, but this legislation gives them the ability to do so, and this is deeply concerning. The second issue has been the removal of natural justice provision. Secondly, I'm concerned that this legislation has a capacity to set dangerous precedences in our legal system, eroding a cornerstone of our justice system with the removal of the right to natural justice and procedural fairness. Natural justice is a basic right to fairness and underpins Australian law, including being informed of and being able to respond to government decisions that determine a person's future. The removal of this right to natural justice from decisions about deportation to third country sets a precedent for the removal of basic legal protections for certain groups of people. As a Law Council has said, they are concerned about the removal of any kind of natural justice required by legislation. Therefore, the bill deserves careful scrutiny. Although I understand the government awards opportunities for procedural fairness throughout the visa cancellation process, I'm concerned that it is unjust to ask an individual to rely on previous documents and information without any opportunity to submit anything additional. And finally, retrospective validation, because I understand that this bill also has a capacity to validate previous decisions made by the government which would now be incorrect following the NZYQ High Court decision. Decisions have been made based on wrong information or outdated law are then placed under review again in general legal proceedings. This is how our justice system functions. Any retrospective lawmaking should not be considered lightly, if at all, and I found this element deeply concerning as it lies in conflict with the regular rule of law. Now, all these issues and concerns are significant and require time. And again, I'm just deeply frustrated with the process that the government has undertaken with this bill. I have consulted with legal experts and refugee advocates, and they share my concerns that this legislation has not been adequately scrutinised. Proper scrutiny should include, but not be limited to, referral to the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Human Rights, but also the Senate Legal and Constitutional Affairs Committee, and that is necessary. The result is human lives. Policy which concerns migration and indeed the principles of our legal system, such as natural justice, should take great consideration and should be part of an inquiry, or at the very least public consultation and scrutiny before being put to the House or Senate. I urge the government not to rush through this amendment and consider how this bill could be opened up for future violations. I urge the government to take time to consider the impact of this bill and refer it to the Parliamentary or Senate committees. I cannot support this bill without the full consideration of its wide-ranging implications.
Okay, there being no further speakers, I'll proceed to putting the questions. The original question was that this bill be now read a second time. To this, the Honourable Member for Warringah has moved as an amendment that all words after that be omitted with the view to substitute other words. The immediate question is that the amendment be agreed to. All that opinion say aye. Those against? The noes have it. I will now I'll proceed to put the next question. The question now is that the bill be now read a second time. I'll put that a question. All that opinion say aye. I need to hear some voices. All that opinion say aye. All those no. The ayes have it. Clerk.
Second reading, a bill for an act to amend the law relating to migration and for related purposes.
Assistant Minister.
I move that this bill be now read a third time.
First of all, is leave granted? So,
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Leave is granted.
Assistant Minister.
I move that this bill be now read a third time.
Clerk, do I? Okay, I'll put the question. All their opinions say aye. Those against? Okay, the ayes have it. Clerk.
Third reading, a bill for an act to amend the law relating to migration and for related purposes.
Quorums are deferred. Quorums are deferred on a Tuesday. I call the clerk.
Government business, order of the day number 2, Treasury Laws Amendment, Payment System Modernisation Bill 2025, resumption of debate on the second reading.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the member for Cowper.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I now move the amendment circulated in my name. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on the Treasury Laws Amendment Payments System Modernisation Bill 2025, and I move the second reading amendment circulated in my name. Deputy Speaker, this bill matters because it takes the Reserve Bank's power and applies them to far more businesses than before. Not just Apple Pay and Google Pay, but to smaller, local fintechs competing with big banks and big finance. We think this expansion justifies allowing Parliament to review or disallow the RBA's regulation. That is a basic parliamentary safeguard, and that's all we're asking for. Deputy Speaker, the payment system is the critical infrastructure underpinning our economy. The payment system includes both the behind-the-scenes infrastructure that moves money, like bank transfers, BPay, tap-and-go systems, and the services built on top of it, like Visa, MasterCard, Apple Pay and Afterpay. Every tap of a card, every online transaction flows through it. This system is governed by the Payment Systems Regulation Act 1998, or the PSRA. In simple terms, the PSRA lets the Reserve Bank step in and set up the rules for payment systems, like making sure that fees aren't too high, that smaller players can get fair access, and that the technology works safely and reliably. For example, in 2004, the PSRA was used by the Reserve Bank to force Visa and MasterCard to open their systems to smaller banks and new entrants, a change that increased competition and enhanced consumer choice. This shows that when done right, regulation can help level the playing field and deliver choice and lower costs for Australians. It is an important law, but it was written more than 25 years ago. To put that in perspective, in 1998, Amazon was just an online bookstore being run out of Jeff Bezos' garage, and most of us were carrying Nokias, not smartphones. The PSRA was designed for a world of cheques, EFTPOS, Visa and MasterCard. It doesn't cover many of the payment systems Australians rely on today: Apple Pay, Google Pay, Afterpay, and newer technologies such as blockchain-based payment systems. That is why we support the objective of this bill. We must ensure the law reflects how Australians actually live, shop and do business in 2025. The bill does three key things. It updates the PSRA to include modern payment systems like Apple Pay and Afterpay. It introduces a new national interest power for the Treasurer, allowing intervention in cases involving security, consumer protection or data sovereignty. And it modernises enforcement with new civil penalties, enforceable undertakings and stronger criminal actions. Deputy Speaker, these reforms are sensible and overdue. In fact, in response to the 2021 Payment System Review, the Coalition led the charge, laying the foundation for these changes with our detailed plan to modernise Australia's payments framework. This bill is just one piece of that larger vision. But unfortunately, much of the Coalition's broader plan remains untouched. Our plan called for a licensing framework for payment providers, giving fintechs and new entrants in the regulatory certainty that they need to grow. Clearer rules around digital assets so that Australians remain globally competitive in attracting investment and maintaining innovative fintech businesses. Progress on these reforms has been too slow, and that delay carries a real cost. When Australian startups can't get clear rules at home, they take their ideas, their capital and their jobs offshore. That means fewer career opportunities for graduates from Southern Cross University in Coffs Harbour or Charles Sturt in Port Macquarie, who instead move to Singapore or London. Australians deserve better, and we need to get on with the job. Deputy Speaker, these reforms take important steps forward, and we want to be bipartisan and constructive on the issue. But we had one very simple ask, the most basic form of parliamentary oversight, but unfortunately Labor could not agree. Under the PSRA, none of the Reserve Bank's decisions are subject to parliamentary oversight or are disallowable. That means when the Reserve Bank designates a payment system or sets rules for it, Parliament has no power to review or disallow those decisions, even when they affect consumer choice, innovation or small business costs. This bill does not change that, even though it expands the PSRA to cover a far broader range of technologies, providers and payment models than ever before. That's the key issue here. The RBA isn't getting brand new powers, but its powers are being applied to many more businesses, from global tech giants to small fintech startups. The bigger the net, the more important it is that Parliament has the ability to review how those powers are being used. Under the Act, the RBA's regulatory net will now extend into fast-evolving areas like digital wallets and blockchain-based systems. The Reserve Bank's decision will have a wider and more complex commercial, competitive and technological impacts. Imagine if the Reserve Bank introduced a standard that unintentionally drove up costs for small business. Parliament would be powerless to act. Let me be clear, we are not questioning the Reserve Bank's competence. It is a respected and capable regulator. However, its mandate is narrow. It looks at efficiency, stability and competition within the payment system. Its mandate doesn't make it well suited to consider broader economic impacts, like whether a new rule might hinder competition for consumer credit or stifle innovation from a fintech startup. Less competition means higher prices for consumers. Fintechs are increasingly offering alternatives to legacy payment systems. But if regulation tilts the playing field in favour of incumbents, the risk is that promising innovations never get off the ground. For example, a local fintech could develop a low-cost payment app that starts gaining market share. But if an RBA rule unintentionally favours the big banks, that startup could be locked out before it even has the opportunity to compete. That's the kind of concern some of our most innovative businesses have raised. Not opposition to regulation itself, which they support, but to the potential for unfair rules that stifle innovation and create structural advantages for incumbents. Under this bill, even the Treasurer's new powers would not be subject to parliamentary disallowance. To be clear, we support giving the Treasurer these powers. National security, cyber threats and consumer data protection are too important to leave gaps. However, when giving the Treasurer such broad powers, it is entirely reasonable for Parliament to have the power to review them. Disallowance is not a radical idea, it is a common sense safeguard. It would reassure industry that decisions would be made proportionately, transparently and with democratic oversight. It wouldn't stop the government from acting swiftly when needed, but it would give Parliament the ability to step in when it must. That's why we've moved our amendment to put these concerns clearly on the record. And in the Senate, we will move further amendments to make both the RBA and the Treasurer's decision subject to allowance. Deputy Speaker, the Coalition has a proud record on payments reform. We initiated this work in government and we welcome Labor finally picking it up, even if the pace has been slow. We will always support a payment system that is modern and fair and focused, one that keeps costs down for small business, fosters innovation and protects consumers. Without this most basic form of parliamentary oversight, there is a serious gap. That is why we will keep pressing for a payment system that is not just modern, but also accountable to the Parliament and to the people. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. And the debate... is there a seconder for the amendment? Member for Gippsland?
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I second the amendment and reserve my right to speak.
Excellent. Thank you. So the question is that the amendment be agreed to. All those that opinion... No, I'm not going to put that right now. Thank you. We're at 1:30 p.m, so the debate is interrupted in accordance with Standing Order 43 and the debate may be resumed at a later hour and member will be granted leave to continue to speak if required. Are there any statements by honourable members? And I give the call to the member for Gippsland.
Well, thank you, Deputy Speaker. And I rise to acknowledge the hundreds of Australians who are volunteering to help reduce social isolation for older Australians and people with disabilities as part of Cycling Without Age Australia. Now, Cycling Without Age, Deputy Speaker, is a reasonably new charity in our country, but it is part of a worldwide movement. The first trishaws actually arrived in Australia in 2016, and we've now grown to 46 chapters across Australia, including in my electorate of Gippsland. This is a great movement, Deputy Speaker. It gives the volunteer pilots, often retirees themselves, something interesting to do. It's a great hobby, it's healthy, and helps them engage with their own community. Now, the passengers themselves normally have lost their capacity to cycle by themselves, so it gives them some freedom and reduces their social isolation. They get to feel the wind in their hair, and judging by the smiles on people's faces, Deputy Speaker, it is a great charity. In Gippsland, I am proud to say that I am the honorary chair of our chapter, and we now have 4 trishaws operating in my community. So with the help of some private businesses, some sponsors, some government grants, we will have 2 extra trishaws operating this spring in my community. Now, we've already done rides in Sale and Lakes Entrance and Buchan, but there's more to come. As we unveil our new trishaws, Deputy Speaker, we will keep providing safe, free and universal access to Cycling Without Age across my region. I want to recognise and thank the volunteers right across Australia. Keep up the great work. You are generously building relationships and sharing stories and slowing down to improve the lives of our fellow Australians.
Give the call to the member for Spence.
Thank you, Speaker. Today I talk about the Albanese Labor government's work to strengthen Medicare and deliver cheaper medicines for Australians. Medicare is at the heart of our health system, and Labor is making the largest investment in Medicare since its creation more than 40 years ago. We are investing $8.5 billion to deliver nearly 20 million extra bulk billed GP visits each year, funding hundreds of nursing scholarships and training thousands more doctors. By 2030, 9 in 10 GP visits will be bulk billed, saving patients and families $859 million a year and tripling the number of fully bulk billed practices across the country. Labor is also delivered 90 Medicare urgent care clinics, with more than 1.8 million Australians already treated. In South Australia, that's more than 111,000 appointments that have been made possible thanks to the delivery of the urgent care clinics. Imagine a heaving MCG crowd on grand final day. That's how many people in South Australia alone who have received urgent care. These clinics are open 7 days, fully bulk billed, no appointment needed, making priority care easily accessible for everyone. We are also making medicines cheaper, cutting the PBS co-payment from $25 to $25 from January 1, 2026, the lowest in more than 20 years. This builds on the biggest cuts to PBS costs in history, 60-day prescriptions and freezing PBS prices until 2030, because only Labor will deliver cheaper medicines and a stronger Medicare.
Expired. Call to the member for Canning.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Flags are important symbols. That's why it's unlawful in Australia to display the flags of listed terrorist organisations like Hamas, Hezbollah, Islamic State and neo-Nazi groups. None of those flags are welcome in our country, nor are people who support extremist ideology. But fair-minded, law-abiding Australians can march on our streets and display Palestinian or Australian flags, as thousands did last month, without being labelled a terrorist or a neo-Nazi, even if the marches were tainted by the unwelcome presence of people who support Islamic terrorism and neo-Nazism. Like most Australians, I prefer the Australian flag because my first allegiance is to this country and our people. Our flag speaks to who we are. The Union Jack reminds us that our tradition of ordered liberty under law and parliamentary democracy is British in origin, anchored in the glorious revolution of 1689 and the English Bill of Rights. That is a historical fact. The Federation Star reminds us that we are one people, one Commonwealth, one country. And the Southern Cross reminds us that we live down under, far from the ancient strifes that have divided Europe and the Middle East over the millennia. We are different, and Australians want to keep it that way. That's why thousands unfurled our flag on Sunday.
Give a call to member for Brisbane.
Deputy Speaker, Labor built Medicare and we will always strengthen it. We're working hard every day to make sure all Australians can get access to affordable health care when they need it most. And we're doing this in various ways. More urgent care clinics across the country, including one in Brisbane's inner north. I campaigned hard for this and I can't wait for it to be open. We also made the biggest reduction in PBS medicine prices since the scheme was introduced, saving Australians over $1 billion. In my electorate, I've heard stories of people putting off getting their medicines they need because they can't afford it. This is not acceptable, and this ranges from asthma treatments to cancer treatments. Both can be life-threatening. So soon, the most you'll pay for a PBS script will be $25. Also, doctors are now able to prescribe 60-day prescriptions, saving us all that extra trip to the doctor. Cheaper medicines just aren't good for your hip pocket, but they're also good for your health. And lastly, Labor has made the largest investment in bulk billing in the history of Medicare. That's meant almost 6 million free trips to the GP since November 2023, with 9 out of 10 GP visits expected to be bulk billed by 2030. Recently, Assistant Minister McBride and I opened the Medicare Mental Health Clinic in Lutwyche, and at last weekend's mobile office that I had nearby, people of all ages took the information. If this is anything to go by, more locals will get the mental health care they need, free and closer to home. We said we'd strengthen Medicare, and that's exactly what we're doing.
Member for Bradfield.
Deputy Speaker, my electorate of Bradfield is proudly multicultural: Chinese, Jewish, Armenian and so many more. On the weekend, I was contacted by a constituent deeply troubled by the anti-immigration protests which were about to occur in Australia's capital cities. This constituent is of South Asian heritage and has lived in Australia for close to 4 decades, safely and happily. But in the face of the weekend protest, she said that her stomach was churning with grief and fear. It was devastating to hear these words. So let me state my position. I do not condone the rhetoric or actions of the protesters on the weekend. I condemn them both. But it's important to reflect on why this group of people have felt compelled to march. There is clearly a cohort of people who feel left behind, without a place in the version of modern Australia that we are trying to build. And all too often we see some people who feel that they are being left behind, fixate or even concoct grievances which are not the real cause of their disaffection. Unfortunately, there are leaders in this place that stoke fear and promote division. And so I'm here to stand and say, and do the opposite, to be a welcoming, encouraging, safe voice for my community in all of its beautiful diversity. And Deputy Speaker, I call on all other leaders in this place to do the same.
Member for Whitlam.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm delighted to highlight the ways in which the Albanese Labor government is strengthening Medicare in my electorate of Whitlam and also across the country. Our legislation to make cheaper medicines even cheaper cuts more than 20% from the maximum cost of PBS medicines, and this will save Australians over $200 million each year. This builds on other actions taken by this government over the past 3 years to deliver cost of living relief through cheaper medicines. I'm proud to report that since winning government in 2022, Labor's cheaper medicines initiatives have saved the people in the Whitlam electorate a substantial $12.6 million. The people of Whitlam are also benefiting from Labor's Medicare urgent care clinics, which are open for extended hours 7 days a week with no appointment needed. Importantly, all patients at these urgent care clinics are fully bulk billed, which means they receive care for free. A Medicare urgent care clinic opened in Dapto last year, and last week we launched the tender process for a second urgent care clinic in Whitlam in Shore Harbour. So far, 90 Medicare urgent care clinics have opened across Australia with more than 1.8 million presentations since the first sites opened in June 2023. The success of these clinics is taking pressure off our hospitals, which means that hospital staff can spend more time on life-threatening emergencies. I'm proud to serve in this government, which is making the largest investment in Medicare since it was created 4 decades ago, and this includes delivering cheaper medicines and more urgent care clinics. Thank you.
Member for Clark.
Deputy Speaker, Australians expect their bank to safeguard their money and to be alert to anything untoward going on, but too often this isn't the case. For instance, just last week a couple recounted how they'd had $250,000 stolen by a financial advisor who used the money to gamble, which of course is terrible in itself. But what was more alarming was that the bank, CommBank, thought nothing unusual in their account holder on maybe $100,000 a year having his personal account turn over some $10 million on 52 online gambling sites. Last week I also learned of a CommBank low-income customer who'd been loaned money repeatedly, even though it was obvious that the funds were mostly going to gambling companies and payday lenders. Good grief, Deputy Speaker, what is going on here? We know the banks have algorithms to detect and capitalise on just about anything they choose. So either they choose not to identify some suspicious matters, or they do identify such things but then willfully disregard them. And in any case, they say it's everyone else's fault, not theirs. The Commonwealth Bank sure hasn't been keen to quickly find an acceptable remedy in the cases I've cited. Well, I won't be a party to this, Deputy Speaker, so expect me to have a lot more to say about such matters during the term of this parliament. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Member for Solomon.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. I want to talk about the health services and facilities available to Territorians. Like my good friend here, the member for Macarthur, we're going to have more doctors in the Northern Territory when we put an extra 40 a year through Charles Darwin University, all part of the Albanese Labor government's strengthening of Medicare. More doctors, more urgent care clinics, cheaper medicines, all the while this is helping Territorians with the cost of living. Now, the Medicare urgent care clinics provide bulk billed care for urgent but non-life-threatening conditions, 7 days a week, extended hours, with no appointments needed. Medicare urgent care clinics are taking the pressure off hospitals like Royal Darwin and Palmerston, so that they can focus on their job for Territorians with life-threatening injuries. The urgent care clinic in Palmerston opened in 2023. It's seen 26,000 presentations and is one of the best in the country. Now, what we're doing at Darwin is we've announced an urgent care clinic for Darwin as well, and the EOI process will open this month. Deputy Speaker, our government, the Labor Albanese government, is making the largest investment in Medicare since its creation over 40 years ago, expanding the bulk billing incentive and making sure we've got more GPs on the job.
Member for Brower.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. Andrew Saliba is a member of a celebrated Lebanese Australian family in my community. But at just 36 years old, he was told by his doctor he was too young to have anything seriously wrong with him. However, months later, he was diagnosed with stage 3 bowel cancer.
With 2 young daughters at home, Andrew knew he had to fight, and after 3 years he's now cancer-free. Every day, though, Andrew still faces struggles, from bathroom habits to the physical toll of treatment. At one point he feared he'd never be able to work as an electrician again. Andrew's story reminds us of a hard truth. Bowel cancer isn't just something older people get. It's the deadliest cancer for Australians aged 25 to 54. Each year, more than 1,700 Australians under 50 are diagnosed with bowel cancer. Bowel cancer rates are now 2 to 3 times higher among Australians born in the 90s than those born in the 1950s. Too often, young people experiencing symptoms are told they're just too young for bowel cancer. This means young people take on average 60% longer to receive a diagnosis, often at a later stage when outcomes are much worse. That's why Bowel Cancer Australia's Never Too Young campaign is so important in raising awareness, calling for a lower screening age, ensuring prompt GP referral, improving treatment pathways and funding more research. Andrew Saliba's courage in sharing his story will encourage others to get checked and remind us all, importantly, that no one's ever too young to get tested for bowel cancer.
Member for Leichhardt.
Thank you, Speaker. I want to take you back to 1998. I was playing in Connecticut, I took an elbow to the face and my bottom lip was torn halfway off. A few dozen stitches later, I was back in my dorm room with a sore face, a new scar and a new story. But the team I was playing for, they were on the hook for something like $50,000. In 2019, I had a stroke on a football field. A few days in hospital, rehab, ECGs, MRIs, CT scans, all the follow-up appointments with neurologists, cardiologists, OTs, physios, the work. Do you know what that cost me? That's right. Medicare card, but I don't need to hold up Medicare card because every single Australian knows what it looks like. It was Wattle Day yesterday, Speaker, the plant that gave us our national colours, and that is fitting because the Medicare card is green, like our wattle. But knowing a Labor government will always protect and expand Medicare, well, that is gold. The Albanese Labor government is investing $8.5 billion into Medicare to deliver an additional 18 million bulk billed GP visits per year. The Medicare urgent care clinics promised 50, delivered 87, with another 50 more to come, including one in the northern suburbs of Cairns. The urgent care clinic in South Cairns has seen tens of thousands of people, getting them in, getting them out and getting them back home where they want to be, taking pressure off hospitals. Medicine is cheaper and is going to get better, Speaker. On January 1st, all of Australia will be able to get PBS medicine at 2004 prices. $25, Speaker. Prices going backwards. It's unheard of. Medicare built by Labor.
Very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I make no apologies. I'm probably seen as one of the more prominent ones who are in favour of abolishing net zero. And the other day, yesterday in fact, during question time, the Minister for Climate Change and Energy stated that I don't take the harder debates, that I should take the hard debates. I should take a more ferocious and fulsome and complete engagement with an acerbic interlocutor. And I thought about this for a while when I was on Patricia Cavellis at ABC, thinking, no, PK's not hard enough. And I thought, I need to debate someone. I need someone who, is strong and probably has a few tickets on themselves and, probably has an unfathomable ego and, I don't know, could possibly consider selling their loved ones into slavery to buy a bigger mirror to look at themselves. Now, where can I find this person? Where can I find this person to debate? And then it came to me, I better debate them. They'll be scared of the dark, so they can't go on Sky. I better be on the ABC or one of the channels. But this person, where could I find such a person? And then it came to me, they're right in front of me. It's a member for McMahon. It's a member for McMahon. And so I challenged the member for McMahon to a debate on net zero. I mean, if he's so tough, if he can't just be brave in the cave and a bat in the sunlight, if he's so strong, if he's so across his facts, then let's have the debate. And you and the Fourth Estate could organise it. It would get the ratings, wouldn't it? It would get the ratings. I look forward to his reply.
Member for Adelaide.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And Deputy Speaker, I too rise today on this side of the House to speak about the Albanese Labor government's record on cheaper medicines, on Medicare and on healthcare for all Australians. This government is strengthening Medicare, as we've heard, with more doctors, more urgent care clinics and even cheaper medicines. And we're making the largest investment in Medicare since its creation over 40 years ago. Our government's investing in $8.5 billion to deliver an additional 18 million bulk billed GP visits each year, hundreds of nursing scholarships and thousands more doctors in the largest GP training program ever. And if you read the papers this week and the media, you'll see that it talks about Labor's increase in health and making a better system for Australia for healthcare. I just quickly look back at 2014, May the 19th, headlines, front page, Tony Abbott now admits $1.8 billion in hospital cuts will begin from July. That is the difference between this side and that side. And the member for Gippsland, I'm quite proud to hold up my Medicare card. I'm very proud of it, because this is a Labor initiative that gave every Australian a free hospital cover, and including doctors, etc., and healthcare, something that we're very proud on this side. And when you look at the record of the opposition then in government, whilst they were in government from 2013 to 2022, we saw the freezing of Medicare bulk billing,
Time is
which was a real
Member
shame.
for Cook has the call.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This week, Labor refused to rule out a tax on your spare bedroom, a tax on the room your kids grew up in, a tax on the roof over your head, or a tax on the home you worked your lifetime to build. A recent survey showed that over 60% of houses lived in are lived in by one or two people. 3/4 of these properties have 3 or more bedrooms with spare rooms. At the Economic Roundtable, surprise, surprise, it leaked out, Labor was discussing a tax on spare rooms. This is who Labor is. If you own it, they'll tax it. Families using a spare bedroom to run a side hustle, a small business, are being hit with land tax now in Victoria. That is in Labor's DNA, and they're going to bring it to Canberra too. Hairdressers, PTs, physios and startups for the privilege in working in their own spare bedroom, Labor wants a piece of it. The Prime Minister says no new taxes before the election. But then the next day we hear Dr Chalmers say we'll, quote, wait and see. Well, who's telling the truth and who's lying? Because people in my electorate, they just want honesty. The Coalition will fight this spare bedroom tax and every tax they put on the family home. Because under Labor, nothing is safe. Not your savings, not your bills, and not even the spare bedroom in your own house.
And I will remind the member for Cook to always use correct titles when referring to people in this chamber, and I won't let you get away with it next time. Member for Lawler.
Oh, thank you, Deputy Speaker. And Deputy Speaker, it's clear that the new member for Cook is also from the Shire. And I say that with all its permutations. The member for Cook might want to know what Labor are doing rather than have a fantasy about what Labor might do. What are Labor doing? Delivering on cheaper medicines. That's what Labor are doing. $25 for a PBS script from January 1st this year, after already reducing it from its heights in the $40 range down to the $30 range. Now it'll go down to $25 per script for PBS-listed medicines, and a $7.70 limit for concession card holders and pensioners. This is what Labor's doing, addressing cost of living and making sure that we have a healthier population. That's what Labor's doing. That's what we've done with the urgent care clinics, one proudly in the seat of Lawler in Station Street in Werribee, that's seen over 24,000 presentations, and those presentations have been extraordinary from state to state. And so we're reducing the cost of medicines, we're increasing bulk billing, we've tripled that incentive so that we get more bulk billing happening in every GP clinic around the country. It's happening in my electorate now, where suddenly people are ringing the office to say, I went to the doctor, I got bulk billed. The world is back on its axis. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Member for Capricornia.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Eggs may be humble, but this week they take centre stage in Parliament as we celebrate World Egg Week. While the official date isn't until the 10th of October, we're taking a moment this week to recognise the incredible work of Australia's egg farmers. Eggs are one of the most trusted staples in our kitchen. They're healthy, affordable and found in almost every fridge across the nation. With families looking for nutritious, quick and cost-effective meals, the humble egg continues to deliver. Each year, Australians consume 6.3 billion eggs. That's 266 eggs per person. Behind this impressive figure are around 528 farms across the country producing the fresh, high-quality eggs we all enjoy. The egg industry isn't just about what's on our plates, it's about people. More than 4,000 Australians are employed on egg farms and in associated industries, and together they inject up to $2 billion in our economy every year. This is proof that from regional communities to the family table, egg farming is powering both our plates and our prosperity. So today I say thank you to every hard-working egg farmer across Australia. Your dedication ensures that families right across the country continue to enjoy this versatile, protein-rich food every single day. So as we celebrate World Egg Day, I encourage all Australians to keep supporting our local farmers by putting eggs on their plate and back an industry that supports thousands of jobs and communities across the country. Thank you.
Member for Maribyrnong.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. When I'm out door knocking in Airport West and Gladstone Park and right across my electorate in Maribyrnong, people don't ask me about or talk to me about politics, they talk to me about their health. And as a proud member of this Labor government, I am very proud to talk to them about what we're doing about it. The biggest investment in Medicare in its history, $8.5 billion, so we can see more families across Airport West and Gladstone Park getting to see their GP for free with their Medicare card. That's exactly right, the gold and green Medicare card. The relief that people feel when I tell them this is real. They know it means less stress. It's better care when they need it for them and their families, much better than they were getting from those opposite. And during this week, during Women's Health Week, it matters even more because women are so often the ones who delay the healthcare that they need because they are caring for everyone else. So, Deputy Speaker, Medicare is who we are. It is a part of who we are. It is a reason why it's green and gold. It is part of our story. And it is a promise that no matter where you live, no matter what you earn, you can get the health care you need when you need it. This is what Labor delivers. Thank you.
Member for Page.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, our Australian flag unites us. And I know a lot of people in this chamber and millions of people around our country, when they see the Australian flag, they feel proud of it, whether it be flying above the Sydney Harbour Bridge, whether it be an international sporting event, whether it be an international political event, which some of us would have the privilege of being part of. When you see the Australian flag represented internationally, or indeed in our own communities, whenever I drive past or see one in any of those contexts, I'm extremely proud of our country. I'm proud of our country because of the prosperity that we have. I'm proud of our country because of many of the things this great country has done, the freedoms that we have for people. So what greatly concerns me, Deputy Speaker, is we have had an increasing amount of times where we are seeing the Australian flag burnt at protests in our country. Now, what concerns me about that, Deputy Speaker, is what is going on inside that person's mind. Is it the values that we represent as Australians they don't like? Is it our democracy that they don't like? Is it the freedom of the press that they don't like? Is freedom of religion that they don't like? Is an independent judicial system that they don't like? But what I'm saying, Deputy Speaker, is anyone who burns the Australian flag, I think two things should happen. If they're not an Australian citizen, they should be deported. They obviously don't respect our country. And if they are an Australian citizen, they should be charged. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Member for Macarthur.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. As a paediatrician, Medicare has been the backbone of my professional life for 40 years. The Coalition does not understand the importance of a universal health insurance scheme. They just don't understand it. Gough Whitlam's Medibank was destroyed by the Fraser government. Bob Hawke's Medicare was attempted to be destroyed by the Howard government. We saw the previous Coalition leader, Peter Dutton, the worst health minister we've ever had, trying to introduce a co-payment. Those on the other side had no health policies delivered for the previous election, none at all, other than Me Too, but they just don't understand Medicare. We understand Medicare, it's part of our DNA. We are delivering health care for all Australians in an equitable manner. We're introducing our Medicare urgent care centres. We have one in Campbelltown, which is taking a lot of pressure off our hospital emergency department. We recently opened a Medicare mental health centre, which is a walk-in centre providing enormous support to people with psychosocial problems in Macarthur. We are doing a great job of delivering healthcare around the country. The Coalition does not understand healthcare. They are doing a very poor job now in opposition. I have no expectation they will deliver proper health policy in the future. Medicare is part of our DNA.
Member for Wright.
Australians know that when Labor run out of their own money, that they'll come looking for yours. Labor's so-called economic talkfest was nothing but a fizzer, hand-picked participants, trotted out while real Australians continue to suffer. But here's the reality. We've got the lowest productivity rates in 60 years, electricity prices are out of control, and the talkfest come up with a whole new bucket of taxes, starting with the unrealised capital gains tax, leaked documents from Treasury saying that taxes had to go up, a plan to increase the GST was discussed, the spare bedroom tax, increase on fringe benefits, an increase on capital gains. Labor loves the death tax and abolishing negative gearing. And they're going to disguise all of this as an intergenerational fairness tax. And you watch before this afternoon, you'll see them introduce a fairness tax, a truth tax. They've racked up the highest levels of spending since 1989. They've failed on productivity, they've failed on energy, and they've failed to do responsible spending. And people ask, how could they have done that? And, Madam Speaker, the Department of Defence annual report states that there's 120 less personnel than there was 12 months ago. Accordingly, the bureaucracy has, wait for it, gone up 1,700 people. You've got a spending problem.
The member's time has concluded. With the call to Member McNamara.
Thank you, Speaker. Saved by the bell on that one, I think. Speaker, I'll tell you who loves Medicare urgent care clinics. It's the great state of Victoria. Victorians love Medicare urgent care clinics. In fact, 393,000 presentations to urgent care clinics by the great people of Victoria. But I tell you who doesn't like Medicare urgent care clinics? The Liberal Party. Because the Leader of the Opposition says the Liberal Party believes you don't value something unless you pay for it. Fair income, Speaker, fair income. And they went even further. The Shadow Minister for Health and Aged Care said during the election that we never said that Australians will get access to free GP services without exception. Goodness me, they are walking well away from Medicare urgent care clinics. But not all of them. Not all of them, Speaker.
Order.
Not all of them, Speaker. There is a Victorian among their ranks who said something different.
Order.
He said something different. He said bulk billing services, ensuring everyone in our community can access affordable health care. In his petition for a Medicare urgent care clinic was the member for Casey. The member for Casey. We know he really wants to be on this side of the House. The member for Casey, but he understands, just like all Victorians, the importance of Medicare urgent care clinics, because they know that the Labor Party is the party of Medicare, and we know that we will always support Victorians and all Australians in getting high-quality health care in this country.
Time has concluded. In accordance with Standing Order 43, the time for members' statements has concluded. I'll invite members to take their seats as quickly and as quietly as possible. And before we begin, I'm very pleased to advise that sitting in the Distinguished Visitors Gallery is the Speaker of the Queensland Parliament, my friend, the Honourable Pat Weir, associated with his delegation from the Queensland Parliament of Ray Stevens, Linus Power, Andrew Power, Mick de Brenny, Mark Ryan and Christian Rowan. Welcome to all the Queenslanders. We shall move to questions without notice. Are there any questions? And I'll give the call to the Honourable, the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Aged Care. Yesterday, the Minister gave 3 different explanations for why Labor is breaking its promise to deliver an additional 83,000 home care packages. First, he blamed the sector, then he blamed elderly Australians, and by the end, he seemingly blamed the now Minister for Communications and her legislation. Minister, was the home care package rollout delay a decision of the Minister, a decision of the Health Minister, or was it endorsed by the Cabinet?
Give the call to the I'm sure the minister will handle that, but the Minister for Aged Care and Seniors, order, has the call.
I thank the Leader of the Opposition for her question. Australians expect us to get aged care right, and through our reforms we're making sure that older people get the safe and the dignified care that they deserve. Now, the decisions of the new Aged Care Act and the support at home that accompanies it were made by this parliament, or rather the last parliament, but here in this place in the last term. They were led by my wonderful predecessor, the now Minister for Communications, but they were supported by the opposition on a bipartisan basis. They were supported by the crossbench. There was once-in-a-generation cooperation across the parliament to ensure once-in-a-generation reforms. The Albanese government's reforms will deliver aged care of the highest quality for older Australians, those who have contributed so much to our nation and who deserve nothing less than the very best care. The heart of this reform is the Support at Home program, which will enable older Australians to live independently in their homes for longer, with access to higher levels of care while staying close to their loved ones and connected to their communities. As the Australian population ages, demand for in-home care has also been growing very rapidly. There are currently more than 300,000 Australians receiving care under the Home Care Packages program, and this is roughly double to the number than just 5 years ago. Mr Speaker, I've said it before and I'll say it again. Right now, we are delivering more care to more people than ever before. When the Support at Home program commences from the 1st of November this year, the Albanese government will release more than 80,000 additional new home care places in the first 12 months of the program. In the meantime, my priority, as I've said before, is ensuring that every older person across our country continues to receive the services they need.
Order.
And that's why we're releasing packages every single week to older Australians waiting for in-home care. At present, we're releasing more than 2,000 packages every week, ensuring the support continues to flow to those who need it most. And as I've said before, we will continue to ensure that those who are assessed through the clinical assessment process as high priority receive their home care packages within a month. Mr Speaker, the short deferral to the commencement of the new Aged Care Act is about ensuring that workers, providers, advocates and, importantly, older people are fully prepared for these generational reforms that will ensure that older Australians get the care they need and that they deserve.
There was far too much noise during that answer. The member for Wannon interjected 8 times. We're just going to ensure that when ministers are heard in questions are asked in silence, ministers are going to be heard in silence. The member for Wannon. If you just sit quietly, you won't be bothered, all right? So we'll just do that. Order. Just give it a rest. All right. The member for Bennelong has the call.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. What progress is the Albanese Labor government making in taking action on climate change, and what are the risks?
Call to the Prime Minister.
Thank you to my friend, the member for Bennelong, who of course won an important seat in 2022 of the Liberals, and in 2025 had to win it again on the other side of the pendulum and receive such an overwhelming endorsement, in part because he understands that climate change is real. And he understands that moving on climate change is not just a challenge, but it's an opportunity for Australia. And that is why we've legislated for net zero by 2050 and the safeguard mechanism. That's why we have the capacity investment scheme, growing the renewable energy industry. That's why the vehicle emissions standard is cutting emissions on our roads. And that's why the Cheaper Home Batteries program has installed over 44,895, to be precise, batteries in homes. We're backing renewable energy because it makes sense for our economy. The largest economic transformation since the Industrial Revolution and we have everything we need to make the most of it right here in Australia. The best sun, wind and hydro in the world, critical minerals, Australian industries backed by Australian resources. And we're making all this progress despite what we inherited when we came into office. We know that on the former government's watch, 24 out of 28 coal-fired power stations announced their closure. They did absolutely nothing about it. They had 23 failed energy policies over a decade, but didn't implement any of them. Over $600 billion of taxpayers' money was promised to build nuclear power stations to be ready sometime in the 2040s.
Order.
But they want to go back.
Leader of the Nationals.
They want to go back to denial and delay. But Australians don't want to go back. Australians here certainly don't want to go back. Business doesn't want to go back. And their old friend, the former minister here, Matthias Cormann, now the Secretary-General of the OECD, and we congratulate him on his re-election. He doesn't want to go back either. He doesn't want to go back either. But those opposite, of course, are having a review. But today we know that Senator Canavan, the person in charge of reviewing net zero for the Nats, has announced he's introducing a bill in the Senate to abolish it. So he's reviewing it, but he's already going to legislate to abolish it, to mirror the member for New England. Spoiler alert, I reckon the review's going to say it should go. Spoiler alert. That's what we see, the Liberals fighting with the Liberals, the Nats fighting with the Nats, and the Liberals and Nats fighting each other. And meanwhile, what we will do is fight for Australia.
Has give a call to the member for Flinders.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Aged Care. 85-year-old Kevin lives by himself in Mount Martha in my electorate and now needs further assistance to remain at home. Kevin registered to get an assessment for an aged care package in March 2025, but his provider was told by the department that the department couldn't even get an assessment until, quote, early next year. Minister, this is despite Kevin being told he's on the urgent list. Is it really the minister's position that Australians like Kevin were the ones asking him to delay the delivery of 83,000 home care packages?
Give a call to the Minister for Aged Care and Seniors.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I thank the member for the question and appreciate her interest in this matter. I also thank her for raising the matters relating to Kevin, and as I extended to a colleague yesterday in this House, if she's able to provide me with Kevin's details after question time, I will personally follow up and see where Kevin's matter is at. Kevin's story is such a great example of why our aged care reforms are so very important. Our government is driving landmark reforms to in-home care, ensuring that older Australians get the care they need in the comfort of their own home for as long as possible. Now, in line with recommendation 28 of the Aged Care Royal Commission, we're delivering a single, streamlined assessment process that will help people just like the question refers to. The new aged care assessment system we're rolling out is designed to be faster, reduce wait times and improve the overall experience for older people and their families.
The Leader of the Nationals, the member for Moncrief.
Instead of requiring multiple assessments with different providers, the new system will make it simpler for older Australians to access the right level of care when and where they need it, especially as their needs change over time. Now, we recognise, I've said this before, that current wait times for aged care assessments are longer than they should be, and we're working hard to address this in every corner of Australia. Median wait time for an aged care needs assessment from when a referral is issued to when the support plan is completed is currently 25 days, and these wait times are continuing to reduce under our single assessment system.
The Minister's going to pause. It's not going to continue. The Leader of the Nationals had a really good go. One more noise. I mean it. It's far too much noise. We're taking the temperature down. Question's been asked. Member Flinders wants to hear the answer, so do I. No more. The Minister has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. As our population ages, the demand for assessments continues to grow. Last year alone, more than 521,000 home support and comprehensive assessments were completed. This is a complex system. The National Priority System and assessment lists are related but different. They can't be conflated. The assessment waitlist contains those seeking lower level care along with...
The Minister is going to pause so the member for Flinders may take her point of order.
Relevance, Mr Speaker. I'm very grateful for the assistance that's been offered for Kevin, but my question was whether Kevin or anyone like Kevin had asked the Minister to delay the 83,000 packages.
Well, the member knows I can't direct the Minister to answer the question as she would like. He is being directly relevant, talking about the package, talking about the information, talking about exactly what the constituent you've asked about. So we're not just going to get up and say, I don't like the answer. If the Minister was talking about another topic or another alternative policy, he would be absolutely out of line. Everyone knows the rules, so we're just going to follow the rules, not because you don't like the answer. So if there's any more points of order like that, people won't stay for them. And the Minister will be directly relevant, otherwise he will be sat down as well.
The assessment list to which the member's question refers contains those seeking lower level care along with crossover and duplication of numbers on the National Priority System, with many people waiting for assessment at a higher level while they're already receiving some form of in-home care. Mr Speaker, these stories are exactly why we're reforming this system from the ground up. Big reforms don't happen overnight, but we're working hand in hand with assessment organisations, including the states and territories, to ensure a smooth transition, to minimise impacts to older Australians and to get them the care that they deserve.
I'd like to hear from the honourable member for Robertson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And my question is to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy. How are homes, businesses and community groups embracing the opportunities of clean energy, and what obstacles stand in the way of that clean energy?
Call to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker. I thank my honourable friend for the question. And as the Prime Minister said, since yesterday's update, another 1,000 Australians have embraced the opportunity to reduce their bills and their emissions by installing a battery under the Albanese government's cheaper home batteries policy. So we're now at 44,895. But not just households, Mr Speaker. We call it the cheaper home batteries policy, but also applies to small businesses, to farms and to community groups. The member for Robertson knows that because he and I visited the Yamina Surf Lifesaving Club, which has a wonderful solar array and an excellent battery which has been installed with the help of the great company Resync, who have used the cheaper home batteries policy to donate more batteries to surf lifesaving clubs to reduce their bills and emissions and reduce their running costs, which is an excellent thing. It's a wonderful surf lifesaving club, Yamina, and it's great to see them reducing their emissions and bills. And not just community groups, as I said, small businesses and farmers. That's why rural uptake has been so good. And the cheaper home battery policy got a very good response this morning when I spoke at the Farming Forever National Summit organised by Farmers for Climate Change. 300 rural people and farmers there advocating. The Minister for Agriculture was there last night. The Assistant Minister has been there, and they were very pleased to hear that update this morning as well. Now, the member asked me about people who aren't embracing the opportunities, and of course they sit opposite. We've seen another example this morning of the process that the opposition is undertaking. My shadow minister, the member for Wannon, was on ABC radio this morning. He was asked to give an update on the net zero review, and he said, look, we've always said it will take 9 to 12 months. We want to do it methodically. We want to make sure we get it right. There's no more important area for us to make sure we get it right. Now, it warms your heart to see such process, Mr Speaker, such diligence, such calm, methodical management. He said the review would take 12 months, that it would take a year. It didn't take an hour because 60 minutes later, Senator Canavan took to social media to announce, I'll be introducing a bill to repeal net zero in the Senate. So now we have 2 bills from the opposition, not 1 but 2 bills from the opposition to repeal net zero. The government has introduced 24 bills since the election to do things like lock-in penalty rates in law, to reduce HECS by 20% for cheaper medicines. But that's our priorities. Those opposite had the priorities of fighting themselves about who hates net zero the most, Mr Speaker. Whether Senator Canavan gets the limelight, or the member for New England or others, or the member for Canning, who are all in an arms race to show that they are more right-wing than the other one, Mr Speaker, to show that they are more out of touch with modern Australia, to show that they are more willing to ignore the opportunities for rural and regional Australia and for Australia to create jobs and investment and to ensure that our country seizes the economic opportunities, that is action on climate change, doesn't ignore those opportunities like those did for 8 decades.
We'll hear from the honourable member for Kooyong.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy. Minister, Santos Darwin LNG facility has been leaking massive amounts of methane for almost 20 years. 3 federal bodies, NOPSEMA, CSIRO and the Clean Energy Regulator, have known and done nothing. Underreporting like this makes a mockery of the safeguard mechanism and of your claims about decreased emissions. Will you deny Santos any further approvals until it acts to rectify this long-standing act of environmental vandalism?
Call to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy.
Well, thank you, Mr Speaker. I thank the honourable member for her question, and I share her concerns, but I can't share the premise to her question in relation to the safeguard reforms. The safeguard reforms have successfully delivered on-site emissions reduction equivalent to 2/3 of Australian domestic aviation in their first year of operation. That is no small thing, Mr Speaker. These were difficult reforms that were supported through the Parliament, but they are working to reduce emissions in our 215 biggest emitters. Now, that should not be, with respect, discounted by the honourable member or anyone else. That sort of emissions reduction achieved by this government and is reflected in the last quarter's figures, which showed industrial emissions and stationary emissions coming down, is a good thing. That's what we think on this side of the House. It's a good thing. Not everyone agrees. Now, in relation to the particular incident, I am concerned to read about that. I have asked my department to ensure that the expert review of methane emission management, which I commissioned, the Government Commission, led by the former Chief Scientist Dr Cathy Foley, examines the matters raised, ensures that it's considered in their deliberations, and I will update the honourable member and the House when I've received the report from the former Chief Scientist.
Give a call to the honourable member for Bass.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Health. How is the Albanese Labor government continuing to make medicines cheaper for Australians?
Call to the Minister for Health, the Minister for Ageing and the Minister for the National Disability Insurance Scheme.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you to the member for Bass. The Prime Minister and I launched our $9 billion investment in Medicare with the member for Bass in the great city of Launceston. And from that day, she has been just the most terrific advocate for a stronger Medicare, Mr Speaker. And she also understands the power of cheaper medicines. I read her speech in the contribution to the cheaper medicines bill that just passed the Parliament, Mr Speaker. She told a really powerful story about a couple of pharmacists that the member for Bass had spoken to, one in Kings Meadows and another in Ravenswood, both in the heart of her electorate. And they told her stories of parents standing at the pharmacy counter and weighing up which prescription they could afford to take home and which one they'd have to leave behind. And she said no parent in Australia should ever have to make that choice, and with this bill, fewer families will, Mr Speaker, and she is absolutely right. When we came to government, Mr Speaker, the ABS told us there are around 1 million Australians every year going without filling a script their doctor had said was important for their health because of cost. And most members, in their contribution to the debate, told similar stories to the member for Bass. And that is the power of cheaper medicines, Mr Speaker. It's good for the hip pocket, a really important cost of living measure, but it's also good for health. Good for the health of Australians, good for the health of their kids, Mr Speaker. And last night, the Senate passed legislation to deliver the 5th wave of cheaper medicines reforms under this government, Mr Speaker. And from January 1st, the maximum co-payment on a PBS script Australians will pay is $25. As the Prime Minister points out, the same price it was all the way back in 2004, Mr Speaker. Indeed, without the 2 big cuts this government has made to the PBS co-payment, that figure would have hit more than $50 next year. Instead, it will be less than half of that.
And just this change, passed last night by the Parliament, will deliver $200 million in savings every single year to general patients. And that's on top of the $1.5 billion Australians have already saved at the pharmacy counter through the first 4 waves of our cheaper medicines reforms. Mr Speaker, this is another important step in this government delivering on the solemn promises and commitments we made to the Australian people at the last election. More urgent care clinics are already rolling out. Investment for more bulk billing is going to start on the 1st of November. Mr Speaker, and last night we delivered even cheaper medicines for Australian patients.
Give the call to the Honourable the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Aged Care. In March 2021, the now Prime Minister said, quote, "We cannot be satisfied with a situation where older Australians are dying while waiting for their home care packages," end quote. The Minister was sworn in on May the 13th this year. Since that date, how many elderly Australians have died waiting for a home care package?
The Minister for Social Services is warned. I don't want anyone interjecting while people are asking questions. I think that's crystal clear. The Minister for Aged Care and Seniors has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I thank the Leader of the Opposition for her question. It is always saddening to hear of older Australians, whether they are in care or awaiting care, passing away, and I extend my deepest condolences to any family who faces that affliction. The decision to briefly defer the Aged Care Act was a difficult one that I made in consultation along with my colleagues, and the Minister Butler and I announced that brief deferral, and we did it after an extensive consultation. When I first became the Minister, I spent many days, weeks, speaking to older people across our country, speaking to the workers who care for them, speaking to the providers who provide the care to them. And the overwhelming feedback that was provided was that there needed to be a brief deferral to ensure the continuity and quality of care for older Australians. Now, some months have passed since then, but it would perhaps be helpful if I were to refresh the Parliament's memory about how that were received.
The Minister will pause so the Leader of the Opposition can raise her point of order.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The point of order is on relevance. It was a very tight question. The Minister should know the answer to this question. Since the Minister was sworn in, how many elderly Australians have died waiting for a home care package?
The Minister was asked for a fact, but he was also asked about comments made by the Prime Minister a number of years ago. There was elements to the question, but he's going to have to remain very relevant to this question, as there was not a lot of other detail provided, but he'll have another 1 minute 50 to provide the answer to the Leader of the Opposition.
I think I want to provide one of these most important quotes from the period where the decision was made. "The decision to delay the start date for the new aged care reforms is the right decision for older Australians, aged care providers and home care operators." This is a quote that I think concisely and clearly summarises that decision and its impact on older people and the sector across Australia. And it's a quote from the media release that was published by the Shadow Minister for Health and Aged Care, Senator Ruston.
Order. Give a call to the Honourable Member for Chisholm.
Thank you so much, Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. How is the Albanese Labor government strengthening Medicare for all Australians?
Call to the Prime Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for her question. And last night, our plan to make medicines cheaper passed the Parliament, cutting the cost of a PBS script from $30 down to just $25. And that follows up from what we did in our first term to cut it from $42 down to $30. Had we not done that, if we'd have continued the policy that was in place by the former government, those costs today would have been more than $50. So in fact we have cut the cost of medicines by half for people who need them, many of whom of course will need multiple scripts, but on top of that of course we have 60-day dispensing. something that those opposite said would lead to massive closures of pharmacies. We wouldn't be able to find them anywhere around Australia. What nonsense. Another example of their specialty of scare campaigns. Specialty of scare campaigns rather than engaging in good policy. But of course, we've also frozen the cost at just $7.70 until the end of the decade for concession card holders, making an enormous difference. At the last election, we promised to do all this, and now we have delivered on this promise, something that makes an enormous difference to communities that we represent, easing cost of living pressures right across the country. But it also says something about the way that we do policy, Mr Speaker, because we consulted with the Pharmacy Guild, we consulted with senior Australians in particular, we consulted with people in the health sector about what was needed. A nation committed to Medicare, committed to the Australian idea that when you get sick, you get the care that you need, not because of your bank balance, but because you have this little piece of green and gold plastic, Mr Speaker. This little piece of green and gold plastic. Your Medicare card. Your Medicare card.
Order.
I thought that might provoke a reaction, Mr Speaker. But I did the right thing. I kept the shirt. I kept the shirt in the office, Mr Speaker. Our government is committed to strengthening Medicare for all Australians. Strengthening it by making medicines cheaper and making it cheaper again. Strengthening it through the urgent care clinics, another 50 of which we're going to open, and our $8.5 billion investment in bulk billing. Strengthening it through 1-800 Medicare, 24/7 bulk billed telehealth service. Our government is committed to Medicare, strengthening it for all Australians now and into the future.
The call to the member for Mallee.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Can the Prime Minister explain to the House why he was chased out of Ballarat last Friday by a convoy of tractors?
Order. The member for Bendigo. Order. When the House comes to order, we'll hear from the Prime Minister.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. Possibly because the member for Hume wasn't there. Because the member for Hume had this to say.
Order.
On the 7th of April 2022.
Order. Members
we
on my
are
left.
investing in VNI West because it is expected to generate $1.9 billion in net market benefits and will be a key part of an efficient transmission backbone for the electricity market. The protesters there in Ballarat on Friday were protesting against a program that was initiated and given regulatory approval by the former government, something that I pointed out at the time. The member for Hume went on to say this: our investment in this project will support reliable electricity supply, deliver substantial cost savings and help keep the lights on for Australian families, business and industries. Well done, Angus. Well done, Angus.
Order. The Prime Minister will refer to members by their correct title. Has the Prime Minister completed his answer? All right. The member for Wannon on a point of order.
Yeah, it's relevant, Speaker. The question was, why was the Prime Minister chased out of Ballarat by tractors? The Prime Minister was chased.
Well, the member for Wannon, when you ask a question which is very broad and you ask for a reason why, order, the Prime Minister is giving an answer to a very political, broad question. Order. Just everyone, take the temperature down. Otherwise there'll be actions taken. The Prime Minister will continue.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. As I said, this was a protest against a project in which the member for Hume also said the development of interconnectors and transmission is critical to bringing new generation capacity into the energy system. Thousands of kilometres of new transmission is likely to be needed to connect new generation. That is what the member for Hume said when he was the minister responsible. Now, what I did in Ballarat was front up, be honest, tell people...
The Prime Minister's going to pause. The member for Wannon, you've been here long enough. Those sorts of... Don't point to other people. You're going to leave the chamber. No, you're going to leave the chamber under 94A. No. Order. If the member does not leave immediately, I will name him. Well, this goes to the question I have. If I can't hear what's being said because there is continual interjection, it's very difficult for me to get people to withdraw things. I'm sure the manager wishes to help.
I am indeed trying to help. Well, we didn't ask what the top speed of a tractor was, but we could have done that. The way I'm helping is the Prime Minister did use an unparliamentary term, and he does know that, and he should withdraw it, and I'm sure he would be willing to assist the House.
Well, I didn't hear what the Prime Minister is. Look. Order. Look, we're just going to deal with... I'll deal with this very precisely. You can resume your seat. The Prime Minister has said something unparliamentary. I'll get him to withdraw. If I don't hear it, it's very difficult for me to make these calls. But just to assist the House, if anything's happened, if not, it's just going to continue on. The Prime Minister has the floor.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. On Friday, I withdraw the same thing as the member for Hume said.
Order.
Good point.
Order.
Good point. I'll tell you what leadership isn't, Mr Speaker. At a time when...
Order. Members on the member for Hume, just...
I'll make 2 points. At a time when security is an issue, making those sort of comments, I ask them to reflect on, seriously, given what's occurred with the Victorian Premier today and other incidents. That's the first point, Mr Speaker. And the Australian Federal Police have enough of a job without it being added to. That's the first point. And the second point is I front up and talk with people one-on-one as well as at an event. I don't lie to them. Mr Speaker. And the truth is...
Order.
The truth is that coal-fired power stations, 24 out of 28 of them closed on their watch, and they pretend something different as an example of just political opportunism.
Okay. When the House comes to order, we'll hear from the honourable member for Whitlam.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Regional Development, Local Government and Territories. How is the Albanese Labor government improving the lives and health of people living in regional and rural Australia?
We call to the Minister for Emergency Management, the Minister for Regional Development, Local Government and Territories.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for Whitlam for her question. The work that she does supporting people in her community for their health and wellbeing. Her electorate is home now to one of 90 Medicare urgent care clinics across the country, and the Dapto Urgent Care Clinic has now had over 16,000 fully bulk billed presentations. Mr Speaker, the Albanese Labor government is building Australia's future by investing in our regions, and we understand that regional development isn't just about investing in roads and bridges, although they are incredibly important. It's also about cheaper medicine, which, thanks to the Labor government, will come down to $25 on the 1st of January 2026. The last time they were this cheap, Mr Speaker, was in 2004. In 2004, I was still at university and working in pharmacy. The #1 song on the Billboard charts was Usher's song Yeah, and we'll take that as an agreement of this policy. And the word of the year was blog. This year's word of the year is delulu, and those opposite are still delulu, because this is a huge deal for people in regional Australia because it will help improve lives. We've frozen the cost of concession cardholder medicine at $7.70 for the rest of the decade, and this is all about strengthening Medicare, Mr Speaker. As I said, we've established 90 Medicare urgent care clinics across the country, 31 in regional Australia, in Queanbeyan, in Warrnambool, in Broome, Cairns, Coffs Harbour, Devonport and, of course, in Dapto. In addition to that, we're prioritising mental health in our regions, opening more Medicare mental health centres. We're improving bulk billing rates across regional Australia, and we're investing in infrastructure for our regional communities. Whether it's a swimming pool or a skate park, we are committed to delivering better sports and health facilities for regional Australia. In the last couple of weeks, we've delivered a range of projects, including the Kawana Aquatic Centre on the Sunshine Coast and a new skate and play precinct in Port Fairy. We've committed $1 million and reopened the Bermagui Indoor Sports Centre, thanks to an investment from the Bushfire Local Economic Recovery Fund. And finally, the Merimbula Skate Park is set to open soon, helping local kids keep active. The Albanese Labor government has also announced $14 million for the Hunter Park Youth and Recreational Precinct in Gilgandra, a major investment through our regional precincts and partnerships program in sporting facilities that keep kids active and healthy. And I know the Gilgandra Mayor, Doug Batten, was ecstatic at the funding announcement because he said, "We're very grateful. This project will change lives in Gilgandra." On this side of the House, we are investing in better healthcare and facilities in our regions because we know it changed lives. Only the Albanese Labor government is standing up for regional Australia, delivering better healthcare, strengthening Medicare and helping our communities stay active.
Before I call the member for Moncrieff, I'll just do a couple of acknowledgements and she'll get the call. Pleased to inform the House that in the gallery today is a delegation of members of the National Assembly of the Republic of Korea, led by Ms Ji-hee Park. Welcome to Parliament. And also in the gallery today are members of the Let Them Be Kids campaign, which aims to raise awareness of the potentially harmful impacts of social media on children, as guests of the Prime Minister, and also see the Mayor of South Gippsland Shire, Councillor John Skelling, here as a guest of the member for Monash. I give the call to the honourable member for Moncrieff.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Aged Care. How many older Australians have died waiting for a home care package since 13 May this year?
Call to the Minister for Aged Care and the Minister for Seniors.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I thank the member for her question. As I said, it is always saddening to hear of any older Australian who dies, either in care or waiting for care. And it's the best reason as to why our current reforms are so very important. This is about ensuring that older people all across our community can get the care that they need, whether it be in home care, as will be delivered through our Support at Home program, or through residential care under our improved quality and standards framework. And I remind the Parliament again that this decision was made on the basis of very comprehensive advice that came from the sector, from older people, from those that care for them. And perhaps, again, it would be helpful if I reminded the Parliament of some of the reflections that were made at the time that this decision was made. This is from Silver Chain, one of the very large home care providers, from their media release. As the third largest home care package provider in Australia, Silver Chain welcomes the federal government's decision to delay the implementation of the new Aged Care Act and the Support at Home program until the 1st of November 2025. The Chief Executive went on to say, "This is an incredibly ambitious program of reform and courageous leadership is needed to deliver care differently." We welcome today's...
Pause. The member for Moncrieff on a point of order.
The point of order is on relevance, Mr Speaker. The minister is not answering the question. It was very, very tight about how many Australians have died since the 13th of May. Tight question. Can we have an answer?
I can appreciate the member would like a figure, a yes or no, or these types of questions, but the ministers won't be able to stray too much further because he was asked a very specific question. So if he's providing information regarding the policy, but he won't be able to go on for too much longer because he was asked a very direct question.
As I was saying, Mr Speaker, the Silver Chain Chief Executive went on to say this is an incredibly ambitious program of reform and courageous leadership is needed to deliver care differently. We welcome today's announcement and thank the government for listening to and engaging with the sector. The Ageing Australia CEO, Ageing Australia being the peak body representing the sector, said, "We applaud the government for listening to the concerns of the aged care sector and putting..."
The minister needs to confirm his remarks to what he was asked about. He can't read too much more into the... But he needs to just make it directly relevant to what he was asked about.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And putting the needs of older Australians first.
Order.
Sadly,
Order.
we have lost a number of older Australians
Order.
who've either been in care or waiting for care. In the last financial year, that number was 4,812, as was provided by the department to the Senate in the hearings last week.
Give the call to the member for Dunkley.
My question is to the Deputy Prime Minister. How is the Albanese Labor government delivering on recruitment and retention in the Australian Defence Force, and what difficulties has this faced in the past?
Call to the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Defence.
Well, thank the member for her question. Mr Speaker, the simple facts are that at the beginning of 2022, the Australian Defence Force was in numerical decline. Under the coalition, the annual separation rate at the ADF had grown to a whopping 11.2%. And at the same time, recruitment was in the doldrums, and what that meant was that in the last 2 years of their government, the Defence Force shrunk by 1,400 personnel. And yet at the same time, their government provided a fanciful and grandiose announcement of increasing the defence workforce by more than 18,000 personnel, an announcement which came with a massive price tag and, unsurprisingly and correspondingly, a massive allocated funding deficit, because the most arid, deserted, friendless place for defence spending was the Liberal Party Expenditure Review Committee. The truth is that under those opposite, their record in government on defence spending was an absolute disgrace. Now, in the last 3 years and more, under our government, we have dramatically turned that situation around, and I would like to pay credit to the Minister for Defence Personnel. From our very first budget, we increased the defence offering, focusing on housing, and then focusing on family benefits, and then improving wages in areas of skill force shortage, and then improving and increasing retention bonuses. And all of that has meant that today the separation rate for the ADF has fallen to 7.7%, below the long-term average. At the same time, we are now finding young Australians where they are.
The minister will pause. The member for Fisher, I don't know what's going on, but you're going to cease interjecting for the remainder of this answer and every other answer during question time. You're on a warning. We're just going to listen to the minister.
We're finding young Australians where they are, advertising on gaming apps and social media. In the last 12 months, there have been 75,000 applications to join the ADF, the largest number in years. And while there's still more work to do, we are now processing those applications faster, and that has meant that in the last financial year, more than 7,000 Australians have enlisted in the full-time force, the largest number in 15 years. Today, the full-time force stands at 61,494, and that represents an increase of 2,100 in the last 12 months. And what it shows is that when you value people's service, when you meet young Australians on their own terms, when you improve your processes, actually young Australians are willing to serve our nation by wearing Australia's uniform, and given the world today, that is fundamentally important to our national interest.
The call to the honourable member for McKellar.
My question is for the Minister for Infrastructure, Transport and Regional Development. Currently, e-bikes do not have to meet minimum quality or safety standards on import. The result has been a proliferation of e-bikes that can be easily modified to go at speeds well over 50 kilometres an hour without a single push of the pedal. Yesterday, I introduced a bill to ensure e-bikes imported into Australia meet international best practice standards, and multiple state transport ministers have also written to you seeking federal leadership on this issue. Minister, will you act to ensure imported e-bikes are safe before there are further tragedies, including in my electorate of McKellar?
Give a call to the Minister for Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development and Local Government.
Thanks very much, and can I thank the member for McKellar for the question and her advocacy for the safer use of what's called personal mobility devices in our communities. The member is right that e-scooters and e-bikes both bring a range of benefits to our communities through encouraging more active transport and reducing our reliance on cars. And we've particularly seen an increase of families in inner cities and suburbs using these devices to help kids get to school. But however, these devices do also bring risks, and I know we have seen recently a number of tragic incidents involving e-bikes and e-scooters. They are the subject of inquiries in both Queensland. I acknowledge the Queensland members of Parliament who are here, and in WA at the moment, because it has largely been states and territories' regulatory systems that have seen these allowed in a range of settings across our local communities. As I understand the private member's bill, it focuses on listing specific types of personal mobility devices as road vehicles under a system that has largely been designed for cars and trucks on roads. It is clear that a broader and coordinated national system is needed for both the safer use and regulation of these devices. It is why, at the meeting of State and Territory Transport Ministers last month, I placed this issue on the agenda. At the meeting, State and Territory Ministers agreed to develop an integrated regulatory framework for these devices to improve rider and pedestrian safety. That work is being led by the Western Australian Government with support from the National Transport Commission. It will consider issues including compliance, regulation, rules for use and the development and ongoing monitoring of standards. This work will report back to Infrastructure and Transport Ministers later this year. Additionally, there have also been concerns raised around fires caused by poor quality lithium-ion batteries, and work is currently already underway through the Consumer Ministers Network on a national approach to the safe use of lithium-ion batteries on these devices under Australian consumer law.
Call to the honourable member for Moncrieff.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Communications. What is the Albanese Labor government doing to protect young Australians from harmful and abusive technology?
Thank the member for Hughes, and I give the call to the honourable the Minister for Communications and Sport.
I thank the member for Hughes for the question, the best member for Hughes in 30 years. Mr Speaker, the Albanese government is taking world-leading action to reduce online harms experienced by young Australians, including passing historic legislation to delay access to social media until the age of 16. Today, I announced the next step in that mission to restrict access to notification and undetectable online stalking tools. There is a place for AI and legitimate tracking technology in Australia. But the problem facing Australians is that technology has no moral compass. Its capacity for good or for bad depends on who is using it. The rockets that launched the Apollo missions to the moon were the same rockets designed to deliver a nuclear weapon. And while AI has the power to move Australia forward, there is no place in our country for apps and technologies that are used solely to abuse, humiliate and harm people, especially our children. Mr Speaker, one child in every classroom in Australia has been the victim of deepfake abuse. 4 out of 5 of reported cases involve young girls. In one Melbourne case, investigators found 50 female students at a single high school were the victims of sexually explicit deepfakes. And the scale of harm is escalating, with reports to e-safety from people under the age of 18 doubling in the past 18 months. Today I heard from a mum, Emma, whose daughter Tilly had a fake naked photo shared by school kids on the bus. And between 3:10 and 6 p.m, Emma's mum estimates that almost 3,000 kids had seen this fake naked photo, and that night Tilly attempted to take her own life. These harms are too great and too urgent for us not to act. While there are federal and state laws against the publishing and distributing of sexualised, non-consensual deepfakes and AI-generated child sexual abuse material, slimy predators are slipping through the cracks. And the current landscape relies too heavily on victims reporting these issues once the harm has occurred. We have to move the burden of reporting from the shoulders of victims and stop the harm at the source. We have to hold big tech accountable for the technology they are delivering. These apps are only designed to abuse, to bully, to humiliate and harass, and we are determined to restrict them. Because while the image might be fake, the abuse is real.
The Prime Minister.
If I can, on indulgence, Mr Speaker, just acknowledge some of the parents who I met with today who are in the gallery. Parents who've taken, amid their grief and loss, have found the strength to work towards helping other Australians, particularly young people coming through. To Wayne Holsworth, thank you for sharing your story about your son Mac. To Emma Mason, thank you for sharing your story about your daughter Tilly. To Fiona Carusi and Jane Rowan for talking with me about your daughters and the journey you are on together with them. Your courage and your candour is a powerful reminder of why it's so important, not just the government but the whole Parliament act to keep Australians safe online, and your courage in speaking about such personal stories really is changing future lives for the better. And I thank you and acknowledge you.
And give the call to the Honourable Member for Herbert.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Aged Care. This morning, Dr Brendan Radford, Director of Policy and Research for National Seniors Australia, told ABC Radio, I quote, "There were people who have died. We've had another person who was waiting for a package, ended up in hospital, got released, had no support. 3 days later, they died. When will the Minister apologise to the families of the vulnerable elderly people who have died waiting for you to do your job?"
Call to the Minister for Aged Care and the Minister for Seniors.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I thank the member for their question. As I've said before, stories that are shared within this parliament and outside of it of older people passing away, whether they are in care or waiting for care, are always saddening, and that's why our aged care reforms are so very important. The decision to defer the implementation of the new Act and the Support at Home program that came with it was very broadly welcomed. I've canvassed these matters very extensively in the parliament over the last couple of days, and I refer the member to my previous answers.
Call order. Give the call to the Honourable Member for Solomon.
Yeah, thanks, Speaker. My question is to the Treasurer. What progress has been made on the economy ahead of the release of tomorrow's national accounts?
Give the call to the Treasurer.
Thanks, Speaker. I know the member for Solomon won't mind, and I hope you won't mind in also shouting out my colleagues from the Queensland Parliament who are up there, particularly my local member, Mick de Brenny, and my great mate, Linus Power. And the reason I raised the Logan members up there, Mr Speaker, is because our community is getting a hard time on my kitchen rules right now, as I understand it. And on behalf of the member for Logan, the member for Springwood, the member for Ford down here, we say to Lauren and Lily, we are right behind you, we love our community and we believe in you, and you'll do a great job on our behalf. Now, Mr Speaker, tomorrow we get the national accounts for the June quarter. And that quarter was defined by extreme volatility on markets because of announcements about tariffs out of DC. Economists expect that overall economic growth picked up a little bit in the June quarter, but not a lot, Mr Speaker. The private sector is expected to be the primary driver of growth because public demand was flat. We know that already. We'll see what the rest of the numbers say tomorrow, but we already know since this government was elected, Mr Speaker, inflation is down. We've delivered 2 surpluses. We've got the strongest real wages growth in 5 years. We've got recovering living standards. Interest rates have been cut 3 times in 6 months. And we've got the lowest average unemployment of any government in the last half a century. Now, we are one of only half a dozen economies, advanced economies, which have grown every quarter for the last 3 years. 32 economies have gone backwards at least one quarter in the last 3 years, but we aren't one of them. Now, Mr Speaker, growth is not as strong as we would like, but continuous economic growth in the circumstances we see around the world over the past 3 years is welcome. Our progress gives us a decent foundation to deal with the uncertainty which still surrounds us and the challenges which still confront us. And we're working hard as a government to give people help with the cost of living, making medicines cheaper, cutting student debt, boosting wages and cutting taxes. But we know that there is more to do, because people are still under pressure. We know that we have to make our economy more productive and resilient and our budget more sustainable. And that's what the Economic Reform Roundtable was all about. And already in the last couple of weeks we have taken action on some of the consensus which was reached there, speeding up housing approvals, accelerating EPBC reform and abolishing nuisance tariffs, Mr Speaker. Now, if you look at our economy and you see the national accounts tomorrow, it is looking more and more like the soft landing that we have been planning for and preparing for in our economy. But we know that there's more to do to ensure that we turn our recent progress in the economy into higher living standards for our people into the future. That's this government's focus, even if it's not the focus of those opposite.
Call to the honourable member for Mayo.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Health. A year ago, I asked about the $6.55 billion gap in health spending between metropolitan and regional Australians. The response was that the gap was being addressed. Now the National Rural Health Alliance reports that the gap has increased to $8.35 billion, over $1,090 less in annual spending on the health of each regional Australian. Minister, it's getting worse a year later. What urgent steps will you take to fix this inequality?
We call to the Minister for Health and Aged Care, the Minister for Disability and the National Disability Insurance Scheme.
Yeah, thank you, Speaker, and thank you to the member, fellow South Australian, for that question and her ongoing interest in health equity, particularly considered in geographical terms. As I've said to the member a number of times, we're doing all that we can to ensure that Australians living further away from our GPOs are getting good, equitable access to affordable care, particularly primary care. So if you look at the results of our first investment in bulk billing, I haven't checked for a little while, but the member knows, I think, that the biggest increase in bulk billing rates of any electorate in this entire parliament have been in the member for Mayo's electorate, or maybe the member for Clark's electorate. You're 1 and 2. I can't remember who is number 1, who is number 2, and that is because the bulk billing incentives paid to GPs outside of the major cities are higher than the changes we've made to doctors who are working in our major metropolitan areas. And that goes the same for the bulk billing investments that will take place on the 1st of November. The increases for a GP bulk billing in rural and regional Australia are very significant outside the major cities. They're significant in our cities, but they're more significant outside our major cities. We're also doing all that we can to encourage doctors, nurse practitioners and other health professionals to move outside of the cities and practice there. We've had a range of incentives in place to encourage doctors to do that and nurse practitioners. The Minister for Education passed legislation that is now in force that means that recent medical and nurse practitioner graduates who go and work in the country get substantial student debt relief related directly to the level of remoteness in the area that they're working in. Look, we know that there is more to do. The National Rural Health Alliance is a terrific organisation I know members right across the parliament meet with very regularly. The tyranny of distance has been one that has bedevilled our healthcare system for the entire history of our nation.
Technology does help that. That's providing some relief to Australians living outside our major cities, but we're also doing all that we can to support particularly general practice, make sure that they can really run a thriving, viable business. Just to give you a sense of what the impact of our bulk billing incentives will be for a GP. A full-time GP bulk billing every single patient that comes through their door in the major cities from the 1st of November will earn about $400,000 a year if they're working in our major cities. In an average rural community, that rises to about $457,000 a year, a substantial increase, and that uses the earnings calculator that is used by the College of GPs and the supervisors. I see some GPs frowning behind you, Member for Mayo. That is using the earnings calculator used by the sector itself.
Give the call to the honourable member for Reid.
My question is to the Minister for Small Business. What is the Albanese Labor government doing to ensure small businesses prosper?
Give the call to the Minister for International Development, the Minister for Small Business and the Minister for Multicultural Affairs.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker, and I do want to thank the member for Reid for her question. I know the member for Reid is a very strong advocate for small businesses in her local community. And when I speak to the member for Reid, she often mentions to me the delicious noodles at my aunt's Homemade Noodles, a small business in Burwood. And I'm looking forward to also visiting my aunt's Homemade Noodles with the member for Reid when I'm next in her electorate. Mr Speaker, the Albanese Labor government has the back of small businesses because small businesses are the backbone of communities right across Australia. And I'm pleased to say that there are over 800,000 new small businesses since the Albanese government came into office in 2022. And that number keeps growing week by week. And that's a good thing. That's a good thing, Mr Speaker, because small businesses contribute around $600 billion to our economy each year, and they support more than 5 million jobs. To ensure small businesses grow and prosper, we've delivered over $2 billion in practical and targeted supports, focusing on 3 key priority areas that are outlined in our Australia's very first National Small Business Strategy. Those 3 key priority areas are easing the pressure, supporting growth and levelling the playing field. In easing the pressure, we've extended the energy bill relief, we've paused indexation on the draft beer exercise, supporting the hospitality industry and also those who drink beer, extending the $20,000 instant asset write-off so that businesses can buy the things that they need to grow and to thrive. And we've got $25.8 million in mental health and financial wellbeing supports for small business, something that's proven to be very successful in helping small businesses to sustain. In supporting small businesses to grow under that priority area, we are helping to build a skilled workforce through our free TAFE and through reducing HECS debt, providing small businesses with access to the skills and trained workforce that they need. We've provided over $60 million for digital support through the Cyber Wardens programs, Digital Solutions, the Small Business Cyber Resilience Service and cyber health checks, and reducing red tape and boosting competition. We're levelling the playing field by strengthening the ACCC enforcement of the franchising code and tackling unfair contract terms to protect small businesses. And we're taking action against illegal phoenixing conduct, especially in the construction industry. Mr Speaker, small business, as I mentioned, is one of the key backbones of our communities, and represented right across Australia here. We'll continue to back them because they back Australians.
Time has concluded. Give the call to the member for Cook.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Aged Care and Seniors. The National Ageing Research Institute's submission to the inquiry into aged care and service delivery said, and I quote, "People waiting for longer than 6 months for a home care package had an 18% higher chance of death than those who wait 30 days or less." Can the Minister confirm that this is true?
Give a call to the Minister for Aged Care and the Minister for Seniors.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I thank the member for their question, and I've canvassed these matters extensively over the last couple of days. I refer you to my previous answers.
Order. When the House comes to order. Give a call to the honourable member for Leichhardt.
My question is to the Minister for Housing, Homelessness and Cities. How is the Albanese Labor government delivering for first home buyers, and are there any risks to delivery?
Call to the Minister for Housing, the Minister for Homelessness and the Minister for Cities.
A wonderful question from the member for Leichhardt, Speaker, and he is such a tireless advocate for housing in his community. Speaker, we're doing some really amazing things in his local area on housing. We're building more homes. There's 11,000 renters in his community who've got that 50% increase to Commonwealth rent assistance. And Speaker, I know that the local member will be particularly proud because our government has already helped 1,106 of his constituents buy their first home through our 5% deposit program. Now, Speaker, for 4 decades, our country has not been building enough homes, and this failure has left us with a housing crisis that's been cooking for a generation. We know that the solution here is pretty straightforward. We've got to build, 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 and that's why the bulk of our ambitious $43 billion housing agenda is focused on boosting supply. Now, Speaker, this agenda is, of course, already delivering for the country. We've had about 500,000 homes that have been built around our nation since we came to office. Speaker, on the last stats that came out from the Australian Bureau of Statistics, we saw that housing starts are up 17% on where they were a year ago. We've seen construction costs stabilise from their historic increase that was occurring when those opposite left office, and we've got now 25,000 social and affordable homes in planning or construction, with more than 5,000 completed. Now, Speaker, these are really important moves to help us tackle the housing crisis from every angle, but our government also fiercely believes that the young people of this country need help with housing, and they need help right now. Now, Speaker, that is why our government is making it easier for Australians to buy through our expanded 5% deposit program. Speaker, no income caps, no caps on places, and increased property price caps that better reflect where we know that Australians want to live. Now, Speaker, as you've heard me say before, our government is all about delivery, delivery, delivery. Yeah. And that is why we are bringing forward this announcement, because we want to get that help to Australians earlier than we were originally planning. Speaker, we're bringing this forward to the 1st of October. Mark that date in your diary for any people who are in the gallery and want to get that amazing Australian dream of home ownership realised. Now, Speaker, 180,000 people have already benefited from this scheme right around the country, and I want to say my hello to Matt and Maddie, who are in the member for Leichhardt's electorate. I sat down with them just after they'd bought their first home with our 5% deposit program, and they told me an amazing story. This beautiful couple, Speaker, they had a young child and another baby on the way, and would you believe that these Australians were not able to get housing stability, bouncing from family member to family member? Well, that's when our government was able to step in, help them get into a home of their own, and that family now owns a home in the member for Leichhardt's electorate. Speaker, we want to see more Australians get that opportunity, and we're really pleased to be rolling out this program on 1 October. Thanks so much.
Give the call to the honourable member for Wentworth.
My question is for the Prime Minister. Today, former Defence Force Chief Admiral Chris Barry reiterated the Boe Declaration's warning that climate change is the single greatest threat to security for Australia and for our immediate region, including our Pacific neighbours. You are attending the Pacific Island Forum next week. What assurances will you be providing to your Pacific counterparts that Australia's climate ambition will meet the threat level to the region and will be consistent with keeping temperature increases to 1.5 degrees?
Give the call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the member for Wentworth for her question, and more importantly, thank her for her commitment to acting on climate change and to participating in this parliament as the representative for Wentworth on behalf of her constituents. For the people of Wentworth, or the people for Grainler, or that matter, this can make an enormous difference, acting. But for people in the Pacific, as she correctly identifies, for people of Tuvalu, of Kiribati, this is an existential threat to the very existence of their nations. And when I attend the Pacific Island Forum hosted by the Solomon Islands next week, I will be attending as a participant, not as a bloc, to climate action. And that is one of the big distinctions that has occurred. The entry fee for credibility in our region, in the Pacific, in ASEAN, is action on climate change. And we indeed will be pursuing our hosting of the Conference of the Parties to be held, we hope, in Australia in partnership with our Pacific Island neighbours and family as well. And I welcome the support for that from at least one person in the Liberal Party, Senator Hume, overnight as well. It's important that we engage constructively. We will do so. We have funding for climate change infrastructure, resilience and preparation as well as with agreements such as the Fallapili Agreement with Tuvalu. We have a specific program recognising that sea levels are rising, they are having an impact, and allowing a number of Tuvalu citizens to be able to come to Australia each year. That has been welcomed. In the lead-up to the Pacific Island Forum, I've had discussions with a range of our neighbours, including Vanuatu, that I will visit on the way to the Solomon Islands next week, about our joint commitments which are there. The member, quite rightly, quotes Admiral Barry and the fact that this is a national security issue, and it is, because these issues do raise our relationships with our neighbours. They also raise the issue of security and the very survival of those island states. And they raise also how we participate and how we're seen by our neighbours. And that is important. I've said that our defence relationships are also about investing in our relationships, not just our capability, and this is just one way in which we do so.
Give the call to the honourable member for Tangney.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Health and Ageing. After decades of cuts and neglect, why it is so important to strengthen Medicare and to invest in aged care?
The call to the Minister for Health and Ageing, the Minister for Disability and the NDIS.
Thank you, Speaker, and I thank the member for his question, because he knows that nothing has been more important for this government than strengthening Medicare and aged care over the last 3 years, partly because health and social care is in Labor's DNA, but partly as well because of the mess that we inherited from those opposites after a decade of cuts and neglect. As I've said before, when we came to government, Mr Speaker, we inherited bulk billing in free fall. And last term, I outlined the impact that horror health budget in 2014 had on bulk billing, and the role in particular of the Health Minister at the time, the former member for Dixon. But now, as we go about the serious work of strengthening Medicare, from time to time on this side, we do a Medicare pop quiz. And the latest question doing the round is, which health minister never once increased the Medicare rebate? And on this side, most people answer Peter Dutton. But in his defence, even Mr Dutton increased the Medicare rebate once. They were close, Mr Speaker. I'll talk about aged care packages, don't worry. Even Mr Dutton increased the Medicare rebate once, Mr Speaker. I can only find one health minister who never once increased the Medicare rebate. It's the Leader of the Opposition, Mr Speaker. Indeed, I blame Mr Dutton for the 6-year Medicare rebate freeze. But when I go back to the 2016 budget, when the Leader of the Opposition was the Health Minister, I find not only did she double down on Mr Dutton's 4-year freeze, she extended it another 2 years, Mr Speaker, another 2 years. And on the serious question of aged care, which the Leader of the Opposition interjected about, I thought I'd compare the pair, Mr Speaker. Well, we added additional packages in the 23 budget, the 24 budget, the 24 MyEFO, the 25 budget. The Leader of the Opposition, how many additional packages do you think she added in her time of responsibility for aged care? A big donut, Mr Speaker. A big donut, Mr Speaker. And I think the residential aged care sector would have been very happy just to be ignored by the Leader of the Opposition like the home care sector was, but she actually cut their funds, Mr Speaker, by $500 million in my EFO, by $1.2 billion in the 2016 budget, cuts that helped push the aged care sector into the crisis that led the Royal Commission to use one word: neglect. Neglect, Mr Speaker. Now, we take our job of strengthening Medicare and aged care very seriously on this side, but I tell you what, we're not going to take advice from those opposite, led by the Leader of the Opposition, given her record.
Call to the Prime Minister.
Speaker, on that note, I ask that further questions be placed on the notice paper.
Order. If members can leave the chamber as quickly and as quietly as possible, move to papers and give the call to the Leader of the House.
Speaker, these documents are tabled in accordance with the list circulated to the honourable members earlier today. Full details of the documents will be recorded in the votes and proceedings.
Order. If members can leave the chamber as quickly and as quietly as possible, we shall go to the MPI. I have received... Oh, ministerial statement. My apologies. Yeah. And then we'll get to the MPI. And I give the call to the Minister for Agriculture.
Thank you, Speaker. I ask leave of the House to make a ministerial statement relating to agriculture.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. I thank the member for Barara and give the call to the Minister.
You have my ministerial statement.
Order. I call the Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Australia's agriculture, fisheries and forestry sectors have always been at the heart of the Australian economy, producing food and fibre for us here at home and for millions of people around the world. The National Farmers Federation has set a goal of Australia's agriculture sector growing its farm gate output to $100 billion by 2030. And, Deputy Speaker, I'm pleased to inform the House that under the Albanese Labor government, through working hand in hand with the sector, we are closer to that goal than ever before. The new data released today by the Australian Bureau of Agricultural and Resource Economics and Sciences, known as ABARES, forecasts that the values of Australia's agricultural production will rise to $95 billion this financial year. When you include our fisheries and forestry sectors, that figure rises to over $100 billion, forecasted for the first time ever, Mr Speaker, or Deputy Speaker. As I said, this is not a result that is achieved by accident. It is a direct result of a deliberate and focused partnership between a government that is listening to an industry and an industry that consistently delivers. Australia's farmers, fishers and foresters are some of the hardest working, most sustainable and most productive in the world. And since coming to office, the Albanese government has backed them every step of the way. We're opening up and diversifying trade opportunities. We're protecting and investing in our world-leading and robust biosecurity systems. We're boosting the agricultural workforce, providing skilled and dedicated staff for farms, processing plants and forestry operations. We're improving on-farm climate resilience to equip our producers with the tools, the knowledge and the support that they need to adapt and thrive in the face of a changing climate. And we're supporting the research and development needed to drive Australian agriculture, fisheries and forestry into the future. The figure announced today by ABARES represents the culmination of effort from the paddock to the port, from the research lab to the retail shelf, and continued backing for an industry from the Albanese government. From the vast cattle stations of the north to the dairy farms of the southeast, the grain belts of the west, and the orchards, forestry and aquaculture businesses in my own home state of Tasmania, this success belongs to the people who work on our land and in our waters. It is a clear indicator that the government's plan to support and work with this vital sector is delivering real, tangible results for our regions and for the nation, because that's what Labor governments do. The figures released today show that our agricultural exports this year will be the third highest value on record, $75 billion. When we talk about trade and exports, we're talking about jobs, opportunities and prosperity of regional communities. Through the partnerships between our government and agricultural industry, Australia's agricultural trade is now the most diversified it has ever been, with exports reaching 169 markets globally. This diversification is our greatest strength, providing a buffer against global volatility and opening up new avenues for growth. This did not happen by chance. It has happened because we have worked patiently and deliberately to mend and build relationships, restoring a sense of stability and predictability to our international engagement. When we came to government, we inherited $20 billion of trade impediments and stalled access to our largest trading partner. Through a calibrated, respectful and determined approach, working hand in hand with industry, we've seen these impediments removed, allowing products from our wine, our barley, our red meat, our live rock lobster and horticulture sectors to once again compete on their merits. Earlier this year, Australian live rock lobster was back on the menu for Lunar New Year celebrations in China. This is great news for our fishers in places like Fremantle, Adelaide and the Limestone Coast, and a powerful symbol of what can be achieved through dialogue. But our focus has been resolutely global. Between July 2022 and June 2025, we've recorded 231 market access achievements. These are not just statistics. They're tangible wins for our farmers. They include opening 29 new markets and making 104 improvements to existing access to cut costs and red tape for our exporters. We've secured new access for Australian honey into Vietnam. We've improved access for table grapes to Japan and even our queen bees into Canada. Each achievement represents countless hours of technical negotiation and diplomatic effort by our public servants, working in lockstep with industry. This is what a government listening and focused on delivering for farmers and producers looks like, understanding that every new market translates into real dollars for farmers, more secure jobs in our regions and a stronger national economy. At the heart of a prosperous agriculture sector is also a strong biosecurity system. It protects our farmers, our environment and our economy from pests and diseases. Our biosecurity system underpins the trust our trading partners have in our products. It is our first line of defence and it is non-negotiable. A failure in biosecurity could punch a $92 billion hole in our economy and put at risk the very figures that we're acknowledging today. It would threaten the livelihoods of hundreds of thousands of Australians. That's why we've committed over $2 billion in additional funding to strengthen our biosecurity walls since coming to office. This is a serious investment in our national defence. It is funding dedicated biosecurity officers at our airports and seaports, at our world-class scientists in our laboratories and new technologies at the border to detect threats before they reach our shores. It's about working with our near neighbours to manage risks in the region to ensure we're prepared to respond to any incursion, and it's about working with our farmers, producers and landholders who know their sector best. Deputy Speaker, while we acknowledge this incredible success, we understand that these national figures do not tell the whole story for every producer. We know that for many this continues to be an incredibly difficult period. I've seen firsthand during recent visits to drought-affected regions in South Australia and Victoria. I want to thank all the farmers who invited me onto their land, people like Hamish, Matthew and Jacinta, and Leon in Victoria, and Troy and Nettie and Rob in South Australia. They spoke with candour about the pressures they are under, and their resilience and optimism is truly humbling. Our government is working hand in hand with state governments to ensure farmers get the support that they need. We're listening to those on the ground to help ensure help gets to where it's needed most. Support is always available across the drought cycle. This includes practical assistance through the $519 million to the Future Drought Fund or concessional loans from the Regional Investment Corporation for debt restructuring or on-farm improvements, the ability to draw down on farm management deposits and access to the farm household allowance for those who are hardest hit. Farmers can also access free and independent financial counselling through the Rural Financial Counselling Service, a vital service that we boosted with an additional $2 million over the next 2 years to boost service capacity in regions impacted by natural disasters, drought and other events that can lead to financial hardship. At the same time, we know it's not just drought causing hardship. We're also working closely with the South Australian Government to support those impacted by the devastating algal bloom, providing over $20 million for science, business assistance and clean-up efforts. Our commitment to ongoing support remains steadfast, no matter the challenge. Deputy Speaker, supporting our producers through hardship is crucial, but so too is building a more resilient future. Access to finance is critical for this. That's why last Friday we announced an additional $1 billion in new loan funding through the Regional Investment Corporation, bringing the total support through the Regional Investment Corporation to over $5 billion. This commitment provides certainty for farmers beyond 2026. We're also broadening the scope to support climate resilience, productivity and the transition to net zero, as well as creating a new stream for significant ecological events. Alongside this, we're also providing the $519 million for the Future Drought Fund to help communities manage climate risks through practical, locally led projects. This is in addition to our other investments to support farmers' climate resilience and sustainability, including $302 million from the Climate Smart Agriculture Program, $87 million for the Net Zero Emissions CRC, and $60.8 million to support emissions reductions efforts across the portfolio. Our farmers are world leaders in adapting to climate change and meeting rising market demand for safe and sustainable food and fibre. They're doing all this while becoming more productive and contributing to this landmark $100 billion forecast. Building resilience also means securing our food supply for generations to come. That's why we're progressing our commitment to develop the Feeding Australia National Food Security Strategy. Last month, we opened consultation on the discussion paper, which outlines priorities like ensuring resilient supply chains, boosting productivity and innovation, and promoting fair competition. I encourage stakeholders to provide their input before submissions close on September 24th. We're also establishing a new Food Council to guide this work, comprised of experts across the food system. Expressions of interest for the Council are open until September 10. This strategy will ensure our farmers can face the future with confidence. Deputy Speaker, this historic $100 billion forecast is a moment to acknowledge the incredible people who make our agriculture, fisheries and forestry sectors. Our farmers, our producers, they're amongst the best in the world. They're smart, they're tough, they're innovative and they're deeply resilient. The Albanese Labor Government will continue to listen to them, to continue to work with them and continue to back them. We will work with them by opening new markets. We'll back them by fortifying the biosecurity shield that protects their livelihoods, and we'll continue to listen to them by investing in the resilience that they need to face the changing climate and to secure our agricultural success for generations to come. Thank you.
I'll give the call to the Shadow Minister for Agriculture, Leader at the Nationals, to respond to the Minister's statement.
Well, thank you, Deputy Speaker. On behalf of the Federal Coalition, I rise in response to the ministerial statement, which marks today's publication of the latest ABARES Agricultural Commodities Report for the September quarter. These are important occasions because the information and the data contained in these reports hold enormous significance for our primary producers, our economy and Australia as a nation. This latest report outlines ABARES' forecast for the values, volume and price of Australia's agricultural production and exports over this coming year. It provides a comprehensive insight into the strengths and challenges which currently exist within the sector. But before I go through this ABARES report, I want to begin by recognising and acknowledging all the working men and women who grow our nation's food and fibre. Proudly, they are the backbone of an industry which has always been defined and underpinned by its hard work, its resilience and its world-leading innovation. However, despite the triumphs and achievements and welcome data in today's Agricultural Commodities Report, it's a reality that many farmers across regional, rural and remote Australia are doing it tough. Right now, too many producers around our country are hurting, and in some cases it's a direct consequence of the policy decisions that this Albanese Labor government has made over the course of its time in office. These are the decisions which are embedded in an ideology which does not meet the practical reality of primary production. And there are many examples. Despite widespread workforce shortages, Labor scrapped the dedicated agriculture visa,
made the PALM scheme unworkable and increased the cost of working holiday maker visas. We've seen bipartisanship on the Murray-Darling Basin Plan discarded to make way for government-imposed water buybacks. In the first term, we witnessed the debacle of Labor's attempt to impose a new tax on Australian farmers to make them pay for the biosecurity risks of their foreign competitors. We've endured the unfolding consequences of the government's reckless race to 82% renewables by 2030, which has seen prime agricultural land torn up under transmission lines, solar panels and wind turbines, which has ignited division and anger across many farming communities in regional Australia. And we've witnessed the tragic human toll that has been unleashed across regional Western Australia as a result of Labor's decision to shut down live sheep exports. Ultimately, these are decisions which all of those sitting opposite will be held accountable for. Yes. Deputy Speaker, today's ABARES Agricultural Commodities Report for September offers a snapshot into the worth and value of Australian agriculture. In this report, ABARES has forecast a rise in the gross value of agricultural production this financial year to $95 billion, an increase of just 1%. Going through the data, we can see that this increase has been driven by Australian livestock receiving higher prices, which has been fuelled by stronger global demand, as well as the domestic restocking activity as seasonal conditions improve. Meanwhile, crop production value is expected to decline, with lower prices offsetting a small rise in output volume. However, despite this decrease, the forecast value of crop production would still be the third highest on record. Turning to agricultural exports, they are projected to fall to $74.6 billion, a reduction of $1.9 billion. This is just like crop production, the third highest on record. Importantly, when combined with Australia's fisheries and forestry sectors, it brings the total gross value of production to $101.6 billion. This is positive news for the agriculture sector and commendable testament to its professionalism and durability, especially when we appreciate the challenges that our farmers have had to face. The report examines input costs, which includes crucial components which are required for profitable agricultural production, such as fertiliser and the workforce. And when it comes to reducing input costs, the role of the federal government is to effectively foster an environment which facilitates this outcome. According to today's ABARES figures, input costs remain elevated, with the cost of fertiliser up 3.2%. Although there is favourable climatic outlook in the report across most of the country, which will support healthier crop and livestock prices, we know that in parts of southern New South Wales, regional Victoria and South Australia, many farmers are suffering the horrific impacts of drought. Yeah. Below average and extremely low pasture growth rates have seen farmers destock or remain reliant on supplemental feed. These farmers desperately need access to cash flow, and they need this now, which is why the federal coalition has been calling on the Albanese government to take immediate action and reinstate interest-free drought loans under the Regional Investment Corporation. Deputy Speaker, in the water portfolio, today's commodity report shows only 759 gigalitres of water has been traded this season compared to last year, in which more than double this amount was traded. At the same time, the average price has surged to $260 a megalitre, double the price of last year and far above the 5-year average of $79 a megalitre. This raises a crucial question. Does the government accept that as the Commonwealth environmental water holder takes a larger share of water from the Murray-Darling Basin, irrigators are struggling to share the remainder? Exactly. Turning to biosecurity, we've already seen the mismanagement of the botched biosecurity tax in the government's first term, and we've now been left with more questions than answers when it comes to recent decisions to lift biosecurity restrictions on US beef imports. On this front, the federal coalition has been calling on the government to implement the Inspector General's of Biosecurity's recommendation for independent scientific reviews of import risk assessments. Meanwhile, in regional and Western Australia, the trauma and uncertainty being inflicted on innocent farmers because of Labor's decision to forcibly shut the live sheep export industry continues. The ongoing phase-out of live sheep exports, spearheaded by a woefully inadequate transition package, has been a disaster that has left impacted sheep producers in the lurch and their futures in doubt. To conclude, Deputy Speaker, the Federal Coalition welcomes today's ABARES report on agricultural commodities for the September quarter. We welcome the projected increase in gross value in Australia's agricultural production. This is a great achievement for the sector and a fitting acknowledgement of all the hard work that our farmers put into their livelihoods every single day to keep us and the world fed and clothed. However, this doesn't disguise the reality that there are serious frontline challenges confronting this industry that the government must urgently address.
We urge this government to reinstate the agricultural visa and to end its damage to the PALM scheme, to give our farmers access to a reliable workforce that they need. We urge this government to do everything in its power to bring input costs down, including electricity. We urge this government to give drought-stricken farmers effective access to cash flow they need by implementing interest-free drought loans. We urge this government to sustainably fund our biosecurity system through an importer container levy instead of taxing farmers. We urge this government to stop water buybacks in the Murray-Darling. We urge this government to ensure that farmers can get a fair price for their produce. We urge this government to protect our farming properties against the rollout of large-scale renewables. We urge this government to strengthen sovereign manufacturing in agriculture. We urge this government to reinstate the live sheep export industry. And we urge this government to protect family farms by scrapping its plans to tax unrealised capital gains on superannuation. These are the priorities that must be met. These are the priorities that will help Australia's agricultural sector reach its full potential, and these are the priorities that a future coalition government will deliver. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Give the call to Minister.
Thank you. I move that the House take note of the Minister's statement on agriculture.
So the question is that the House take note of the document. Is anyone seeking leave to adjourn?
I move the debate now be adjourned.
Thank you. The question is that the debate be adjourned and the resumption of the debate be made an order of the day for the next sitting. All those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Minister, you have the call.
Thank you. I ask leave of the House to refer the order of the day to the Federation Chamber for debate.
Is leave granted? Thank you. Minister.
Thank you. I move that the resumption of debate on the motion to take note of the Minister's statement on agriculture be referred to the Federation Chamber.
I'll put the question. All those of that opinion say aye. To contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Thank you. I have received, the Speaker has received a letter from the Honourable Member for Barawa proposing that a definite matter of public importance be submitted to the House for discussion, namely the government's culture of secrecy. I call upon those honourable members who approve of the proposed discussion to rise in their places. Thank you, and I give the call to the member for Barawa.
Well, thank you, Deputy Speaker. It has been a long afternoon in the House of Representatives today. We have seen the hubris of a government with a supermajority giving itself a pat on the back in question time and evading questions about aged care that were asked to them by the opposition, raised with us by our constituents. This lack of transparency from the government is what today's MPI is all about, because it evidences a disturbing pattern of behaviour that we have seen ever since the election of the Albanese government in 2022. It is a cancer that is eating away at the heart of the Labor Party. It takes a pervasive and malevolent addiction to secrecy. This is a government that always tries to limit and control the message. And we saw this in the misinformation and disinformation bill, and I'm sorry, we're seeing it again in the FOI bill that is going to be before the House in a few days. This government proposed reforms to the FOI Act, and they seem to be the misinformation and disinformation bill all over again. This government wants to stifle what people will say and what people will see. Now, this government talked a big game, we will remember, in opposition. They said lots before they came to power. They said they were going to be so much better than how they've turned out. Prior to the election, Mr Albanese promised the Australian people if they elected him and the Australian Labor Party to office, he and his ministers would deliver transparency, integrity and accountability. Transparency, integrity and accountability in everything they did. They're the standards he wanted Australians to judge him by. Let me say those standards again: transparency, integrity, accountability. But what have Australians come to see from the Albanese government? We've seen the opposite. Former Attorney-General, the member for Isaacs, loved preaching about accountability and integrity in opposition. Here's what he had to say. Appropriate, prompt and proactive disclosure of government-held information informs community, increases participation and enhances decision-making. It builds trust and confidence. It's required and permitted by the law and improves efficiency. That's the member for Isaacs in opposition. They were making the point that transparency actually promotes frank and fearless advice. What about Minister Watt in opposition? He said, we deserve answers and transparency. he said it's not negotiable and it should not be negotiable for the Prime Minister to comply with the standing orders and properly answer those questions. But since he's come to government, he seems to have changed his tune. And what about the Prime Minister? In the forward to the Code of Conduct signed personally by the Prime Minister, we get this sort of sanctimony. He said Australians deserve good government. The Albanese government is committed to integrity, honesty and accountability, and ministers in my government will observe standards of probity, governance and behaviour worthy of the Australian people. In making all that fanfare that he did in relation to his Code of Conduct, at Clause 4 under responsibility and accountability he says this, and you only need to hear the words to see what a shadow between the promise and the reality really is. He said ministers are required to provide an honest, comprehensive account of their exercise of public office and of the activities of the agencies within their portfolios in response to any reasonable and bona fide inquiry by a Member of Parliament or a parliamentary committee. Is that what we've seen? No, certainly not. The tune now is very different. What we've seen instead of transparency and accountability has been shutting down of information and shutting down of debate. We've seen a surge in FOI refusals. Now only 1 in 4 FOI documents are fully released. The proportion of FOI requests being completely refused has shot up 27% in the December quarter last year, and it's only increased since then. By March 31 this year, it shot up to 31%. Meanwhile, this government has presided over such a systematic maladministration of the FOI system that its own FOI Commissioner, Leo Hardeman, PSM KC, resigned his statutory appointment just 12 months into a 5-year term. And as was widely reported at the time, he was routinely ignored within his agency, and his very limited staff were being pointlessly diverted from FOI work. He gave a comprehensive and absolutely damning criticism of the government's approach when it comes to access to information. What's clear from the available evidence is that this government has been rejecting and ignoring ordinary requests for information on an industrial scale. Then we have the non-disclosure agreements. Non-disclosure agreements have become a completely ordinary method in terms of the way this government conducts itself. We saw secrecy agreements in relation to workplace relations forms where Labor rammed through the wish list of its union paymasters. They gagged small business and employers and the industry groups that were directly targeted. Even on religious discrimination, hardly a matter of national security, all too often we were told by religious leaders they were only being consulted on a confidential basis and they weren't given the full picture. Even Cassandra Goldie, the head of ACOS, said in the Saturday paper that legal gags with this government have become routine. She said, broad non-disclosure agreements needlessly stifle meaningful consultation and contribution from community sector organisations and people who hold direct experience and expertise of policy and services. Non-disclosure agreements have also a chilling impact on community sector organisations. Community sector organisations or individuals may sign agreements in fear of losing funding or being cut out of the policy development process. Isn't this extraordinary from a Labor government that promised to be so different? The reason you ask someone to sign a legal gag is to enforce it against them or lock them out of consultation. This government should hang its head in shame. Yeah. And then we've had the secret manual. I mean, can you believe this? We've had a government that's actually drafted a secret manual to help public servants avoid answering questions in Senate estimates. A document entitled Approaches to Senate Estimates Questions asked of multiple agencies. It was circulated among the agencies. Outrageously, rather than being responsive to this parliament, as officials are actually required to do, this is a manual for obfuscation. Let me give you some examples. In answer to the basic question, has the department held any organised external retreats, the response suggested by the Albanese government is, quote, the data required is not captured centrally, and obtaining it would be an unreasonable diversion of resources. Really? In response to the question, how many staff within the department have put in place agreements to work on the King's birthday or other public holidays, they've said substitution arrangements for public holidays are locally managed and data on the number of employees who substitute a public holiday is not recorded centrally. Or thirdly, has the department engaged any external companies or individuals to provide training or advice to officials on the preparation for Senate estimates? The answer is this is not centrally recorded. This is just 3 examples out of an 18-page document of evasion, deception and obfuscation suggested by this government to avoid transparency. What else have we seen? flagrant flouting of the orders for production of documents in the Senate, such that the Centre for Public Integrity has made clear that compliance with orders for production of documents in the other place has fallen to the lowest levels since 1993. That's the lowest levels in a generation. No government has been worse than this one on actually producing documents for scrutiny. And the claims for public interest immunity, a claim used to oppose the release of documents, have tripled under this government and are being made every single week. What else have we seen from this government? This government doesn't like transparency and it doesn't like being held to account. And we've seen this in the malicious and petty slashing of staff from those in opposition and on the crossbenchers whose job it is to hold the government to account. This government broke with decades of bipartisanship to reduce the number of staff provided to the opposition and the crossbench. We're not talking about electorate office staff, which we all have as legislators. We're talking about the staff whose role it is to help members of parliament be across the policy detail and to hold the government to account. It's absurd, it's petty, it's a personal use of power that's all designed to shy away from scrutiny. And this brings us to the FOI proposals that we've read about in the papers today. Now, I've had a briefing on the principles, but I haven't seen the legislation. But what's been reported overnight is a continuation of this very disturbing pattern of behaviour. At a time when transparency seems to be at a historic low, this government wants to push through laws designed to further restrict access to information and to charge Australians for accessing the documents that will hold governments to account. I'm a pragmatic man. I'll work with the government if there are sensible reforms in our national interest. But every Australian should be disturbed by a wholesale truth tax that will require Australians to pay to play to access information held by this government. A wholesale truth tax that requires Australians to pay to play on FOI sends a clear message that Labor believes that your information belongs to them, not to the Australian people. And Labor will try to defend this. They'll try to talk about AI bots. Well, clearly they know about AI bots if they're talking about it. And they'll try to talk about vexatious AI requests. Well, there's provisions dealing with that already. This is a government with a culture of cover-up. All of these concerns point to an underlying culture that says the release of information must be managed and controlled. This is the culture that this government has built, a culture of secrecy, an allergy to scrutiny and a failure to keep to the standards that they themselves set in opposition. And that's what they presented to the Australian people. And for that, Deputy Speaker, they stand condemned.
And I give the call to the Assistant Minister for Citizenship, Customs and Multicultural Affairs and International Education.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'll give my friend the member for Berowra points for a valiant effort, but the troops look bored. They looked sad, they looked bored, they were looking at their phones, but I'll give the member for Mallee a shout-out. She was nodding appropriately. It's not easy to be a nodder in opposition, so well done you. Look, those poor souls watching the parliament from home, thinking, what is this debate about? I think we've got one left in the gallery, would be right to be confused, Deputy Speaker, at this debate. Now, the opposition can choose for this hour of the parliament to bring any topic they like. They could talk about Medicare, they could talk about cost. Well, they wouldn't want to talk about Medicare. They have a nuclear explosion. One of their little nuclear meltdowns when they hear about Medicare. They talk about cost of living, talk about energy prices, they could talk about agriculture, they could talk about defence, foreign affairs, anything that might have some relevance to the Australian people. But instead, the Liberal and National parties choose to bring this debate. It's their choice to bring a debate to this hour about the culture of secrecy in government. It feels like we may have entered a parallel universe, Deputy Speaker. I checked the calendar when I saw the topic. Is it April Fool's Day? No, it's the 2nd of September 2025. Is it the International Day of Irony? I mean, it is possibly the most ironic thing that this mob, who bought you robo-debt, secret ministries, cabinet committees of one, failed to introduce a National Anti-Corruption Commission, the shame, the cover-up of robo-debt, that this mob choose to bring a debate about secrecy. It is the silliest thing since Tony Abbott knighted Sir Prince Philip, which the comedians then thought may indeed be the death of irony because nothing could ever be funnier. But here we are. I'm really happy to have this debate, Deputy Speaker, and the government is happy to have this debate with this mob. It is an own goal. Little tip to the Tactics Committee, it's an own goal to bring a debate on secrecy when you are the Liberal National Party inheriting the wreck of the Abbott-Turnbull-Morrison legacy. It reminds me of the old saying, never interrupt your enemy when he is making a mistake. Now, you can quibble with two words there, You could quibble with the word enemy. I do not describe the people on the other side as enemies. I describe them as opponents. I wouldn't quibble with the word he, because statistically, overwhelmingly, it's going to be accurate over there. But I mean, honestly, the mob who bought you the secret ministries, it's a serious point. Like, it was funny. It was objectively the source of untold numbers of jokes on social media and for the comedians around the country that the former Liberal Prime Minister, Scott Morrison, swore himself in secretly as the Treasurer, the Home Affairs Minister, the Minister for Science, Industry and Resources, the Minister for Health, and not content with that, he also took on the Finance Ministry secretly. He didn't tell anyone publicly, though he did tell quite a number of them. They're not going to be able to get away. They want to bring a debate about secrecy from saying, oh, that was that odious Scott Morrison character, he's gone. The member for New England was all over it. Multiple members of the Cabinet knew exactly what was going on. They knew exactly what Mr Morrison was like, and they knew what he was. Justice Bell's inquiry, former High Court Justice Bell, said, quote, that the secret ministries was corrosive to trust in government. The Solicitor General found that the secret ministries of the Liberal government undermined the basic principles of our entire Westminster system of government. And it was a deliberate action. You don't accidentally appoint yourself as the Treasurer and the Finance Minister and the Home Affairs Minister and all of the others. And as I said, you can't blame Scott Morrison. The Leader of the Opposition, the now Leader of the Opposition, was a Cabinet Minister in that disgraced, degraded government that enabled this culture of secrecy which corroded trust, corroded Australians' trust in government itself. No one could have imagined that early last term this got revealed and that we actually had to introduce legislation into the Parliament and debate the bill week after week to pass a law to say you can't have secret ministers. Like, it seemed pretty obvious as a basic principle of accountability that Australians knew who the ministers were and that this Parliament, from which authority for executive government flows, knew who the ministers were so they could hold them to account. You didn't think it would be necessary. Then again, when I was chair of the Audit Committee, we had to pass a principle, an eighth principle. Actually, it was when they had the majority, I was the deputy chair, that we add an eighth principle to the Commonwealth Grants Rules and Guidelines, which said ministers actually have to follow the guidelines. Like, even the now opposition, even the majority said, yeah, it's got pretty bad with the grants rorting. We probably should actually pass a rule that says you have to follow the rules. The previous Prime Minister, as I said, though, was aided and abetted by his Cabinet colleagues. You know, I wouldn't get away, Deputy Speaker, in recording in Hansard the description of the previous Prime Minister by Michael Keenan, the former Cabinet Minister who served alongside him. You can Google that. But if you want to know what they were like, I do encourage those who haven't read it to read Bulldozed by Nikki Sava. I actually read it when it came out, and my step count that day was 506 steps, from the couch to the fridge to the bathroom and back again. So gripped was I with seeing the inside account of the dysfunction that was the Morrison government, the trashing of democratic conventions and norms right throughout that period. Even John Howard had the decency and the common sense to criticise them, yet when push comes to shove, when a censure motion was brought to this House against the former Prime Minister for trashing the core conventions of the Westminster system, they walked out of the chamber. They couldn't even vote for it. They couldn't even bring themselves to vote for it. But it's not just domestic secrecy, Deputy Speaker. Their lack of integrity and addiction to secrecy trashed Australia's standings in the Global Transparency International rankings. That's the Corruption Perception Index score. From 2013 to 2021, when this mob were in government, we saw the largest decline in Transparency International's rankings for Australia of any OECD country. Absolutely shameful. We fell from 7th least corrupt system in the world to 18th on their watch. It's a record low score for Australia. Why? Well, we heard a bit about FOI. The degradation of the FOI regime under the previous government certainly didn't help. The absolutely savage cuts by the Abbott government when they were elected, completely stripping out the resources. Their failure to appoint a dedicated commissioner of FOI, they actually job-shared the privacy job, the FOI job and the information commissioner job with one person. So the same person who's supposed to be keeping stuff private was also responsible for making stuff available publicly, and they failed to modernise the regime. This government has boosted resources to the FOI Commissioner, appointed an FOI Commissioner, overhauled the reporting to be more honest. So there's been some silly media stories and a bit of hyperbole. That's because we changed the typology of reporting to properly distinguish between FOI requests that are released in part or in full. Unfortunately, some media outlets have muddled the reporting on that. But this week, proudly, the Attorney-General will introduce important reforms to improve and modernise FOI, to stop anonymous FOI requests. Like, you'd think that'd be pretty low-hanging fruit, that you couldn't make an anonymous FOI request, to stop the secret FOI requests, to prioritise genuine requests and to save dollars on the frivolous and automated requests. We heard their new little scare campaign, the truth tax. Remember he said it twice with emphasis for his social media cuts? Uh-oh, here it comes, new scare campaign. But he did say he'd work for the government, work with the government. So, we'll see where they end up. A little bit of noise on the way. But look, I'll finish on this point, Deputy Speaker. The big reason for the failure under the former government, for the national shame of falling in the Transparency International rankings, plummeting, a slump in transparency versus the jump we've seen under this government, was their failure for years to introduce a National Anti-Corruption Commission. Labor put principles on the table, and then the government, they had a little con trick. They drafted a bill. It was a ridiculous proposal, and the former Prime Minister used to wave it round in here, and we'd say, we'll introduce it into the Parliament. They wouldn't introduce it into the Parliament because they knew that a whole bunch of their own members would cross the floor and amend the bill with Labor, and they didn't want that. Their bill actually was a giant contract. It would have literally given the power to the government to decide whether Liberal MPs would or wouldn't be investigated by the Corruption Commission. So this government has proudly introduced a National Anti-Corruption Commission with teeth, with the powers of a standing royal commission, a truly independent commissioner, and real power to investigate public servants, public agencies and members of parliament and their offices, and rightly so. The contrast could not be clearer. As a result of the actions that we've taken in just our first term, Transparency International rankings jumped or improved to 10th place in 2024. Now, of course, they go up and down from year to year because it's relative to what other nations are doing. But that big reform alone, which they in their decade in office refused and failed to introduce, has had a really fundamentally important effect on our public administration, undermining the culture of corruption and secrecy that have built up. I'm sure other speakers can talk about robo-debt, that fine little episode, but has also helped restore our international standing, Deputy Speaker.
I give the call to the member for Mallee.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Here we are, sitting day 13 of the new Parliament, and the Albanese government are already acting like third or fourth term government, lacking in transparency and accountability and very smug at it. The coalition opposition has been listening to Australians, and as Shadow Minister for Regional Development, Local Government and Territories and for Regional Communication, and formerly as Shadow Minister for Regional Health, I have consistently heard story after story from stakeholders that they cannot get in to see a Labor government minister. It's okay to see their staff, but not the minister. I get replies to my letters to ministers from their chiefs of staff and other staff, not the elected minister. This is an arrogant and out-of-touch Albanese Labor government that thinks they can get away with anything. Yet the Prime Minister said last month, "My government," and I quote, "my government is unashamedly an open government." And in April, Mr Albanese said, "I'm not frightened of scrutiny and transparency." If the Prime Minister isn't frightened, why all the non-disclosure agreements? Why launch the biggest attack on freedom of information in 15 years? Why slash the number of staff allocated to the opposition? The Prime Minister said on the 25th of November in 2022, and I quote, "We're shining sunlight on a shadow government that preferred to operate in darkness, a government that operated in a cult of secrecy and a culture of cover-up, which arrogantly dismissed scrutiny from the Parliament and the public as a mere convenience," end quote. Yet we have seen cover-up claims unravelling in court in relation to the payout to Brittany Higgins concerning former Senator Lyndon Reynolds and her former Chief of Staff Fiona Brown just this week. At the Bush Summit in Ballarat on Friday, the Prime Minister told a sceptical farmer audience, many of whom were from my electorate of Mallee, "I won't BS you," and I'm paraphrasing what he said. If the Prime Minister is not, shall we say, misleading farmers in regional Australia, why is the government moving in an increasingly secretive fashion? The Australian government should operate as good corporate citizens. It is required to model good behaviour for other businesses to follow. Yet what do we see? In my electorate of Mallee and across regional Australia, non-disclosure agreements. Non-disclosure agreements after one another, secrecy, division, families that no longer talk to each other. Indeed, the Leader of the Nationals shared today an ageing farmer's one dying hope is that his farming sons will speak with one another again. Why have they stopped talking to one another, Deputy Speaker? Over positions on the Albanese government's reckless railroading of regional communities with energy projects. These energy industry cowboys, the majority of them foreign-owned, have been trashing social licence, a fact I think all serious observers of the energy debate acknowledge, including the former and current Australian Energy Infrastructure Commissioners. Social licence is being trashed because these energy industry cowboys are signing farmers and landowners up to non-disclosure agreements using divide and conquer tactics. We have seen the same from the Albanese Labor government, using selective consultation on key policy debates, keeping people in the dark, not taking the Australian community with them. Obfuscation and spin over energy prices, pretending power bills are going down while they're actually going up. The lived experience of all Australians is power prices going up and energy reliability going down while emissions are flatlining. This Labor government is a government that is loose with the truth, using eye-watering amounts of taxpayer money to cover for their policy failures on energy and pretending it is good for Australians. It is anything but, and the government's culture of secrecy is dragging Australians into the dark age.
Member for Chisholm.
Deputy Speaker, and I am really pleased to speak on this topic because I know that maintaining and, in fact, since we came into government, having to restore the conventions of democracy is really important to me and my community. I remember when I was first a candidate in 2021, how appalled my community was at the absolute failure of those opposite to have delivered a National Anti-Corruption Commission when they were given the privilege of being in government. Our government's commitment to restore trust and integrity to federal politics is really important, and it was earlier this year recognised, with Australia back in the top 10 nations in Transparency International's Corruption Perceptions Index. We know trust declined over the years that those opposite were in government, and it is really important to me and my community and our government that we restore that trust. Australia's reputation was absolutely trashed by those opposite, and we fell in the ranks for the first time in almost a decade. We had the worst result in terms of corruption perception of any OECD country, and the worst result in Australia's history. This is simply appalling. This is a very important independent measure, this index. It acts as a barometer of global integrity and a really powerful reminder for us in this place about what is at stake when corruption is allowed to take root. And we saw that. We saw that for ourselves in this country. We saw that there was a link between corruption and people's faith in government being dismantled. Their participation in democracy was undermined because of the corruption of the previous government. Our commitment to transparency is unwavering.
Just a moment. Point of order.
The Speaker to withdraw that comment. She is making a direct allegation against the former government as being corrupt. There is no evidence of that whatsoever. Corruption is a criminal offence. The Speaker is accusing the government of...
It's not an opportunity for debate now. You've got a point of order. I've listened. Thank you. and I will ask the member to withdraw that statement.
I'll withdraw that, but I'll also clarify that this is an independent measure that Australia dropped to 18 in the rankings of corruption perceptions in the Transparency International's Corruption Perceptions Index. That is a matter of fact, Deputy Speaker.
Just a moment. Taking point of order from the government.
Commentary required and perception.
No,
perception is.
Sorry, no. Your point of order is denied. Give the call to Member for Chisholm.
During my speech, thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Our commitment to transparency is unwavering. Following the 2022 election, we immediately embarked on necessary reform to restore public trust, strengthen accountability and ensure integrity remains at the core of our public institutions and democracy. And you know what? I actually am pretty pleased, Deputy Speaker, that those opposite are so agitated about allegations or perceptions of corruption, because I think it is very important that we all work together to make sure that we never see those dark days ever again that we saw under the previous government. Within months of coming to government, we legislated to establish a national anti-corruption commission.
What is your point of order?
Well, my point of order is that the Speaker is acting against the standing orders. She has again impugned. If you just hear me out, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Speaker has impugned the former government and members who are still members of this House as having been involved in corruption.
I have listened very carefully. Your first point of order was taken. Your second point I do not accept. I am listening very carefully to the statements and referrals to a report that has been cited. You might not like that, I accept that, but it is not casting imputations against you. Please, you do not have the call. Member for Chisholm.
Thank you so much, Deputy Speaker. As I was saying, within months of coming to government, we legislated to establish the National Anti-Corruption Commission. People in my community, people across Australia, had waited for years for the former government to implement its promise to deliver a Commonwealth Integrity Commission. Our government has delivered that. I'm really proud that we've delivered that and that became our priority, rather than having a Prime Minister who decided to swear himself into secret ministries. That is an absolute distortion of this system that we need to always defend so that the public has trust in what we do here.
Now I give the call to the member for Fisher.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This government is frightened. It's frightened by democracy, it's frightened by Parliament, it is frightened by the very transparency that it repeatedly promised. In opposition, Labor promised to shine a light on politics and bring back accountability. Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to play a little pop quiz as to who said this. My government is unashamedly an open government. Who said that? The Prime Minister. I'm not frightened of scrutiny and transparency. Who said that? The Prime Minister. We're shining sunlight on a shadow government that preferred to operate in darkness, a government that operated in a cult of secrecy and a culture of cover-up, which arrogantly dismissed scrutiny from the Parliament and the public as a mere inconvenience. Who said that? When it comes to your money, which of course is from taxpayers we all serve, the only condition that should be attached is accountability. Who do you reckon said that? The Prime Minister. And then he says, to serve as Prime Minister of Australia is a rare privilege. If successful, I'm determined to restore a greater sense of responsibility to the office of Prime Minister. A deeper respect for the Australian people and for the integrity of our democracy. Real accountability and delivery. Who do you reckon said that? It was the Prime Minister. He also said the health of our democracy, the integrity of our institutions, the transparency and fairness of our laws, the harmony and cohesion of our population. These aren't just noble ideals. They are a powerful defence against the threat of modern authoritarianism. Who do you reckon said that? OK, this takes the cake. The Prime Minister also said Labor will restore integrity and transparency to our aged care system. Whether you are in residential care or home care, Australians should have confidence
that money they are paying is going where it should. Well, I think we all know, anybody who has been watching Question Time in this last week would know the truth about this government and its care about the aged care system. Madam Deputy Speaker, democracy in every nation is fragile. I could not believe the words that came out of the member for Bruce's mouth when he heaped scorn upon the concept of parliamentary accountability. Parliamentary accountability, those members opposite this government is acting in ways which are absolutely antithetical to the principles that it stood when it was the opposition. Let's look at what they've done. They've cut staff numbers from the opposition and the crossbench. Now, most Australians might think, oh, well, so what? A government is only as good as the opposition who holds it to account. And this government continues to strip away from the opposition and the crossbench our ability to hold this government to account. It also has laid on the table proposed changes to matters of public importance, matters that we are discussing today. In unprecedented ways, it is seeking to strip the opposition's ability to be able to hold this government to account. It's also increasing non-disclosure agreements when dealing with stakeholders. This government does not walk the talk. This government has a rule for us when we're in government and a rule entirely for itself when it is in government. It is absolutely hypocritical. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, cutting the number of staff to the opposition and the crossbench, as I said, it may not be a hot-button issue for many Australians like cost of living, but a government that strips away the ability of it to be held to account is a lazy, insecure government that is frightened of being held to account. The FOI changes that this government is seeking to introduce are an absolute disgrace. Madam Deputy Speaker, a recent report by the Centre for Public...
Time has expired, Member for Fisher. I give the call to the member for Deakin.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. It was somewhat surprising to hear an analysis of a culture of secrecy from the Coalition. The very folks that brought us a secret Minister for Health, a secret Minister for Finance, a secret Minister for Industry, Science, Energy and Resources, a secret Minister for Home Affairs and a secret Treasurer. I recall a culture of secrecy also at a time when we were raising the very serious issue of robo-debt, when it was just responded to with doubling down and a tax rather than a genuine introspection. And introspection is something we certainly have not seen from those opposite. We don't have to go very far back down the time tunnel to remember a party of government promising to deliver an anti-corruption commission, getting into government in 2019 and failing to deliver. The promise of an anti-corruption commission was key to restoring integrity in government. They failed to deliver it, but I'll tell you who did deliver it, the Labor Party. When the Albanese Labor government was brought in, we introduced the National Anti-Corruption Commission. It is now here, it is in effect, it is doing its job, and we've also introduced changes to the Public Service Act to ensure that ministers are no longer giving directions relating to the employment of staff, and we've addressed another fundamental institutional problem created by those opposite with the Administrative Appeals Tribunal, a body there to ensure the integrity of government decision-making, to ensure the lawfulness of government decisions, had become an opaque and overly politicised institution that had become so fatally damaged that it had to be replaced. So the new Administrative Review Tribunal, introduced by the Albanese Labor government, finally with some transparent appointment requirements to make sure that we are appointing members on merit, those who are qualified to do the job, and can serve the Australian public by providing good decisions relating to the application of executive power. That is true accountability. We've also begun the process of reforming the whistleblower protection laws. Tranche 1 is already in and in effect. We're working on Tranche 2 and will ensure that whistleblowers are protected as we would expect in a democratic society. We're also rejuvenating the open government partnership, introducing the third national plan promoting accountability and transparency in government, and doing reforms to make sure that the culture in this place around personal behaviour is also improved. We did the hard work on delivering the Safe at Work report. We have made the Parliamentary Workplace Standards Service an independent statutory body to ensure that that culture of behaviours in this place being swept under the rug is gone. To ensure that the standards that reasonable people in Australia expect of any workplace are adhered to in this place as well. The way we treat each other matters, and when misbehaviour occurs, people should be held accountable, and that is something that we are pursuing not just with rhetoric but with action. A culture of a government can be seen in what it does. The culture of the Albanese Labor government is a culture of delivery. Delivering cheaper medicines, delivering free TAFE, delivering more housing, delivering changes to the 5% deposit scheme to ensure that every first home buyer can get themselves into the market, delivering on paid prac for people studying nursing, social work and other courses, teaching as well. We've got so many positive plans, and we are a government that's not talking about sitting around eating each other up like the Coalition does every time the word Medicare or environment is mentioned. We're actually focusing on delivering the promises made to the Australian people. Now, a point has been made about changes to the Freedom of Information legislation. This will be going to committee. There will be every opportunity for all sides to contribute to the discussion about that bill, as is normal process. It will be a transparent, open, democratic process. Changes to the bill may well occur in response to that good faith engagement, but rather we have what has become a daily piece of performative, confected indignation, outrage without any sense of personal insight or introspection. We just see another day railing against a topic which really the Liberal Party once in government performed a lot worse in. And so when we're getting a lecture from the Liberals, the Nationals about secrecy, perhaps think back just a few years. Where were we before? We can think about the leadership of the Secret Minister for Health, the Secret Minister for Finance, the Secret Minister for Industry, Science, Energy and Resources, the Secret Minister for Home Affairs and the Secret Treasurer, when we think about, well, what was the character of the previous government and what change in culture has the Albanese Labor government brought in? And I can say that it is overwhelmingly positive. Finally, we have a restoration of key institutions. Finally, we have a restoration of faith in the transparency and accountability of government in Australia. As my friend, the member for Chisholm, pointed out, back in the top 10 on the Transparency International Corruption Perception Index. Things are improving and will continue to improve.
Member for Goldstein.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, the Albanese government is introducing a truth tax. A federal Liberal government introduced the Freedom of Information Act in 1982. And since then, we have had transparency in government so that Australians can access information about themselves, governments and government programs. But the Albanese Labor government is betraying its commitment for openness and transparency by now introducing new provisions which make it harder for Australians to access information about government programs and insight to how their government is conducting itself. The Albanese government is seeking to hide information about its deliberations from the public and from journalists to minimise scrutiny. Freedom of information laws are under attack, making it harder than ever to access basic information about government documents. It will expand the range of confidential documents, shielding ministers and, of course, bureaucrats from scrutiny and information. This is not some sort of objective comment. The Centre for Public Integrity has found that in the year 2011-2012, 59% of documents were available unredacted. Now it is just 25%. This is not a change that is being introduced to try and boost transparency or information about government data or policy advice. This change is clearly about covering up government activity, and they're imposing new taxes to limit access to information, to limit the capacity for Australians to be able to ask basic questions of their government. That's why the Albanese government is introducing a truth tax, because what they're doing is denying information to Australians. In 2022-2023, more freedom of information requests were denied than granted, showing a shameful position of secrecy, and a cloud of secrecy has now descended upon the Albanese government. There is a clear pattern of deception. There is a clear pattern of deception and a pay-for-play approach to information under the Albanese government. That is why this truth tax must be defeated, and is a direct attack on the transparency and information available to the Australian people. Deputy Speaker, the truth tax that's being put forward by the Albanese government is one of the most corrosive things that we have seen in our parliamentary democracy. We have seen an active choice where the Labor Party is seeking to impose a new cost to limit the access of information for Australians simply to know what ministers who sit on government benches are doing. The information that's being provided to them as part of normal government decision-making so that there can be proper scrutiny and accountability. I understand that when they're in government, they're sitting there and they do not want to be questioned. I understand that they do not want people to ask basic bits of information. I understand they do not like questions at question time. I understand the Prime Minister likes to come into this chamber and throw his weight around and give his Castro-like responses to basic questions about the operations of the healthcare system, the aged care system, or how his government is operating. But the reality is we live in a democracy. The Parliament of the people of Australia is not the National People's Congress. The job of members of Parliament, whether they are opposition members, whether they are independents, whether they are members of minor parties, have a right to ask questions and simply hold the government to account. Just as journalists have a right to ask basic questions of government and to submit freedom of information applications so that there can be proper scrutiny of how a government is making its decisions. But the answer, despite the promises of this government that they said they'd be the most transparent in Australian political history, is pulling the curtain of secrecy down behind them so that people cannot see deep into the heart of this government. And they're putting up cost barriers to limit the capacity for everyday Australians to be able to see what this government is doing. And of course, big corporates will be able to afford the fees, but it will be average Australians already struggling under the daily pressures of cost of living rising costs who will not be able to hold their government to account. This is the problem. And of course, it sits against a backdrop of everything else this government has already done, from cutting the staff of the opposition so there can be less accountability in this chamber. We are seeing a government that has become increasingly drunk on their own power because they throw out arguments about why they need to limit access to information with no substantiation or no evidence. This truth tax must be defeated.
Member for Menzies.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The Albanese Labor government has taken significant steps to restore transparency and trust in government. We recognise how important this is in an era of increasing misinformation and polarisation, particularly at the fringes of society, and as usual we see those opposite peddle that fear and misinformation. We have established new standards of transparency and accountability. We created the National Anti-Corruption Commission in July 2023. For the first time at the federal level, we have an independent watchdog with broad powers to investigate serious and systematic corruption across ministers, MPs, staffers, public servants and contractors. Those opposite went to the 2019 election promising a National Anti-Corruption Commission, and then they left the Australian people waiting for 3 long years. It wasn't until we came to government that we put in place this important measure to ensure integrity in our federal system of government. After years of secrecy and inaction under the Coalition, the National Anti-Corruption Commission represents a strong commitment to integrity in government. Equally, in our first time, we announced the Robo-Debt Royal Commission. This inquiry showed the depth of the Coalition's culture of secrecy and contempt of Australians. Only under Labor were $1.7 billion repaid to more than 430,000 victims of this illegal scheme, confirming that we put people first, not profits. Beyond these reforms, we have also introduced stricter rules on grants to prevent rorting, reverse secrecy around National Cabinet to restore freedom of information accountability, and legislated emissions reduction targets to bring credibility back to climate policy. Over 9 years of government, the Coalition stacked the Administrative Appeals Tribunal with unqualified party hacks. That the only way to salvage this important, essential function of reviewing government decisions was to abolish the Administrative Appeals Tribunal and put in its place an Administrative Review Tribunal where members are appointed according to qualifications and according to merit. We've also re-established the Administrative Review Council, a key robo-debt recommendation. We've strengthened the Public Service Act to protect agency independence, and we are reforming the Freedom of Information system to ensure it works fairly and effectively. This stands in stark contrast to the Coalition's culture of hidden and secret government. The member for Berowra referred to our Freedom of Information reforms that the Attorney-General will introduce to this Parliament. The current Freedom of Information system is 40 years old and no longer fit for purpose. Like so much of what the Coalition clings to, it's well out of date. We are committed to transparency and a robust freedom of information regime. But freedom of information costs have been increasing exponentially. In the 2023-2024 financial year, they increased a significant amount, 23%. This is not sustainable, especially in an age of vexatious requests. Our reforms will ensure that the genuine freedom of information requests are prioritised, that anonymous freedom of information requests are no longer permitted, and that the scheme itself remains sustainable and fit for purpose in an age of increasingly vexatious requests. Now, those opposite in bringing this question show an incredible amount of hypocrisy. Let's talk about transparency in the last Liberal government. I referred to the robo-debt scheme introduced under the Abbott government. Over 430 Australians were issued with debts totalling $1.7 billion, many of them falsely. Mind you, at the time, the government hid internal legal advice in 2014 and 2015 warning the scheme was unlawful. Documents showing the Morrison government's and other ministers' direct involvement were buried until the Royal Commission forced their release. Deputy Speaker, we are talking about government secrecy. The member for Berowra was in government during the worst of it. In 2019, we found that $100 million in community sports grants were allocated to mates ahead of the federal election. The famous colour-coded spreadsheets directed at marginal seats. Money meant for kids, clubs and communities that were diverted for political gain. The Albanese Labor government is getting on with making government more transparent.
Give the call to the member for Wright.
I do thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's always a privilege to be able to make a contribution to the private members' matter of public importance. Can I just thank those that have made a contribution to this debate, because any time where we have a conversation about transparency and openness is a good thing for the Australian public, and I am happy to be able to engage in this debate. And I have taken away a couple of points from the debate which I want to share with the room in light of thanking those members who have made a contribution. We need to, as an opposition, make sure that we keep a light on government. We need to make sure that that the overwhelming numbers that exist in this chamber from the Australian Labor Party, which were so overwhelmingly celebrated a great victory. But I think it was Lord Acton that once said, "Power tends to corrupt, and absolute power corrupts absolutely." And I think that was back in the 1800s, 1887. And it has stood fast for that amount of time. The amount of numbers that are in this place, it is incumbent on us as an opposition to shine a light when the light cannot get in. And I come to the dispatch box on behalf of our Fourth Estate, who are raising this discussion or the matter of public importance as a real concern. And if those members in this House are genuine, they will have the conversation with the people who wrote their speaking points to revisit this. In opposition, Labor promised to shine a light on politics and bring back accountability. But now it's rolling out the biggest attack on freedom of information that we have seen as a country in 15 years. The Albanese government wants to introduce what the previous speaker has referred to as a truth tax, charging fees on an FOI request that should be made public. Now, I thought the previous speaker made a very valid and salient point about vexatious freedom of information, particularly if they were made by an anonymous party. I would agree. If they're anonymous, they're not going to put their name to it and we don't know what it's for. I wouldn't be giving them any credit. But for those bodies that sit up there that are asking questions that should be made available, I would ask genuinely for the Australian Labor Party to reconsider their position. Plans to roll back scrutiny and normalise the use of fees for freedom of information is the latest in a series of attacks on transparency and accountability. It's the biggest attack on freedom of information in over 15 years, as I just mentioned. Since assuming office, Labor has presided over a massive spike in freedom of information requests and a massive spike in their refusals. They've pioneered widespread non-disclosure agreements on stakeholder consultation. I was not aware that we had ever participated in that type of activity in government. And I'll stand corrected. But for the public record, governments having non-disclosure agreements with working parties coming in open forums is just beyond the pale. Produced a secret manual, which they've circulated to public servants on how to give acceptable answers and estimates, and repeatedly flouted Senate orders on the production of documents. They've limited parliamentary scrutiny through the changes of standing orders, and there's nothing wrong with that. That is the privilege of government. But don't come in and be the virtue of all things transparent when debate is being shut down, bills are being sent to the other place while we continue to debate what we'd hopefully think would be an outcome. They've slashed staff for those parliamentary tasked with holding office in government to account, and they've ignored the report of the Parliamentary inquiry on access to information. Madam Speaker, Mr Speaker, this is a real issue for the Australian Labor Party, and I would just suggest that while we agree on all things transparent, that you revisit this for the sake of our nation.
The member for Banks has the call.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The Shadow Attorney-General has brought to us here today to talk about secrecy. And while I have a lot of respect for the member for Berowra, it has to be said at the outset, the idea that that party, the party of 5 secret ministries, could attempt to lecture anyone in this place about secrecy is amusing. Though I suppose the Liberals and the Nationals know a thing or two about a culture of secrecy, seeing as though the former Prime Minister swore himself and one of his allies into a whole bevy of portfolios without telling his colleagues. In fact, the inquiry conducted found that the Liberal members enabled a culture of secrecy that has a corrosive impact on public trust and undermined the basic principles of our system of government. But let us not forget, Deputy Speaker, that when those across the chamber were last in government, they also oversaw robo-debt, which caused untold suffering to nearly 500,000 Australians over debts they didn't even owe. They gave us an administrative appeals tribunal full of Liberal and National candidates that was beset by delays, mismanagement and cronyism. They promised an anti-corruption commission and then didn't deliver as much as a thought bubble around it for 3 years. They made no response to Respect at Work, had inaction on privacy and whistleblower reform, and left Australians vulnerable to money laundering. They also oversaw
programs such as sports rorts, car park rorts, the Building Better Regions Fund and the purchase of the Leppington Triangle at 1,000% of the face value to boot. Deputy Speaker, when it comes to lectures on matters of credibility, those opposite should be receiving them, not giving them. The Labor government's record on integrity could not be more different from the former government. In fact, it's a stark contrast, Deputy Speaker. We are a government that is committed to integrity, honesty and accountability in government. And we have already delivered a significant reform agenda to restore public trust in government and create higher standards in the federal public sector. While the former government will all talk on the National Anti-Corruption Commission, this government has been all action. During the election campaign in 2022, we said we would get it done by the end of that year. And guess what? We did. Delivering an NACC to deter, detect and prevent corruption conduct across the public sector. We implemented the recommendations of the Bell Inquiry to improve transparency and restore the public trust in Australian democracy that was lost as a result of the secret ministries affair. We created, as my colleague mentioned before, the Administrative Review Tribunal, a new administrative review body that is user-focused, efficient and accessible. But most importantly, it is also independent and free from undue political influence. We established the Royal Commission into Robodebt and re-established the Administrative Review Council, one of the Commission's key recommendations. The Council will be an expert body to monitor and advise on the operation and integrity of the administrative review system. We have passed the Respect at Work legislation, which now requires businesses across the country to take proactive steps to create workplaces that are free from sexual harassment. And Deputy Speaker, there is so much more I could speak about, be it in the APS Integrity Task Force, strengthening the Public Service Act, or strengthening whistleblower protections, or the development of a third National Action Plan for transparency and accountability. Deputy Speaker, the member for Berowra spoke in his remarks about the proposed reforms to the Freedom of Information Act. The freedom of information is a vital feature of our democracy. It promotes accountability and transparency in government. But right now, the FOI is not fit for purpose and the laws need updating to bring it into the 21st century. Deputy Speaker, the contrast between this government and those opposite could not be clearer. It is why Australians voted for this government and we have delivered integrity in spades.
Time has concluded. This discussion has now concluded, and I have received a message from the Senate returning the Pacific Banking Guarantee Bill 2025 without amendment. Clerk.
Government Business, Order of the Day number 2, Treasury Laws Amendment, Payments System Modernisation Bill 2025, resumption of debate on the second reading and the amendment moved by the member for Cowper.
The original question was that this bill be now read a second time. To this, the honourable member for Cowper has moved as an amendment that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting other words. The question is that the amendment be agreed to. The member for Moreton.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And Deputy Speaker, I think it's fair to say that when most people hear the words payment system modernisation, that their eyes might glaze over. They might not be particularly excited. They might lean back in their chair and get ready for a snooze. They might put in their earphones and get ready to settle in to watch something on a streaming service. But Deputy Speaker, not me. I am excited by payment systems because while they might not seem sexy, they are something that we use every single day. And when it comes to payment systems, if you are writing a cheque out to someone special on their big birthday, if you are going through the corner store to swipe your debit card to buy milk when you are on your way home, if you are tapping your digital wallet at the supermarket when you're off to buy nappies, if you are paying cash when you are at the petrol station, each and every one of those things is a payment system. It's not something that we think about very often, but when it comes to payment systems, we use payment systems more than anything else that we will talk about today in this House. We use them to buy things every single day. But, Deputy Speaker, the technology is changing, and we have to change with it. Because to make sure that we protect consumers when it comes to payment systems, we have to make sure that the RBA can regulate. And that is what this bill is all about. While the Treasury Laws Amendment Payment System Modernisation Bill might not be that subject of intense water cooler discussion in offices across the country, it is a very important piece of legislation. And at its core, what it addresses is the risks that new and emerging technologies pose to the way we pay for goods and services. And in 2025, you do that more often than not with just a tap of your phone. Updating the payment system regulatory framework is necessary to ensure Australia has a fit-for-purpose, a modern and an efficient payment system. This is crucial because the smooth operation of the economy rests upon it. You use the payment system when you dash to the servo to buy that milk late at night. You use it to transfer money to your mate at a restaurant after a shared dinner, and it's used to put your wages into your account. Every single day, we use a payment system. None of us probably think very much about them, but when we're tapping our phones to buy our Pepsi Max, but it is the foundation of our financial system. The payment system supports the stability of the financial system by minimising risks associated with transactions and facilitates the flow of payments. A well-functioning payment system bolsters the development of the financial sector through inspiring consumer and business confidence in their transactions, and also links Australians to the global marketplace. We know that consumers, everyday people in the community and our society need to have that confidence if they're going to put their hard-earned money across the table to buy goods and services. And ensuring that our payment systems are up to date with technology, ensuring that our payment systems are well regulated is what drives that confidence for consumers, Deputy Speaker. The components of the payment system are the nuts and bolts of our financial system. And that's why it needs to be safe, that's why it needs to be trusted, and that's why it needs to be accessible. And that is what this bill delivers. The sector is a rapidly evolving sector, and as a result of the digital revolution, teenagers today make purchases instantly and seamlessly with their watches or their phones. They've never had to learn to write a cheque, and the only cash they see is in birthday cards from their grandparents. We now have a payment system that is large and complex, one that is continually adjusting to new technologies and processes. As the transactions become easier and more convenient for consumers, there are opportunities for both growth but also increased risks. And where there are increased risks, we need to make sure that people in our community are protected without stifling growth that will be critical to our economy. There is also the need to balance this with maintaining the more traditional methods of payments to meet the needs of consumers who rely on those systems. And, Deputy Speaker, those consumers are often some of the most vulnerable in our community. And that's why, as we expand the regulatory framework for payment systems, we need to make sure that those consumers who use more traditional forms of payments are still protected, particularly older Australians. The new payments platform, or the NPP, underpins the modern payments system, enabling fast and secure transactions. Services such as PayID and Pay2 have changed the way consumers and businesses interact. As of mid-2023, nearly 13 million PayIDs had been created. Over 25% of account-to-account transactions were being processed via the NPP. And more than 100 payment providers were offering NPP services to approximately 90 million consumer accounts. We are hugely reliant on the robustness and security of this digital infrastructure, and we must take into account the necessity of safeguarding against outages, against technological failures, and against cyber attacks. This bill is part of Labor's commitment to the Strategic Plan for Australia's Payment System, which was released in June 2023. The strategy lists 5 priorities for the government. The first is promoting a safe and resilient payment system. This involves reducing the prevalence of scams and fraudulent activity, strengthening cybersecurity measures to guard against attacks, and maintaining robust oversight of systematically important payment infrastructures. And when it comes to scams, everyone in this chamber knows someone who has been hit by a scam, whether it be digital, whether it be online. And making sure that we as a government prioritise protecting those vulnerable people who are the target of scams is an important part of what we do. The second area of focus is on ensuring the payments regulatory framework keeps pace with technological and market developments. And this is what we're talking about, particularly in this bill today, Deputy Speaker. Key initiatives include establishing a comprehensive licensing framework for payment services providers and promoting competition through transparent access to payment systems. Thirdly, there is a need to modernise the payments infrastructure by implementing the phased removal of cheques, the enhancement of existing systems, and the continued provision of access to cash to ensure that no community is left behind. Deputy Speaker, this purpose is designed to make sure that whether you like to tap your phone as you get on the bus, whether you like to pay in cash in that card to your grandchild on their birthday, or whether you like to use a debit card, it doesn't matter. You will be protected, you can have confidence in our payment system, and you will have a regulated system that works for everyone. The next priority area is in uplifting competition, productivity and innovation across the economy. And we've recently seen that the Treasurer hosted a roundtable focused on productivity. And with our laser focus on ensuring that productivity increases and that we have reform in the productivity space, this is another layer to that work. This means aligning the payment system with broader economic and digital transformation goals. And these include the Consumer Data Right Framework, supporting wider adoption of digital ID, and investing in digital and technological skills development. And finally, Deputy Speaker, the government aims to establish Australia itself as a leader in the global payments landscape by creating a regulatory environment that encourages innovation and investment. This includes facilitating seamless cross-border payments and exploring the policy rationale for introducing a central bank digital currency. Deputy Speaker, this background is useful to explain the broader work for which the Albanese Labor government is undertaking in this area, and this bill is an important part of that work. The Treasury Laws Amendment Payment System Modernisation Bill provides expanded definitions for payment system and for participant, so that the Reserve Bank of Australia can regulate new and emerging payment systems and participants. And these include digital wallet providers and buy now, pay later service providers. As part of the risk management protocols, the legislation will also enable the Treasurer to designate payment services or platforms that present risks of national significance. This isn't just about protecting everyday consumers. This isn't just about protecting people in our community and families in our community. This is also about protecting our country from risks of national significance. And these designations will give appropriate regulators additional oversight powers. And this is a sensible and responsible approach from the forward-looking Labor government. Under the new legislation, the Treasurer will only be able to give general directions. The Treasurer will not be able to direct the regulator on how to exercise functions or how to enforce regulations. And this ensures the ongoing independence of the regulator in assessing and exercising their regulatory powers. These measures are key steps outlined in the Strategic Plan for Australia's Payment System, and they also directly respond to recommendations in the Payment System Review that the RBA should be better positioned to regulate new and emerging payment systems that are part of the changing and growing payments ecosystem. The recommendations also state that there should be a greater role for the government through the Treasurer in setting the strategic direction of the payments ecosystem in collaboration with regulators and industry. And that is what this bill does, Deputy Speaker. As I mentioned, one of the drivers of these reforms is for Australia's regulatory framework to facilitate competition and innovation while upholding financial stability and decreasing risk. To achieve this, the Albanese Labor government embarked on a comprehensive consultation process with stakeholders regarding this bill. Consultation partners included industry participants, government agencies and regulators prior to the release of the strategic plan. And the Treasury also received 30 submissions from banks, from payment service providers and from industry associations. Further stakeholder meetings were held with organisations such as the Australian Banking Association, the National Retail Association, PayPal, Google and the Commonwealth Bank of Australia to work through feedback on the text of the new definitions and the scope of the new powers proposed for the Treasurer. Deputy Speaker, the measures outlined in this bill are necessary to ensure that the RBA can regulate new and emerging payment providers, but also, Deputy Speaker, to combat risks to our national interest by expanding these powers to designated regulators. The measures support the government's key principles for the payment system, that it is to be trustworthy, that it is to be accessible, that it is to be innovative, and that it is to be efficient. And Deputy Speaker, at its heart, what these laws are about is keeping up with the times, because payment systems are something that we might not think about every day, but they are something that we use every day. And making sure that as technology advances, we continue to protect consumers, to protect the national interest, to protect families who go about their day not thinking about a payment system but using them is incredibly important. Because we don't want people to be scammed, we don't want new technologies to remain unregulated, and we don't want families to not have the confidence to be able to pay for their groceries, their fuel, their healthcare every single day. They also speak to Labor's determination to provide a safe and secure payment environment for all Australians.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to. The member for Goldstein.
Well, thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, we all know the experience these days. Going to a shop, whatever it is, buying a coffee. Do you look very healthy these days, Deputy Speaker? Perhaps not buying the muffin, but nonetheless, going with your phone, credit card, debit card, whatever it is, and hearing the sound beep, and knowing a transaction has just gone through. That is the modern payment system that so many of us engage with on a day-to-day basis. Most of us barely even carry cash anymore, Deputy Speaker, because cash, as much as an important part of our economic security and liquidity of our system, isn't actually how most of us engage. Most of us use digital transactions for the little things because it's become part of our day-to-day routine. And of course, as a consequence of the COVID pandemic a few years ago, is very much now fully integrated into our life since really the introduction of EFTPOS a few years ago, or many years ago, and the expansion of credit cards and, of course, other forms of payment systems. And the laws were designed in a time where payment systems were relatively straightforward. So we all welcome this updated legislation to address modernisation of our payment systems. It reflects a technical capacity to reflect how we use the payment systems today and to give government appropriate legislative coverage, particularly with the emergence of multinational payment systems for things like Apple Pay, Google Pay, Afterpay, and even crypto and blockchain systems as well. No one's disputing that. There's a need for it to be done in a way that is consistent with Australian law, consistent with Australian regulation, to give appropriate oversight powers to the Reserve Bank of Australia, and to make sure that it's done so that it integrates successfully with Australia's payment system so that we can build out with confidence a stable financial environment. But that doesn't mean the government has got everything right in this legislation. We know that the government is in one sense overreaching and in another sense not doing enough. Firstly, it's overreaching because it's seeking to extend the RBA's powers into areas that perhaps go well beyond what it should be covering, going beyond components around payment systems and looking at certain types of fintech and even certain types of blockchain technologies and digital wallets where it doesn't necessarily have the appropriate skills or capacity to do so and could limit the capacity for financial innovation. And actually, Deputy Speaker, that has been one of the great growth areas of Australian innovation in recent years. Financial technology that has put Australian small businesses at the fore and actually put us in a position then to grow and be successful and often then gone on to be sold internationally, if not just domestically. So we don't want to stifle that innovation and have regulators come down with the heavy hand of government and limit their potential towards growth. We want to back them, we want to encourage them, and we want the operating environment to be open so that where innovation can occur, it is an Australian first wherever possible. Of course, they need to be steered and guided, but that is to make sure that the system is as open as possible rather than it being too burdensome in regulation. In addition to that, it's extended the powers also of the Treasurer in a way that is increasingly by a form of regulation. Now, there's always a balance, Deputy Speaker, between how much you give powers to a Treasurer by regulation, or any minister, I might add, because I know there are a couple of them sitting at the table, versus through forms of legislation which forces things to come back to this chamber to the assent of the people who are elected, or the representatives who are elected by the people of this Commonwealth. And of course, by and large, we should always seek to do things through this parliamentary process that adds proper scrutiny, accountability, deliberation, and also because we want to get to a position where when a rule is imposed, it's uniform. And when it's imposed, it's uniform, that it goes through proper processes so that there's a broader degree of acceptance and understanding about the consequences of it, because once it's imposed, they're often hard to undo. And this government has become completely addicted to its powers by regulation to bypass this parliament. Only in the motion prior to this debate, we talked about the government's new truth tax, where it's trying to shut down and limit access to information to the public of scrutiny of this government by putting financial as well as scrutiny barriers over government deliberations. We've had, in other pieces of legislation, they call it the Henry VIII tax proposals, where the after legislation is passed, it gives powers to the Treasurer to dictate the terms, Deputy Speaker, of tax rates. But really, it's a lawless tax. That's what it actually is, a lawless tax. It is a tax that is introduced which has no legislative coverage and oversight. And this legislation has its own similar problems, where when you're giving very large powers to the Treasurer to decide things like payment systems, we have mechanisms within legislation and this Parliament to create disallowance motions where the Parliament, if it so disagrees with the decision that the Treasurer makes, can come in and issue a disallowance motion to challenge the decision of the Treasurer, simply to say that these matters should be brought back before this Parliament and the status quo should prevail. And of course this exists in lots of pieces of legislation. It's an entirely reasonable proposition. And I would have thought that when you're giving the Treasurer this volume of power, that there is an appropriate place for a disallowance motion to deal with the extent that power is being given to the Treasurer in these laws. And I think that would actually build a much greater sense of confidence, Deputy Speaker, in this legislation. So it disappoints me actually that the government has sort of been arrogantly dismissing the potential for a disallowance motion in this legislation, because I actually think it would improve their legislation, it would build confidence, and it would be better for tempering the enthusiasms of the Treasurer in his ambition, and we're not just talking about his ambition to be Treasurer, Deputy Speaker, but tempering his ambition to actually do things that is going to be good for the Australian economy rather than just for his own political ambition, trajectory, or whatever term it is we are going to use these days. Because at the end of the day, so many Australian businesses and small businesses are dependent on payment systems today. We all deal with it. I started right at the start of my speech, Deputy Speaker, by referring to that little sound that we know when we go and tap our phone or our credit card or our debit card, and you hear the little beep when you buy a coffee at your local cafe. And so many of them might be using, whether it's a terminal from a bank or it might be another platform like Tyro or Square. Those terminals are the digital embodiment of small businesses then engaging with the entire global economy. That's the basis in which they then have capacity to be able to manage their supply chain, to be able to manage their payment systems, often then their tax, and the back-end systems and operation that it empowers small businesses to be successful is so critical. And it's every single one of those transactions played out that enables the revenue and liquidity and the cash flow for a small business to succeed. So getting this stuff really matters, because if you ever want to see a small business, and we know that currently we have record small business insolvencies, it's one of those things, Deputy Speaker, which the government doesn't like to talk about in question time. We have record small business insolvencies right now. It's because they have cash flow problems. And they have cash flow problems because the dead hand of the Australian Taxation Office is coming after them to come and take away their revenue and what little cash they have. Or it's because of the rising costs of inflation, because the government hasn't been able to control inflation because they keep stimulating the economy to cover up for the fact that there isn't private sector job growth. Wherever it is, and this government is failing in the economy, the dead hand is increasing the costs on small business to the point that they are closing. And when you think about that, Deputy Speaker, and what that means is a kid doesn't get their first job in their community. They don't get their first foot on the ladder of economic opportunity. They then aren't in the position to step up and then go on and get their next job, potentially for a larger business, while they go on and study or go on, of course, into full-time work. So the consequences of this government's policy is real. And if we get the payment systems wrong, the impact on cash flow is also real. And that's the sort of thing that the Reserve Bank is looking at right now in its consultation around payment systems reform, where they're looking at the balance of who is going to pay for the different components of the payment system. And at the moment, their consultation paper at the moment has put out the idea that they're going to ban transaction fees, because they think that that's going to be the best policy outcome. And there's a robust number of people who are coming through this building making different cases about what should happen. I just had somebody come to my office and argue that there should be compelled least cost routing forced through through to the provider, as well as, of course, other limitations on how the system should operate. Everybody doesn't want to pay merchant fees and transaction fees, and they want somebody else to pay. While at the same time we need a robust payment system for no other reason than because it's integral for cash flow, it's very important around keeping prices low, but we also need a system with integrity, because sitting behind that is one of the most important exposures that we have around cyber security and risk. And if we don't get that right, we expose our entire economy to components of risk. This is one of the things that the Prudential Regulator, APRA, ASIC and the banks regularly stress test, because they're mindful of the exposure that they have and what it can then go on to do for financial stability. As the previous speaker spoke correctly about before, it's also one of the biggest pathways of exposure to things like scams. And we all know people who, even with the best of intent, have found themselves exposed to scams, partly through the payment system. And the payment system can not just be one of the pathways where people get exposed to scams, it can also be one of the best ways to protect Australians against scams. And banks and other financial institutions with the resources can invest in stopping that. So we've got to get this right. In addition to that, we need to work with the platforms, the providers and small businesses. And this was a topic that was discussed recently both between myself and the Minister for Small Business in a speech we recently gave up in the Mural Hall to the launch of the report about digital payments, from a report that was sponsored by Square but hosted by COSBOA, the small business advocacy body. And the Minister for Small Business, who I have very fond affection for, she's a lovely lady, amongst many things, and but she made a very important point that for this government, small business is part of their consideration and part of their decision-making in her speech. And of course, I remarked in my speech that that is a very good thing to have, but it also is a reflection of this government that they see small business as something to be considered. In my speech, Deputy Speaker, I said, in a coalition government, small business will be at the fore of decision-making, because we fundamentally believe that this nation is best governed from the citizen, the family, the community and the small business up, not from big government, big unions and big corporates down. And that is the clear cleave between the Labor government and a coalition government. We believe in a nation governed from citizens, families, communities and small business up. And that is why, like with citizens, like with families, like with communities, like with small business, we make decisions with them at the core of our focus, not what's in the best interest of big unions, big governments and big corporates, as the Labor Party does. And that's going to be the basis in which we make decisions about things like the payment system. How do we strengthen it? How do we make sure it's got integrity? How do we make sure it backs and enables small business to succeed and to thrive? How do we position it so that it's part of the success of small business to be able to get money paid on time? Because if there's any exposure for small business, is that they do not get paid on time, whether it's by large companies or by those who do simple things like drive transactions like a payment system. Because cash flow is king. You've heard that expression, Deputy Speaker. I'm looking for a nod. Give us a nod.
It's not for the Speaker.
Come on,
to
the
ask
Deputy Speaker can give us a nod. Give us a nod to the member for Hughes. Give us a nod. There you go. It just shows you these days, members of the Labor Party can't even give you a nod. Cash flow is king. That shows you how much they don't understand small business.
I ask to withdraw that because the implication is on the Speaker, on the Chair.
But I withdraw, Deputy Speaker. There's no implication. I said, with regards to the member for Hughes, was the member I previously regarded. The member for Hughes couldn't even acknowledge that cash flow was king, and that shows you that the modern Labor Party doesn't understand that cash flow is king, and they don't understand small business. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
The member's time has expired. The member for Hughes.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Payments are something that Australians are engaging with on an everyday life, sometimes dozens of times a week. And these days that looks like tapping cards for groceries, paying bills online, splitting meals through apps and subscribing to services that debit our account each month. These payment methods were unthinkable decades ago, and for younger Australians, buy now, pay later platforms are part of everyday life. Now, for many small businesses, digital wallets are now as common as cash registers once were. I can remember about 10 years ago I was working at Woolworths Gin Alley, and I was on the cash register, and there was a bunch of young teenagers that came through, and one of them wanted to pay with cash, and all of his friends were teasing him because he was paying with cash. They said, "Haven't you heard of a card? Haven't you heard of a card?" It was just ridiculous that these young people would be paying with cash. And even at the time, I thought that's a bit unreasonable. I still use cash. But for young people, it's such a different economy than what we used to have. The way the money moves in our economy has changed dramatically, but the laws that underpin these movements have not kept pace. The Payments System Regulation Act dates back to 1998. At the time it was written, smartphones did not exist. Digital wallets were unheard of. Cryptocurrencies were decades away. Even contactless cards were still in the future. This act has served us well for its time, but it is now out of step with reality. That lack of synchronicity creates risks for consumers, for small businesses, and for the economy as a whole. This bill tackles those risks. It brings the law into line with how Australians live, trade, and pay in 2025. There are three pillars to this bill. Firstly, it's updating definitions. The current definition of payment system is too narrow. It only focuses on the circulation of money in a funds transfer system, and that leaves major gaps. It does not clearly capture digital wallets, closed-loop systems like American Express, or the growing number of services that facilitate payments in new ways. This bill replaces that outdated definition with a modern, technology-neutral one. It ensures that whichever way a system makes payments possible, whether through traditional currency, stable coins, or other digital units of value, it falls within the regulatory net. It also updates the definition of participant. Right now, the law is limited to formal members of a designated system, but many entities play a critical role without being formal members. We think of things like Apple Pay, Google Wallet, or buy now, pay later providers. The new definition captures the full value chain of entities that facilitate or enable payment. This is not about regulating retailers or everyday merchants who sell goods and services. It's about ensuring that those who operate or enable payment systems are accountable under the law. Why does this matter? Because today, your payment might involve 5 or 6 different actors before money reaches its final destination. Without clear definitions, regulators cannot capture the whole chain, which creates blind spots. Those blind spots are where risks accumulate. Risks like unfair fees, misuse of consumer data, or instability in new digital assets. By updating definitions, this bill ensures that new technologies are captured from the outset rather than after problems arise. It makes our framework resilient, not reactive. The second thing that this bill does is strengthens accountability and flexibility. Under the old Act, only the Reserve Bank could designate a payment system, and only on public interest grounds. That was a narrow test. It did not allow action on issues that fall outside financial stability or competition. The Payment Systems Review recommended giving government a broader role, and this bill does exactly that. It gives the minister the power to designate a payment system if, and only if, it's in the national interest. That is important because payments issues today are not confined to financial stability. They touch on cybersecurity, data integrity, consumer protection, and even on national security. For example, the spread of digital wallets raises privacy questions. The rise of foreign-backed stablecoins can create sovereignty questions. In such cases, it is appropriate for government to be able to act directly, not just rely on the Reserve Bank's limited remit. The bill also allows the minister to nominate specialist regulators. Depending on the circumstances, ASIC, APRA, the ACCC or AUSTRAC might be the right regulator to act. That ensures flexibility, speed and expertise. This is an important change. It recognises that payments are no longer just financial plumbing issue. They cut across competition law, prudential stability, consumer rights and anti-money laundering frameworks. By nominating the right regulator for the right issue, government avoids duplication and ensures effective oversight. And as someone who used to work for the prudential regulator, I can wholeheartedly put my faith in the professionalism of our prudential and financial regulatory landscape. This bill also requires the minister to consult with the Reserve Bank and other regulators before exercising these powers. And ministerial directions must be system-wide, not targeted at individual companies. That balance protects regulatory independence while allowing timely government intervention when the national interest is at stake. The third thing that this bill does is it modernises enforcement and penalties. A regulatory framework is only as strong as its enforcement tools. The current penalty regime in the Act is outdated. Maximum penalties are too low. The only enforcement route is through criminal proceedings, which are heavy-handed and slow. This bill creates a civil penalty framework alongside criminal offences. That gives regulators a more flexible set of tools. Civil penalties for routine breaches, criminal penalties for the most serious misconduct. It also allows enforceable undertakings, so regulators can secure binding commitments from participants without resorting to court every time. And it raises maximum penalties to reflect the seriousness of non-compliance. A company that ignores a regulator's direction should face meaningful consequences. For context, under the old regime, failure to comply with direction attracted 50 penalty units. Under this bill, the maximum penalty doubles to 100 units per day of non-compliance, or 500 units for corporations. Now that sends a clear signal. Regulators mean what they say, and compliance is not optional. Civil penalties also bring into line with other areas of financial regulation, such as corporate law and consumer protection. They reduce reliance on criminal prosecutions, which are costly and time-consuming, and instead allow proportionate responses to breaches. For consumers, this is about trust. Whether you are paying through a debit card, a buy now, pay later app, or a digital wallet, you should know the system is regulated, fair, and safe. You should not have to worry that gaps in the law leave you unprotected. For small businesses, this is about confidence. Many small shops rely heavily on digital payments. They deserve clarity and consistency in the rules and assurance that competition will be protected. The updated framework also ensures that small businesses benefit from clear access regimes, meaning they are not unfairly blocked from participating in major payment systems. For the broader economy, this is about resilience. Payments are the plumbing of commerce. If they fail or if trust in them is undermined, the economy suffers. By updating the framework, we reduce risks before they turn to crises. Some have asked whether this bill imposes new costs on business. The answer is that compliance costs are minimal. The bill is estimated to have nil financial impact on the budget and minimal compliance costs. It largely brings existing practices into the formal regulatory framework. What it delivers in return, certainty, consistency and trust, is well worth it. This bill also reflects international best practice. Other advanced economies are modernising their payment systems laws. We cannot afford to fall behind. If Australia wants to remain a leader in safe, efficient and innovative payments, our laws must keep pace. This bill also builds in safeguards. Ministerial powers are not unchecked. Before designating a system in the national interest, the minister must consult with the Reserve Bank and relevant regulators. Ministerial directions to regulators cannot single out individual participants. They must be system-wide and consistent with the regulator's independence. These are important protections. They strike the right balance between giving government the tools it needs and maintaining regulatory independence. The payment system may seem invisible to most people. It works quietly in the background, but that is precisely why it must be robust. When it fails, the impact is immediate. When it is misused, the harm is wide-ranging. By passing this bill, we are future-proofing Australia's payments framework. We are ensuring that it is technology neutral, flexible and strong enough to meet emerging risks. There's one final point I want to emphasise. This is not about slowing innovation. It's about creating confidence for innovation to thrive. When consumers know their rights are protected, they are more likely to embrace new technologies. When businesses know the rules are clear, they are more likely to invest. By modernising the regulatory framework, we encourage safe innovation, not stifle it. Australians expect this Parliament to act before problems arise, not after. This is what this bill does. It responds to the finding of the Payment System Review. It closes gaps in our regulatory framework and it strengthens consumer protection. It supports competition and innovation. It secures the resilience of a system that every Australian depends upon. I commend this bill to the House.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to. The member for Riverina.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And we have heard from the member for Goldstein, the Shadow Minister for Small Business, outline the Coalition's position on this particular bill, the Treasury Laws Amendment Payment Systems Modernisation Bill 2025. We have before us amendments put forward by the Shadow Assistant Treasurer, the member for Cowper, which I encourage the House to adopt. And we just heard a very animated speech by the new member for Hughes, and I applaud his enthusiasm from a person who obviously has studied economics and finance at university, the Wollongong University. He talked about payments, the plumbing of commerce. It's a good line, very, very good line. And for somebody who's run a small business, I know that is very true. But I know he got very worked up about the speech, which he or his staff have taken quite a time to prepare. But if you're out listening to Parliament today, or if you're viewing proceedings, you would be questioning, particularly if you had your superannuation tied up with First Guardian and Shield Master, as to why this place is not spending time questioning that. And whilst I appreciate this Treasury Laws Amendment Bill is important, and whilst I understand full well for small business that it has time constraints and limitations, and it is an important piece of legislation and law. The real finances that this place should be discussing today, and aren't, is this collapse of this particular superannuation company. Now, the Coalition does support this particular bill's objectives, but we do have concern over the lack of parliamentary oversight over the Reserve Bank and Treasurer's decisions, particularly this Treasurer, member for Rankin. Not the only ones. The former RBA Governor, Philip Lowe, has also expressed those views very much lately. I know that the RBA needs its independence. I get that. It's Australia's central bank. Obviously, it's got a very important role, has had since 1960, and since taking over various functions from the Commonwealth Bank. But anyone who had superannuation tied up with that particular company I mentioned, who has had $1.2 billion gone from that company, it has ruined lives. And if they are listening in to this parliamentary broadcast, they must be wondering why we are getting so worked up over legislation, which, whilst it's important, it is perfunctory legislation. It is just going to go through whether or not our amendments are adopted and accepted. I know the member for Hughes was very excited by it all, but tell that to the likes of Adelaide couple Gary and Michelle Thomas. $240,000 nest egg they've had tied up, and it's vanished overnight. And, you know, these people are just financially ruined. They are going to have to work every day for the rest of their lives to even make up some of the shortfall. And I say some because it will be only some. The Australian Securities and Investment Commission is investigating what its Deputy Chair Sarah Court described as misconduct on an industrial scale. And there are now 40 people working on finding out about the 12,000 Australians who are victims of this. 40 people, too little too late. We should have better oversight of these sorts of things. Evidence of misconduct was mounting long before investors saw their balances drop to zero. And the government has every right to feel as though it has had a complete oversight of this. When I say every right, it probably should be every wrong. It's facing backlash for sitting on a Senate report into ASIC's failures for more than a year, with the watchdog being criticised for failing to stop the collapse before it happened. And here we are in the House of Representatives, whilst this collapse is taking place and 40 people are working feverishly to find out where the money's gone, why the money's gone, how the money went, and these poor people are left high and dry, and we are spending an inordinate amount of time, and I am too, talking about the Treasury Laws Amendment, about whether, quite frankly, you know, it covers pay and go and all these tap and go and all these sorts of things. I've got to say, we should be just thinking about our priorities just a little, because it's no comfort, absolutely no comfort for those people sent to financial ruin by the collapse, criminal collapse of this particular fund, this particular superannuation situation. Now, I heard the Shadow Small Business Minister talking about small business in the in his contribution and how it related to this particular amendment bill before us. And it's interesting to look at some of these statistics on small businesses, because bankruptcies in Australia increased to 1,362 companies in July from 1,309 companies in June of 2025. Bankruptcies in Australia averaged 679.61 companies from 1999 until 2025, reaching an all-time high of 1,448 companies in March of 2025 and a record low of 192 companies in January of 2021. Now, I ask a couple of questions. Who was in government in March of 2025? Well, that'd be Labor. Who was in government in January of 2021? Well, that'd be the Liberal Nationals coalition. And it's no surprise, it's no coincidence, it's no great shock that Labor is not the government for small business. The definition of a small business can be varied, but if I was really sarcastic, I'd say a small business these days is what would have been a medium or large business when we were in government, because Labor has this unique way of turning medium and large businesses into small businesses. Now, in Australia, a significant number of new small businesses close within their first few years, and that's just the way small business operates. It is tough being a small business operator. I know I've run one. I've been in a partnership with two others running a media and publishing company in Wagga Wagga, and it's tough work because often you are taking home less pay than the workers you employ. And it's a great reward to employ someone, Deputy Speaker. It really, truly is, because you're giving somebody the hope and opportunity of a better life and to improve themselves, to develop their skills. But it is really tough work to keep the doors of a small business open. Now, the rate of failure of a small business, proven statistics, around 20 to 30% closing in their first year, increasing to about half or more within 3 years. However, these figures can also be interpreted by entry and exit rates. And for example, the Australian Bureau of Statistics reported that 362,893 businesses exited in 2023-24, and that was a 14% exit rate, proving my point about how very tough it is. I do question, as part of this bill, which is obviously related to small business, why the government has chosen not to renew the employment, the commission of Bruce Bilson. I believe Bruce Bilson was the best small business minister this country has had. And I say that having been a former small business minister myself. It is very gracious. Thank you, Minister for Veterans Affairs.
The best by a long way, you're saying.
What was that, Speaker?
The best by a long way.
The best by a long way. Now I'm getting disparaged by the Speaker. But it is true. I mean, there were some who call him the best small business minister, very unkindly about Mr Bilson's stature. But he also had the portfolio responsibilities for competition policy and consumer affairs. And if I thought the member for Hughes was animated, Mr Bilson was so totally animated in everything he did. But he's been the Australian Small Business and Family Enterprise Ombudsman for some time, and his contract is not being renewed. And I would really ask the government to reconsider that, because he is so enthusiastic about what he does, and he's so good at his job. And those sorts of jobs should be above politics. And whilst I appreciate that Labor has made some appointments on bipartisan lines, the contract of Mr Bilson should have been extended because of the experience, the enthusiasm and the success in the delivery that he has brought to that position. He is very, very good, very, very good, in fact. And I very much appreciate the advice, particularly when it comes to industrial relations. And as Bivio is a great website for anybody venturing into the difficult world of small business, because it has that advice. Mr Bilson, of course, Kate Carnell, a former Liberal Chief Minister here in the ACT, also was very good in that role. But the advice that it provides in the very complicated world of IR has been very well received by companies, particularly small businesses. And we heard in question time today from the Small Business Minister as to how small business is indeed the backbone of the economy, and it is. And we should never forget that. And I heard the Minister, I listened to her closely, talking about the instant asset write-off. and it's a shame that it has been limited under this government. I know when I was the Small Business Minister, the rate of tax being paid by small business dropped to its lowest level since pre-World War II days, and I was very proud of that fact. I know how we should be, every single one of us, doing everything we can and then some to support and protect and help our small businesses in our electorates, because you don't know how valuable they are until you lose them. Now, a little bit on this particular bill. The law was written a quarter of a century ago, when obviously cheques and EFTPOS, Visa and MasterCard were the only way Australians paid, and it's a very, very different society these days. It doesn't cover the systems, this law, that Australians use today: Apple Pay, Google Pay, Afterpay, or even crypto and blockchain systems. I would say too that I think I talked about the superannuation fund collapse before, but the other thing that I think small business would be liking us to talk about is making sure that we restrict the payment that has to go with using tap and go. If that were to be addressed by this government, I think there'd be a lot of small businesses cheering, but particularly not just by small business, but indeed by customers, because, you know, and I know the rate varies, but I tell you what doesn't vary, or it only goes up, and that's every time we see the bank's profit margins, because they are just milking customers dry when it comes to benefiting from that tap and go. It is a lot of money, and it mightn't seem so much when you buy your morning coffee, but it adds up. It does add up. I commend what the former member for Cowper, Lou Kartziker, did in that regard. I commend the current member for Cowper for the amendment that he's brought forward to this particular legislation. I commend the House to wisely consider what he has put forward, and as he enters the chamber, and to adopt what he has placed to improve this particular bill.
Thank the member for Riverina. The question is the amendment be agreed to, and I call the member for Monash.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and it's a privilege to follow the member for Riverina, and if I could associate myself with his remarks about Mr Bruce Bilson, the Australian Small Business and Family Enterprise Ombudsman. That is an incredibly important role. It's a statutory role. It has responsibilities for mediation, where small businesses find themselves in a David and Goliath situation, and anyone who knows Bruce Bilson knows he is an absolute evangelist for small business. He has lived it and breathed it over many, many years, and I too want to pay tribute to his record of service, not just in this place as a former small business minister, but in his time as the Small Business and Family Enterprise Ombudsman, and wish him and his wife Kate all the very best for their next steps. This is an important opportunity to talk about small business in Australia, because right now small business owners have never worked harder for less or faced more risk and red tape. I'm a passionate believer that strong businesses sustain strong communities, and I see that every single day of the week in my electorate of Monash, where it's small business owners that are the first to put their hand up and sponsor the local footy team or sporting organisation. It's small businesses that are the first to put their hand up to volunteer on a service club with the Lions Barbecue or Rotary. And we very much rely on those organisations in regional Australia. And so I pay tribute to the mum and dad small business owners that every morning they get out of bed, they put their house on the line to give someone else a shot at a job. And they're doing it really tough right now. The input costs across so many areas are going up and up. The risks of being in business are going up and up. Having grown up in my parents' family-run small businesses, at small business I would see them answer phone calls from customers on a Sunday night, work late into the night on BAS statements. And I know for so many small business owners right across this country that are doing it tough with lean margins, they will pay their staff before they get paid. They will make sure that their customers are delivered for, They will always put themselves last. They put their community first. They look after their staff, and they are the unsung heroes of this country. I want to talk about specifically the conversation at the moment on the RBA's review into merchant card surcharging, because this is a conversation that's been going on for a number of years now, and one when I was CEO of a national small business organisation quite a few years ago now, I remember engaging in a discussion on, because it's an important issue for many small business owners, and the technology that's developed across that time, the scale and pace and acceleration of new technology that's come in since there were cheques and old-style merchant facilities has changed rapidly. And so as a parliament setting regulatory systems and legislative changes, we need to make sure that we're keeping up with best practice, that we're having regard for cybersecurity concerns. And we've seen many of those in recent years at a consumer level where there's been sensitive health data, sensitive financial data breached. We need to make sure that the RBA are not left alone to deal with those challenges given their very narrow remit. And so the government has announced that it will ban debit card surcharges, and that's subject, of course, to further work by the RBA. And I want to have consideration in my remarks for most of all small businesses and consumers, because right now the cost of living is going up and up. I get emails every week from constituents that have said my energy bill's gone up yet again. And so everybody's doing it really tough right now, and we need to make sure that consumers and small businesses are not wearing the cost impost of large organisations, especially large multinational organisations, which are perhaps skimming the cream on support and subsidies that are meant to provide those in a less profitable situation. I will be raising a couple of key measures which I believe the government and the RBA should be adopting in making sure these considerations are best regarded, and that includes enforcing a separation of debit from credit card merchant service fees. This includes no blending of debit and credit. So if you've got a credit card where you're earning Qantas points and a whole range of other benefits attached to that, that should be treated differently to, say, an FPOS card, which is a bare basic. It's your money that you're using to pay for a can of Coke or a meal at the pub, and that should be dealt with separately. I'd like to see the mandating of dynamic least cost routing on debit card transactions, and I'm also putting forward that a delay of the implementation of any proposed surcharge ban for 12 months is a sensible thing to do to allow time for small to medium businesses to switch providers, revise their contracts and look for better options. I think there are a number of companies that have been established in recent years, and some of those include Square and Stripe, big tech companies where they're paired with big tech providers like Apple and Google, and they're the ones profiting in these situations. The assistance is not being carried through to SMEs and consumers. And I think also reducing debit interchange close to zero, which has been recommended by the Productivity Commission, is something else that needs to be proceeded with. While the RBA is still reviewing this matter, I would also countenance that its proposal does not go far enough in properly addressing a number of factors which are live issues at the moment, including insufficient reduction in costs for card users and businesses, the increased costs to users of cash, ensuring banks don't pass on fraud costs incurred overseas to Australian card presence fees, failing to ensure debit card providers are not subsidising the reward schemes, as I referenced earlier, of credit card users, not mandating to require payment providers to process all transactions using the least cost route. Unnecessarily high profit margins on small business transactions compared to big business transactions is also something that we need to have regard for, and the steady increase of merchant card fees, Deputy Speaker, are all things which we need to take into account. Now, the Coalition's position on this bill is that we support the objectives, but of course have serious concern about the lack of parliamentary oversight over the Reserve Bank and Treasurer's decisions in this area. And so, having said that, if our amendments fail, the Coalition will not support the bill. Will not oppose the bill, will not oppose the bill. Thank you. Thank you. Quite broadly, the law regulates our payment system. The law that regulates our payment systems is the Payment Systems Regulation Act 1998. And of course, this is a number of decades since it's been initiated into law. The technology and systems that are used since that time have dramatically scaled up. About 25 years ago, so cheques, EFTPOS, Visa, MasterCard were the only way Australians paid, and of course that's changed now. We've got Apple Pay, Google Pay, Afterpay, crypto and blockchain systems. But we also need to have regard that when regulators are given sweeping powers over fast-moving competitive industries, Parliament must have the ability to review those decisions. And those decisions have a significant impact on regional Australia, which is where my first concerns are always laid and are always founded in. And if I think to the Monash electorate, if I think to the Gippsland region, of which I'm a part of, we're very proud to grow, make and manufacture things. About 23% of Australia's milk output comes from our region. About 26% of Victoria's beef comes from our region. We're very proud of the clean, green horticultural produce that we make that's sought the world over. But there is an ecosystem of small to medium businesses that rely on all of those producers and all of those links in our region to get their products to market quickly and efficiently and to provide for consumers. And of course, small businesses in my region have a number of other challenges that they're contending with at the moment. Even though we have the best soil in Australia and normally in a bit of a rain cloud, we are suffering a green drought at the moment. And so I'm speaking on a weekly basis with farmers who are forced to sell off stock early. That is going to be affecting their liabilities and their tax bill with the ATO. Roads and infrastructure. As I mentioned in my inaugural speech, I'm a passionate believer, as the Prime Minister once said many moons ago when he was an infrastructure minister, I'm a passionate believer that infrastructure is a primary enabler of productivity, and so roads and routes to market in my electorate to get products safely and efficiently to their destination is something I'm particularly passionate about. And small towns too. So around 40% of my region is towns under 1,000 people, and some of those small towns, tourist towns, where there is a vibrant small business network, they're timber towns too, although thanks to the Victorian Labor government, those timber towns and timber jobs are becoming fewer and fewer, but they're very important too. And so if it's towns like Newgee, Neerim South, Walhalla, Erica, Rawson, Lock, I will always do my utmost best to make sure that their concerns and their challenges are best represented. I'm proud to have worked in the timber industry, which is a great enabler and supporter of a broader system of small businesses. So I previously served on the board of Australian Sustainable Hardwoods in Hayfield, and I acknowledge Ian Jones, they're the Chief Financial Officer who after many decades will be retiring in October this year. But that timber mill makes sure that the IGA truck coming into town with groceries makes it economic to return back to Melbourne with a trailer full of timber. They support the Timber Museum and the Lions Club. They do so much for that community, and that's demonstrative of what a lot of larger that quantum of heavy industry, why that's important in regions like ours to support small businesses. I've always very strongly believed that a strong economy is the best way to support the most vulnerable people in our community, to protect our environment, to invest in education, because without a strong economy, we can't achieve any of those things. Small business is a key part of that. About 44% of Australian jobs are employed in a small business, and that's why considerations such as those contained in this bill, it's incredibly important that we always look after Australian small business owners as we work our way through these legislative processes. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank the member for Monash. The question is that the amendment be agreed to. I call the Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Firstly, I'd like to thank all those members who have contributed to this debate. The government won't be supporting the amendment move by the member for Cowper. The updates introduced by this bill are a key part of the government's plans to ensure the regulatory architecture underpinning Australia's payment system is up to date and fit for purpose. The broadened definitions of payment system and participant will ensure that, despite the increasing size and complexity of Australia's payment system, the vast array of new services and platforms can be regulated effectively by the Reserve Bank of Australia. Further, the ministerial designation powers will give the Treasurer capacity to ensure that payment services or platforms that present risks of national significance can be subject to additional oversight if necessary. These changes deliver on the government's commitment under the Strategic Plan for Australia's Payment System to update the payments regulatory framework to help underpin its vision for a modern, world-class and efficient payment system that is safe, trusted and accessible and enables greater competition, innovation and productivity across the economy. I commend the bill to the House.
I thank the Minister. The original question was that this bill be now read a second time. To this, the honourable member for Cowper has moved as an amendment that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting other words. The immediate question, therefore, is that the amendment be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. No. I think the noes have it. Division required? Division required. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Okay. The ayes move to the right of the chamber, the noes to the left of the chamber. Good.
No, I know. We were just looking at Monash. I didn't realise they were that far down there. Yeah. Where were you? Down your nonsense. Immediately.
appoint the member for Bowman and the member for Capricornia tellers for the ayes, and member for
Lock the doors. The question is the amendment be agreed to by the honourable member for Cowper. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I appoint the honourable members for Capricornia and Bowman as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the noes. Order. The result of the division is ayes 50, noes 91. The matter was resolved in the negative. The question now is that this bill be now read a second time. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it, and I call the clerk.
Second reading, a bill for an act to amend the law relating to payment systems and for related purposes.
Is leave granted? for the third reading to be moved immediately. Order. If members can leave the chamber as quickly and as quietly as possible. Is leave granted for the third reading to be moved? I thank the member for Dawson. I call the Assistant Treasurer and Minister for Financial Services.
I move that this bill be now read a third time.
I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. And I call the Assistant Minister. And I call the clerk.
Third reading, a bill for an act to amend the law relating to payment systems and for related purposes.
Now I call the Assistant Minister.
Speaker, I move that order of the day number 4, government business, be called on immediately.
I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. I'll call the clerk.
Government business, order of the day number 4, Appropriation Bill number 1, 2025 to 2026, resumption of debate on the second reading.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time and in continuation to give the call to the member for Goldstein.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, Bayside, Glenara and Kingston residents should have decent infrastructure, so when Labor ripped out $100 million from our community, we are still living with the consequences. The Dendy Park Pavilion at Dendy Park has been waiting years for an upgrade. Despite serving Brighton Little Athletics and Hampton East Brighton Football Club, it doesn't have facilities for women's athletic or soccer, nor disability toilets for people with a disability. Before the election, we committed $900,000 to bring the facilities into the 21st century. Speaker, Bayside is ready. If the federal government helped, it would mean women and people with a disability get the facilities they desperately need and wouldn't be left behind. It's time to take action and sign the petition at timwilsonmp.com.au. Deputy Speaker, I note some MPs are questioning Australia's commitment to net zero. As you know, I've got a long-term interest in this area and know delivering long-term emissions reduction depends on trust, and nothing will corrode that trust more than price increases and outages. Which takes us to the Teals. They were elected on a platform of explicit trust and integrity in politics, so it is fair to hold them to account to this standard. So when the member for Kooyong was elected on the basis of climate action and reducing fossil fuel subsidies, but then voted for $2 billion of new coal and gas subsidies, it was a direct portrayal of their commitment to integrity in office. They have tried to sweep it under the carpet, hoping no one would notice. But when one Teal MP was asked why they broke this trust, they said that it was, quote, misinformation first, before begging forgiveness that they'd have strips torn off them rightly if they voted against. If you get elected on a platform of climate action and then you vote for $2 billion in new coal and gas subsidies, you lose your integrity. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Bayside, Glenara and Kingston residents should expect decent infrastructure. So when Labor ripped $100 million out of our community in the 2022 budget and never replaced it, we are still paying the price. The Porter Road Park could be an amazing open park for Bentley. Glenara bought the houses to clear the land, but it doesn't have any facilities. Before the election, we committed $2 million to make it a modern park to promote healthy living. Glenara is ready. If the federal government helped, it would mean Bentley gets the park they need and wouldn't be left behind. To take action and sign the petition at timwilsonmp.com.au. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Bayside, Glenara and Kingston residents should have decent infrastructure. So when Labor ripped $100 million out of our community, we are still living with the consequences. The Hodgson Reserve smart lighting upgrade could enable the Bentley community to use the Hodgson Reserve Park all day. The Bentley community is living more flexible lives and needs spaces to walk their dog, exercise and meet all year round. But Hodgson Reserve doesn't have adequate lighting. Before the election, we committed $300,000 to invest in smart lighting so it could be used all throughout the day and all year round. Glen Eira is ready. If the federal government helped, it would mean Bentley gets the park they need and wouldn't be left behind. Take action and sign the petition at timwilsonmp.com.au. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Bayside, Glen Eira and Kingston residents should have decent infrastructure. So when Labor ripped $100 million out of our community, we are still living with the consequences. The Balilla House Cultural Precinct on Halifax Street is a majestic asset waiting to be converted into a cultural hub. With an ageing population, the community needs the assets to support their community connection and cultural engagement. Assets like Balilla are there to be used. Before the election, we committed $3 million to bring the facility into the 21st century. Bayside is ready. If the federal government helped, it would mean residents get the cultural facilities they need and wouldn't be left behind. To take action, sign the petition at timwilsonmp.com.au. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Bayside, Glen Eira and Kingston residents should have decent infrastructure. So when Labor ripped $100 million out of our community, we are still living with the consequences. Glen Huntly Road should be a vibrant shopping strip all throughout the year, but it lacks tree coverage. Before the election, we committed $125,000 to invest in an urban canopy to beautify the street, improve community amenity and act as a carbon sink. Glen Eira wants to invest in Glen Huntly's future. We want the federal government to help. It would mean the Glen Huntly community isn't left behind. Take action and sign the petition at timwilsonmp.com.au. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
I only need to be thanked once per speech. Thanks.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Bayside, Glen Eira and Kingston residents should have decent infrastructure. So when Labor ripped $100 million out of our community, we are still living with the consequences. The EMC Fox Pavilion McKinnon Reserve Sports Ground in McKinnon has been waiting years for an upgrade. Earlier this year, we committed $2.75 million to build the facilities for the community needs for the 21st century so it could have the modern facilities for clubs like St Paul's McKinnon, including women's change rooms. Glen Eira wants to rebuild the facilities. We want the federal government to help. It would mean women get the facilities they need and aren't left behind. To take action, sign the petition at timwilsonmp.com.au. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Bayside, Glen Eira and Kingston residents should have decent infrastructure. So when Labor ripped $100 million out of our community, we are still living with the consequences. The McKinnon community is living with more flexible lives and needs spaces to walk their dog, exercise and meet all year round. Before the election, we committed $300,000 to invest in smart lighting at Allnut Park so it could be used all throughout the year and all day long. Glen Eira is ready. If the federal government helped, it would mean that the community got the park they need and wouldn't be left behind. To take action, sign the petition at timwilsonmp.com.au. Deputy Speaker, Bayside, Glen Eira and Kingston residents should have decent infrastructure. So when Labor ripped out $100 million from the community, we are still living with the consequences. Moorabbin Hebrew Congregation is one of many synagogues in the community, and like others, it has lived the consequences of anti-Semitism towards its congregants and property. We should want Australia to be a safe place for people to worship in their houses of worship. That is why we committed $70,000 in vital security upgrades that we wish weren't needed. Moorabbin Hebrew Congregation is ready. If the federal government helped, it would mean they got vital security upgrades to keep the community safe and wouldn't be left vulnerable. Take action and sign the petition at timwilsonmp.com.au. Deputy Speaker, Bayside, Glen Eira and Kingston residents should have decent infrastructure. So when Labor ripped $100 million out of our community, we are still living with the consequences. L'Chaim Chabad is a religious and cultural centre, and like others, it has lived the consequences of anti-Semitism towards its congregants and property. That is why we committed $16,000 for vital security upgrades that we wish weren't needed. L'Chaim Chabad is ready. If the federal government helped, it would mean they got vital security upgrades to keep the community safe and wouldn't be left vulnerable. Take action and sign the petition at timwilsonmp.com.au. Deputy Speaker, Bayside, Glen Ira and Kingston residents should have decent infrastructure. So when Labor ripped $100 million out of our community, we are still living with the consequences. South Caulfield Hebrew Congregation is one of many synagogues in the Goldstein community, and like others, it has lived the consequences of anti-Semitism towards its congregants and property. We should want Australia to be a safe place and for people to be able to worship in their synagogue. That is why we committed $1.2 million for vital security upgrades as part of its broader redevelopment connected to its Centre for Community Programs. South Caulfield Hebrew Congregation is ready. If the federal government helped, it would mean they got vital security upgrades to keep the community safe and wouldn't be left vulnerable. Take action and sign the petition at timwilsonmp.com.au. Deputy Speaker, Australia Post is there for every Australian to ensure we have vital postal services. Australia Post has betrayed the Goldstein community. Along Bay Road in Cheltenham, Australia Post has removed a number of post boxes, making it increasingly hard for older residents to do things like post pieces of mail. They've made the claim that there simply isn't the volume of mail to justify it based on the population. The problem with that explanation is they haven't looked at the long-term trajectory of population growth off the back of what the state government is trying to do in building new housing in the area. It's time for Australia Post to return the mailboxes so older residents can have access to essential services they need. Separately, Australia Post is now trying to close down the South Caulfield Post Office. In the last term of Parliament, Hampton Post Office was closed against the wishes of the community. When the head of Australia Post came to the former member, she didn't take the meeting. I'm calling on Australia Post to keep open South Caulfield Post Office, and the best way is to sign the petition at timwilsonmp.com.au.
I thank the member for Goldstein. Before the debate is resumed on this bill, I remind the House that it's been agreed that a general debate be allowed covering this bill, the Appropriation Bill number 2, 2025 and 2026, and the Appropriation Parliamentary Departments Bill number 1, 2025 to 2026. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Corangamite.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Our budget repays hard work, nourishes aspiration and creates opportunity. And that's why I stand today to support this enabling legislation that underpins our reform agenda and recognises the challenges Australians are facing: cost of living pressures, the uncertainty of global events and the need for stability at home. It responds to these challenges with proactive policy and investment in sectors such as housing, health, infrastructure, energy, skills training and multiculturalism, with funding to underpin reform. Now, for years, Deputy Speaker, Australians have carried the weight of a coalition government that told them simply, ride it out, a government that shrugged its shoulders as prices climbed and wages stagnated. A government that told renters to just buy a house and told families struggling with power bills that nothing could be done. But Australians knew better. They knew that government could and should help. They knew that budgets should serve people, not the other way round. And now, after a wasted decade, that is exactly what this budget delivers. It acts on needs and supports Australians to get ahead. Deputy Speaker, this budget builds on the foundation laid in our last term: cheaper childcare, so parents, especially mums, can work more, earn more and get ahead; free TAFE, so thousands of Australians can train for jobs that are in demand now and in the future; energy bill relief, so households and small businesses can breathe easier; and tax cuts for every taxpayer, because in tough times, every dollar counts. These are not abstract measures. They are practical steps that ease financial pressure and expand opportunity. In my electorate of Corangamite, I've spoken with parents who tell me that cheaper childcare has made a real difference to their lives. I've met apprentices at the Gordon Institute who are embracing free TAFE proud to be the first in their family to take up a trade. And I've spoken with pensioners in Warm Ponds who have felt the real difference of hundreds of dollars off their power bills. These are not lines in a budget paper, they are lives being made easier. Deputy Speaker, this budget also looks forward. It invests in the industries that will power our future: clean energy, advanced manufacturing, defence capability and skills. It is a plan to make more things here, to back Australian ingenuity and to create secure, well-paid jobs in our regions. For Corangamite, that means opportunity. Opportunity in renewable energy projects on the Surf Coast, opportunity in advanced manufacturing in Geelong, opportunity in construction, in care, in teaching, in all the sectors crying out for skilled workers. It also means investment in the infrastructure that keeps our communities strong. Local roads, rail connections and community facilities that bring people together. From Armstrong Creek to Torquay, from Warm Ponds to Ocean Grove and from Leopold to Clifton Springs in my electorate, communities are growing and they need the infrastructure to match. This budget makes sure that growth in regional communities like mine is recognised and is supported in a sustainable and responsible way that looks to the future. Deputy Speaker, this budget delivers the single largest investment in Medicare since its creation, $8.5 billion to lift bulk billing, build our health workforce and expand access to urgent care. It funds another 50 Medicare urgent care clinics, building on the 87 already open. One of these clinics will be in my elected of Corangamite in Torquay. It has been so much welcome, Deputy Speaker, and I look forward to standing with my community when the doors open. And just last week, Deputy Speaker, I'm proud to say the tender process has kicked off for the provider to be selected for the clinic. The Torquay Urgent Care Clinic will expand access to healthcare on the Surf Coast, ensuring locals can get urgent care close to home, without long wait times in emergency. And I'm proud that Torquay on the Surf Coast will soon get a mental health prevention hub. This budget also invests in scholarships for nurses and midwives, supporting the next generation of health professionals in our region. And importantly, it delivers record investments in women's health, from contraception access to endometriosis clinics to menopause support. For too long, women's health was underfunded, undervalued and too often ignored. This budget says clearly women's health matters. Deputy Speaker, this is a budget designed to keep the pressure off families today while building opportunity for tomorrow. The number one concern for Australians right now is cost of living. That is why this budget delivers responsible, targeted relief. Tax cuts are front and centre. Every Australian taxpayer will receive a tax cut this year and next. For the average earner, that means an extra $2,548 in their pocket, around $50 a week extra. And for more than 1 million low-income Australians, we are also raising the Medicare levy threshold to provide further relief. Energy rebates will continue, with $1.8 billion more in this budget. Every household and 1 million small businesses will benefit, cutting another $150 from bills this year. And the Albanese government is ensuring energy companies pass on cheaper deals and discounts so families get the value they deserve. After a decade of stagnation, real wages have now risen for 5 consecutive quarters. This is good news. It is a core Labor principle that workers share in our nation's prosperity. And what better way to do this than through wages that add to our productivity? Deputy Speaker, this budget funds $2.6 billion in pay rises for aged care nurses, supports higher wages for early childhood educators, and reforms non-compete clauses to help lift wages across the economy. Wages growth is about whether a worker can pay the bills, save for a home or buy a child new school shoes. And we're cracking down on supermarket power, scams and unfair surcharges. And we're making the food and grocery code mandatory, boosting penalties and giving more teeth to the competition watchdog. On education and skills, this budget delivers real reform. We are cutting 20% off all student loan debts, raising the minimum repayment threshold and reducing repayment rates. Together with earlier reforms, we will wipe $19 billion in debt for more than 3 million Australians. That is good news. That matters for the young teacher in Geelong West, the apprentice electrician in Armstrong Creek, the nursing student in Warn Ponds. It means they graduate with less debt and more freedom to build their future. And medications will also be cheaper under Labor's PBS, with the maximum price of a PBS script dropping from $31.60 to $25. For pensioners and concession card holders, the cost will remain at just $7.70. And we are listing more life-saving medicines on the PBS, some of which would otherwise cost patients hundreds of thousands of dollars. Deputy Speaker, we will provide relief today. We want to also invest in our future. Our $33 billion housing plan will build 1.2 million homes by 2030. We are expanding Help to Buy, increasing incentives for apprentices in construction, cracking down on foreign ownership when it comes to the purchase of established homes, and ensuring new developments are connected to the infrastructure they need. This is about giving young families across the Surf Coast, the Bellarine and Geelong, in my electorate alone, the chance to stay in their communities where they grew up and build their futures and contribute to local economies. Early education will be made more accessible through a new 3-day guarantee, ensuring every family can access at least 3 days of subsidised early learning. And we're investing $5 billion to expand access to childcare and lift wages for early educators. Government schools will be fully and fairly funded, finally meeting the Gonski standard after almost 15 years. And as a former teacher in government schools, I can say how proud I am that we have achieved this, and I'd like to thank the Minister, the Education Minister, for his work in making this happen. Across the next decade, the Commonwealth will also invest $16.5 billion, with state and territories also investing to better support government schools. So thank you to the states, and let's get on with that. For free TAFE, we will be made permanent, with 100,000 places locked in each year from 2027. And new university reforms will ensure student graduates with less debt have more opportunity. And Deputy Speaker, this budget invests more than $3 billion in green metals, clean energy and critical minerals, because Labor is committed to emissions reduction and tackling climate change head-on. It also reinvests in the Clean Energy Finance Corporation. This is a product of Labor, and it is serving a very important purpose, funding new innovation and backing industries that will make Australia indispensable in the net zero global economy. We're abolishing non-compete clauses for most workers, introducing national licensing for electricians, and rewarding states that implement pro-competition reforms. The changes will help boost GDP, reduce inflation and lift wages across the economy. These reforms are in Labor's DNA. We acknowledge the role unions play in advocating for change. And Deputy Speaker, this is what building for the future looks like: a stronger Medicare, more homes for more people to have a roof over their head, a better education and hope for the future, a new generation of industries to power our prosperity. Inflation is coming down, real wages are rising, unemployment remains low. These outcomes have not been easy. They have required responsible choices and careful economic management. And I would like to take a moment to recognise and thank our Treasurer, the member for Rankin, who has driven economic reform and outcomes, passed sound decision-making policies and responsible economic management. And most importantly, these decisions reflect the resilience and determination that we have partnershiped with the people of Australia. But we know too many families are still doing it tough. This is why our government is delivering real help with the cost of living right now, while at the same time laying down the foundations for a stronger, fairer and more productive economy in the years ahead. Deputy Speaker, this is a responsible budget. It helps with the cost of living today. It invests in health, housing, education and our environment. It strengthens the economy for tomorrow. And it does all of this while repairing the budget itself. Since coming into government, we have delivered the first back-to-back surpluses in nearly 2 decades. Gross debt is $177 billion, lower than forecast. We have found $94 billion in savings, no small amount, banked most of the revenue upgrades and ensured payments are growing at less than half the rate of our predecessors. That is what responsible management looks like. And most importantly, this budget is about responsible nation building. It is about ensuring Australians not only survive the turbulence of today, but thrive in the opportunities of tomorrow. Deputy Speaker, Australia is turning the corner. This budget helps us in the fight against inflation. It helps rebuild living standards, and it helps maximise our national advantages in a changing world. It is a budget rooted in responsibility and driven by optimism. Optimism that working Australians can see their wages grow. Optimism that families can afford the essentials. Optimism that every child, no matter where they are born, has access to education and opportunity. And optimism that in a world of uncertainty, that Australia will be a stronger, fairer and more secure place. Deputy Speaker, this is our plan to build a stronger economy, a fairer society and a future every Australian can be proud of. This is our government's approach to invest in people, to invest in communities and to invest in the future where we are lifting living standards. This budget is a statement of values, that we value hard work, that we nurture aspiration, that we protect families and that we plan responsibly for a hopeful tomorrow. Thank you.
I thank the member for Corangamite. The question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for New England.
Well, thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. And I think I should start by talking about the debt. In the Australian government, securities outstanding as we speak right now. It's $961.4 billion. I watch it very closely. That's $100 billion higher than it was when the coalition left government. $100 billion higher. One of the greatest myths is that you have $1 trillion in debt. You don't even have it yet. You don't even have it now, but you're heading there, and you're getting there at a rate of knots. Now, it's an interesting place to start because how do you pay back debt? Well, this is my former life as an accountant and my current life as a cattle producer in business. You've got two choices. You're either going to cut your expenses, and for a lot of people that's politically unpalatable. You have to find out where you're spending way too much money. NDIS, the classic one. The money you're putting up against the wall on intermittent power, the money you're paying to billionaires domestically and foreign multinationals. That's a huge saving if you want to have an epiphany and go back to what you was. But if you don't want to cut money, and there's two ones you have to try and work out how you're going to fix them up. One you should get rid of, the intermittent power sector, and the other one you should really rationalise with, and you're trying to do that. And I might just segue into that. I remember when, a couple of years ago, before we lost government, I contacted the member for Maribyrnong, Mr Shorten, and said, look, we're going to have to straighten out the NDIS, and how about we work out some non-contro amendments, and if you can just let them through. And I get along well with Bill, but he said no, want to play politics with it. And that was what happened. Later on, I remember where I was outside Gunnaganoo Station on the New England Highway driving south, and I got a call from one Mr Bill Shorten saying, is that office still open where we can have a non-contro amendments? And we actually did. We came to an agreement, touched them up on one thing and then let a couple of others through, because we've got to get the NDIS back under control, otherwise the whole thing's going to collapse. It's not going to be there anymore, and that would be a tragedy. It's only supposed to cost $13 billion at the start. I'm thinking it's heading towards 42. The other way you can try and pay back your debt, and this goes to New England, is to try and build up your asset base. You got your strength of your asset base, if it's prudent assets, will drive your P&L, and if you've got an effective P&L, you can repay debt. In some instances, my time as an accounting and also in banking, if you thought people's business plan was right and you did the oddest thing, you actually lent them more money on the prospect that they would drive prudent assets to generate income. And I'm not going to give away names, but I can think of a classic example where, against the will of Credit Bureau, I did precisely that, and this person got themselves out of debt and became very, very successful. But you've got prudent assets. Prudent assets. Prudent assets on your balance sheets are ones that are seminal in the creation of wealth and driving tax incomes forward. I'm not being sort of, parochial or bucolic when I say one of the big assets you need to do that is you have to have effective internodal capacity, effective rail, effective roads. Remember, roads build cities, cities don't build roads. It's the wealth that's driven by that transport corridor that drives the economy. Other thing is seminal, seed infrastructure such as dams. Find me one place in the world that has an economy that's effectively gone ahead without water. So dams are absolutely essential, and businesses in like a place like the city of Tamworth, vastly more water is used by business that is used by domestic purposes. But if you don't have the water, the businesses can't grow. And Tamworth is one of the biggest protein providers in Australia. In fact, I think it's about 60 or 70%. If you eat beef from Woolworths, about 60 or 70% of it is killed in Tamworth. And they use huge amounts of water. The latest investment in poultry will go to 3 million, it must be 3 million chooks a year, maybe. And that's with the Camilleri boys, Biata. But that's $600 million for the plant and another about $500 million for surrounding infrastructure in sheds. So it's about a $1.1 billion investment in that form of protein coming from Tamworth as well. Then, of course, you've got high protein grains, and you've got mutton you've got sheep from Thomas Foods, and these people are expanding their operations, but we've got to have the water infrastructure there. So I'll start with this. One of the saddest things was when the current government came with this bogus number of $1.3 billion to build Dungowan Dam, and neither Minister Rose Jackson from New South Wales nor anybody else could ever, in a substantive way, tabulate how they came up with that $1.3 billion. It was plucked out of thin air for the sake of saying, oh, look, terrifying number, therefore we can't build it. In audit, you have to stand behind your numbers. You have to, as they have a very derogatory term, which Madam Deputy Speaker would pull me up on, it's called a packet of something tickets if you walk in with rubbish. And they just say it's garbage. Go away and we haven't got diligent numbers from the government about why they came out with the number they did on Dungowan Dam, and the more we ask for it, because we know it's rubbish. It's a garbage number, and it's been proven as such. Another big disappointment was you've got to spread the wealth a little bit around, and there's got to be a form of decentralisation, especially in public service jobs. Now, Canberra is a beautiful city and has done exceptionally well out of public service jobs. And I'm not going to tell you something that you probably already know. Not many public servants vote for me, so this is not a pitch to get votes. But we need sections of departments that are in regional areas. We need to be effective. Now, we started doing it with fisheries, section of fisheries, going to Coffs Harbour, section of the Murray-Darling Basin, went to Gundawindi. But I moved APVMA to Armidale because the University of New England was there with the Rural Science School, the CSIRO, and it was near everything: cotton, cattle, sheep, grain, sugar cane. It was all it was in a good area for it. But now we've got this stupid game where they're playing, we believe in the APVMA in Armidale, and that's a strong Labor town in a lot of areas, and they're moving it all back to Canberra again. Now, that just says to regional people, and I use this against the Labor Party, I always say to the Labor voters in Armidale, I don't know why you vote for them, because all they ever do is kick you. Even when I try to get you something, they kick you. Just don't. If you don't want to vote for me, I can understand that, but don't vote for them. Don't vote for them until they want to look after you. So, it'd be great if the Labor Party had that same vision. Say, no, that's fair enough. Let's do a little bit of decentralisation as itself, and it might just go back to one of the doyens of the Labor Party who did have a crack at that, and his name was Edward Gough Whitlam with Albury. That was one of his plans to do it. And things should be borrowed from that to try and, again, to take the next step of it. So APVMA in Armidale, they're slowly throttling it. And what a disappointment that is, because it just goes to show that you don't even look after your own people rather than just regional people. These are the people who actually voted for you. Now, Inland Rail. We now have, this is idiotic. We have a multiple billion-dollar asset. See, rail is incredibly important because you've got the vastly more efficient movement of produce. Trains that ultimately will be up to 3 kilometres long, travelling at 110 kilometres an hour. If you want carbon reduction, how many trucks is that taking off the road? It's massive, and it's massively more efficient, and it gives a huge impetus to growth to places such as in my electorate. You'll get, I suppose, Parkes, Narrabri. These places will have, and then right up and just through, go past Inverell. It'll be huge for these areas. But now we've got it where it's funded and sort of built from Melbourne. I don't have to finish the Stock and Bingle section, it's a small section, to kind of Narromine. And then it stops. So you're be able to move containers from Melbourne to Narromine. Now, I don't know what they're going to do when they get to Narromine. I just park them on the side of the scrub. Narromine is not where it's supposed to go. It's supposed to go to Brisbane. And then we've got another one that starts in Newcastle, in Madam Deputy Speaker's area, and goes to a place called North Star. North Star has 240 people. Now, I don't know what produce from Newcastle needs to go to North Star, but that's where the railway line stops. Now, we've got to connect Narromine to Narrabri and North Star to at least Toowoomba. Brisbane would be better, or go down the hill and get down to Gladstone. But this is something that the Labor, once more, how did this stop? They came up with this another fantastic number. They just plucked it out of the air. I don't know, it's going to, it was $30 billion or $20 billion. But they just used it as an excuse to not build it. Just be frank. Just say, we've got no interest in building it because it's in regional Australia. But this is definitely an asset which strengthens up your balance sheet to try and deal with the $961.4 billion of Australian government securities that are outstanding tonight, almost $1 trillion. Not there, but getting close. So what are these are the assets which actually will make it politically easier for any government to try and service their debt. Because if the economy is humming, then the money flows in. And if the money flows in, you've got the tax revenue to start with an effective path of getting on top of your financial predicament. But then, of course, the big one was something I've been banging on about and drive people crazy, and I apologise to my colleagues, but I can't stop. You've got to get your power right. If you haven't got affordable power, no industry is going to be here. And we've created this catastrophe in this nation. We've lost our plastics industry. Our urea industry, which underpins your agriculture, is gone. Your manufacturing glass is gone. You're down to 2 oil refineries, and even Ampol the other day said the cost of energy is out of control, so they're asking whether they should stay there. Steel industries are all on their knees and are saying if we don't get cheaper energy, we're basically out, or pay us the subsidies. Tomigo, your aluminium industry, is screaming for money. You've got all these heavy manufacturing industries are either basically, as a whole, you would say they are going broke or calling for subsidies, or they're not staying. And the thing is, US is multiple times cheaper than us in energy prices, as is India, as is China. And if we lose these heavy industries, you'll never get them back. They're just gone. And it all sits on the fact that our energy prices are absurd. And we're making them worse. We are making them worse. If we keep on this sort of lemming-like, perverse desire that we are going to single-handedly, because no, the majority of the globe's not there, go to net zero and shut down the last of our coal-fired power stations and look for no reasonable alternative in baseload power, then you're going to go out the back door. You will not have the assets to pay for your $961.4 billion worth of debt. Because if you do, I pose the question, where? What industry? Where's it going to come from? The service industry does not sustain exports. The service industry is merely something that increases the GDP by churning money through the economy. I grant you that. But your seed money has to come in, because we are a trading economy, come in from overseas. And therefore, you have to have substantive industries to prop up your currency, to keep inflation down, to drive the efficacy of businesses to produce profits that pay tax, that pay back your debt. So then it takes you to roads. We've got so many roads, whether it's Tenterfield Bypass, whether even small roads like the upgraded Gunnaganoo Road, Wingen realignment. These roads have got to be looked after. You've got to keep your average speed over 80 kilometres an hour for an effective transport corridor. And I compliment the government. They're driving ahead now on Singleton Bypass, and that's good. That's a good thing. We've got to get cracking on Muswellbrook Bypass, and we've got to make sure that because we haven't built the rail line, so the trucks have got to move at a better than average 80 kilometres an hour. So Australia has to realise that on the electricity debate, I don't know who's going to win, but I'll tell you who wins in the end: physics. Physics is going to win that debate because you just get to a point where the grid doesn't work. And economics, just the brutality of debt, will win the other debates, unfortunately, on what is an appropriate policy in regards to energy and other things. But when economics wins it, we are in such a bad position. Because my father, who's pretty successful in business, he had a lot of adages, but certain ones that work stick in your head, and this one was one of his. He said, as poverty walks in the door, love flies out the window. And all your great ideas disappear if you can't make a buck. So in closing, I would say we have got to focus on how this nation makes a dollar.
So the question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the member for Bratton.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise to speak on the Appropriation Bill number 1, 2025-26, cognate with Appropriation Bill number 2, 25-26, and Appropriation Bill Parliamentary Departments 25-26. I'm very proud to represent the people of the federal seat of Braddon in this place. As you know, Speaker, I also served as Senator for Tasmania in the other place between 2011 and 2025. I'm a strong advocate for all things Tasmanian, and particularly for the Northwest, West Coast and King Island. For those from metropolitan regional electorates, it's worth reminding everyone that my electorate is rural, it's remote, and it's very remote. Braddon is a large electorate, and the population is geographically dispersed. Circular Head, one of 8 local government areas in the electorate, boasts a location called the Edge of the World. At this location, looking out to the sea, the next closest piece of land in a straight line is Argentina, more than 15,000 kilometres away. I'm told it's the longest uninterrupted expanse of ocean on Earth, and I'm yet to swim it, Deputy Speaker. The electorate boasts extensive areas of wilderness, and it's no surprise that the West Coast was chosen not once, but twice as the location for the SBS series Alone Australia, a wild place indeed. In Braddon, people commute long distances to work, to study, to see loved ones, and to access services that for many other people are available just around the corner. On average, the electorate has an older population and has poorer health outcomes than other parts of Australia. These are issues in the electorate that are attributed to remoteness, but some of these are a poor excuse by service agencies who should work harder, and this is not good enough. For example, There are areas of my electorate that have persistently poor digital connectivity. This is a handbrake on businesses, disadvantages students and isolates people and their communities. Consumers in my electorate are signing the same standard price contract with telcos, but they receive far poorer services than the mainland and even some other parts of Tasmania. But I'm pleased to say that the federal government is funding incentives that will bring more competition to the market and better investment on behalf of their customers. The electorate isn't a squeaky wheel and often flies below the radar. It is home to many quiet achievers and boasts innovative industries, advanced manufacturers, and is an emerging renewable energy powerhouse and is a fantastic place to live. And it is important that Braddon is not relegated to the edge of the world or left behind when it comes to federal government policy, programs and priorities. The Albanese Labor government has shown it is a government for all Australians, including residents of Braddon. Speaker, the electorate delivered the biggest swing in the country, over 15%, to elect me as its representative. And there is a reason for this. The electorate saw that the Albanese Labor government doesn't leave people behind. We don't forget small communities, like our agricultural and mining communities, and we know the challenges that face people who live outside metropolitan and regional Australia. They saw Labor committing more funding to public hospitals. In 25-26, we will deliver a 14% increase in funding to Tasmanian state-run hospitals. Up from $660 million last year, the state will receive $750 million in Commonwealth funding this financial year. We will also invest $120 million to establish a heart centre in Launceston, making it easier for patients with heart disease from the north and northwest to get better health care. The people of Braddon also back Labor's plan to strengthen Medicare, to make medicines cheaper and more accessible, to increase bulk billing, incentives for medical practices and increase the number of doctors, nurses and midwives. The estimated savings so far to patients in Braddon from our cheaper medicines policy is almost $8.5 million. And across Tasmania, more than $40 million has been saved. Our policy is putting money back in the pockets of patients when buying their medicines. We've also prioritised women's health with over $790 million in funding to deliver more choice, lower costs and better health care for women, including new rebates for longer consultations. And Braddon voters have seen the great outcomes from Labor's first round of funding for Medicare urgent care centres, and they supported our commitment to extend the number of urgent care clinics. 87 Medicare urgent care clinics are currently operating across Australia, and this number will expand to 137 clinics as part of the 25-26 federal budget and Labor's plan. These are the things that make a difference to people in regional and rural and remote Tasmania and right across the country. The Devonport Urgent Care Clinic has delivered over 25,000 bulk billed walk-in consultations since it opened at the end of 2023. And I'm really pleased to say that a tender process is now underway to select a provider for our second urgent care clinic in Burnie. These initiatives help take numbers out of the emergency departments within our hospitals, which are always chock-a-block full. When people can go to an urgent care clinic, they can get seen within a very short period of time, get the treatment they need and not have to pay a cent for that. Across Tasmania, urgent care clinics have delivered over 100,000 appointments, 100,000 bulk billed appointments across Tasmania. Braddon will benefit from 2 Medicare mental health centres. One is currently being fitted out in Devonport and will open soon, and a second clinic will be located right in Burnie. These centres again provide free walk-in mental health services for people of all ages. They will be an important link between hospital services and people in the community with mental health issues and will provide services at a time and a place where people need them. No waiting, walk in, be seen. The centres will be staffed by social workers, nurses, peer support workers, mental health workers, and they will have access to psychiatry services. Speaker, we know that the dream of home ownership has been out of reach for many people. The Albanese Labor government is helping all first home buyers purchase their first home through the Home Guarantee Scheme. We're implementing the program early on the 1st of October 2025 instead of waiting until next year. Under Labor, all first home buyers will be able to borrow for their first home with a 5% deposit, with no caps in places and no income limits. For single parents, the deposit requirement will be just 2% of the purchase price. Labor's scheme will save first home buyers tens of thousands of dollars in lenders' mortgage insurance. In the first year alone, first home buyers are expected to avoid around $1.5 billion in mortgage insurance costs. And since we came to government, more than 560 people in Braddon have been able to buy their first home with a 5% deposit or less thanks to Labor's home guarantee. That's 560 people who otherwise it would have been out of their reach. Yeah. For renters, we've delivered a 45% increase in Commonwealth rent assistance, the biggest back-to-back increase in more than 30 years, and helping over 1 million low-income Australian households pay their rent. In Braddon, there are 9,000 people who have benefited directly from this assistance. We've made strong progress in delivering 55,000 social and affordable rental homes for the Australians who need it most. We've invested a record $1.2 billion into building new crisis and transitional accommodation to ensure that at-risk groups, including older women, younger Australians and those fleeing from family and domestic violence, will have access to safe and stable housing. We've facilitated the training of more tradies through Labor's free TAFE, and more than 375 construction trades apprentices in Braddon who are building new houses are also benefiting from $5,000 incentive payments. And from the 1st of July this year, Labor's key apprenticeship program has offered up to $10,000 in financial support to apprentices commencing or recommencing their careers in the clean energy or housing construction sectors. And if you go along to a TAFE and talk to the students who are involved in that, they are absolutely stoked about it. They are coming through the door. It is helping to train those who we need to build the homes. Following tax cuts and energy relief in our first term, we will deliver new tax cuts for every taxpayer, and we will deliver more energy bill relief. We've wiped 20% off student debt so that 3 million students and apprentices will save an average of $5,500 each. Almost 8,000 people in Braddon will benefit from this. And we're making free TAFE permanent so young Australians can get the skills that they need for the jobs that they want. And we're delivering affordable childcare closer to home. Last week, legislation passed both houses to put penalty rates into law to protect weekend and overtime pay. Penalty rates make a big difference for many people. If you're working on a Saturday night or a Sunday or a public holiday, you should be compensated for what you are giving up. And that is what our legislation will ensure will happen. There are many, many workers across this country who rely on penalty rates, but they also work unsavoury hours and shifts that keep them away from their family, and they really deserve to have those. And we have looked after those workers, and we have now enshrined that into legislation. Speaker, Labor governs for all, and it's no more apparent than in the electorates like mine. We also know that there is more to do. We are playing catch-up on a long period of neglect from those opposite, inconsistent investment, lack of certainty for business and renewables, lack of concern for the people and places in rural and remote Australia. Speaker, our priorities, our policies and our programs will support and include those who live outside metropolitan and regional Australia, people like the people that I represent in the electorate of Braddon, which is remote, rural and very remote. And I commend the bill to the House.
Hear, hear. I give the call to the member for Indi.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Since I was first elected in 2019, I've sought to understand the needs of communities across my electorate and to come together to craft solutions, practical solutions that address the problems we face. It's why I'm so glad to speak on these appropriations bills today and specifically, Deputy Speaker, to address the Cheaper Home Batteries program. These bills in total provide $415 million for the first year of the program. This program is indeed long overdue, but welcomed by my communities across Indi and indeed right across Australia. Australian households are the world's most enthusiastic generators of solar energy. With an abundance of sunshine, we've made our roofs work for us and reduced our emissions and reliance on the energy grid. Australian households have been supported to do so by the federal government through the Small-Scale Renewable Energy Scheme, the SRES, which reduces the upfront cost of solar panels. Now, this scheme was set up during the Howard years and it was then and continued to be over a long period of time a roaring success. But of course, as we frequently hear, the sun isn't always shining, and we know feed-in tariffs are not what they used to be. But until recently, despite the benefits, installing a household battery to complement the solar panels was financially out of reach for most Australians. And this is where the $2.3 billion Cheaper Home Batteries program comes in. The program is simple in design, but it is powerful in its impact. It works by extending the existing SRES to include home batteries. Now, small-scale batteries are eligible for an upfront discount of around 30%. And this is not a loan or a rebate paid later. This is a point-of-sale discount applied directly by the installer. The Clean Energy Regulator will oversee the program, issuing small-scale energy certificates, just as it does with solar panels. So, for a typical household battery, say a 12 kilowatt system, the saving is around $4,000, bringing the price down from roughly $13,000 to about $9,000. Larger households, small businesses or community organisations that invest in bigger batteries could see discounts in the tens of thousands of dollars. Even with this program, batteries do have a big upfront cost, but this program means it will take less time for the battery to pay for itself. Solar businesses in my electorate, like Solar Gain in Wangaratta and Solar Integrity in Wodonga, say demand is through the roof. But most excitingly, they tell me it's not the usual customers coming in. They tell me that the customers walking in the door are younger, they're younger couples, they're busy families who've never considered a battery up until now. They simply couldn't afford one. But with this program, they're lining up to take control of their energy. These are exactly the people the scheme is set up to benefit. Households struggling with the cost of living and the rising cost of energy. And I am so glad people in my electorate are jumping at the chance to keep more of the power they generate. In fact, I'm proud to say that Indi is leading Victoria in new battery installations, proving once again that regional communities are ready to embrace the charge towards a more resilient and clean energy system. So I commend the government for rolling out the Cheaper Home Batteries program. But we know, Deputy Speaker, that this policy actually didn't start with government. No. The people of Indi know, Speaker, that the Cheaper Home Batteries program is actually an Indi policy. It's the outcome of years of steady work that began in Indi and that I carried into this parliament on behalf of the people I represent. Now, major political parties like to say that independents have no power, but I think this shows the absolute contrary. When you listen to people, craft practical solutions, work with government in good faith and keep at it, you can and do shape national policy. Because when I was first elected in 2019, I heard from my constituents that energy security was a top priority, as was the transition to clean energy. So I got to work with this community, and in 2020 I launched the Local Power Plan, a blueprint to drive investment in locally owned renewables in regional Australia. It set out how locally owned renewables could thrive when government gave communities the tools they need to succeed. And it became clear to me that we couldn't talk about local energy if we didn't talk about home batteries. And this is because rooftop solar without storage is really just half a solution. Solar might generate power, but without a battery, households are forced to sell cheaply in the day and buy back at night at a higher price. I said then that batteries are the critical link between clean energy, cheaper bills and local energy security. And that simple truth shaped the Home Energies Bill I first introduced in 2022 and again in 2023. And my proposal was simple but powerful: to extend the small-scale renewable energy scheme, the same mechanism that drove rooftop solar to include home batteries. Now, I'm very pleased that the government has done the same through a regulatory amendment to the bill I sought to amend. During the recent election, cost of living, of course, was a key issue. It still is. I spoke in Indi about how a home battery could help the average household take control of their energy, not only in terms of lowering their bills, but for many people experiencing power blackouts or brownouts to address this issue too. The message really cut through. This was practical, sensible reform that would deliver for families, small businesses and the broader economy. My community really backed me on this one. And finally, in April this year, with an election looming, the government acted, and boy, is it taking off. More home batteries have been installed in the first 6 weeks of this program than in the first 6 months of 2024. And just this week, we hit 40,000 batteries since July. This is public policy that is working. Reporting from last week from the Australian Conservation Foundation has found that by 2030, the increased level of solar and batteries will lift renewable energy's share of the power supply by 4.5% above that estimated in AEMO's current projections. That's pretty good. I said then, and I repeat now, this is the missing piece of the puzzle, helping households store excess solar energy and use it during peak periods instead of buying it back from the grid. Of course, as with any scheme of this size, we must remain alert and vigilant to emerging problems in the implementation and be prepared to amend the program to ensure households are getting the right battery for their needs and to crack down on any dodgy providers seeking to take advantage of the scheme. Reputable retailers in my electorate have already told me about a rise in unsolicited marketing calls, counterfeit batteries and cowboy retailers trying to make a quick buck selling the biggest battery possible, even if it's not a good fit. The government needs to work with regulators carefully to stop this bad behaviour wherever and whenever it occurs. The government has also signalled that households who install a battery under this scheme will be able to take part in virtual power plants, programs where thousands of small batteries are linked together to provide clean, reliable power back to the grid in times of stress. This means the Cheaper Home Batteries program will benefit not only householders who install a battery, but the wider community as well. Batteries can store excess solar power generated during the day and release it back into the community in the evening when demand and prices are highest. And this eases pressure on the grid, ensures plentiful cheap power is available after sunset, and it will be essential in the transition towards a zero-emission electricity network. One of the most important aspects of virtual power plants are that they enhance grid resilience and strengthen our energy security. When the grid is under stress during heat waves, bushfires or storms, virtual power plants can keep essential infrastructure and services operating for days or possibly weeks. And this is something communities in my electorate know only too well, and why regional communities like those in my electorate of Indi recognise the transformative potential of home and community batteries. Deputy Speaker, we are really on board with this. The Cheaper Home Batteries program is a win for Indi, but it's a win for the nation. It shows what democracy should look like. It shows that regional communities can and do lead the way, and that integrity and persistence in politics deliver real, practical outcomes for everyday people. Deputy Speaker, before I conclude my remarks on these bills, I do want to note that these bills also make provision for a number of so-called election commitments made by the Labor Party during the 2025 election campaign. Now, I want to be absolutely clear with the House. My issue is not with the projects themselves. I'm sure they are excellent projects. But I do question the process through which they're being funded. One, supporting the construction of the first ever Hindu school in Australia, is located in the electorate of Macquarie. The other, funding the restoration of the South Melbourne Town Hall, is located in the electorate of Macnamara. Now, crucially, both electorates were key battlegrounds in the 2025 election, seen as fundamental to the Labor Party's path to victory in what most expected to be a closely fought election. Now, this is millions of dollars in taxpayers' money with no transparent process, no apparent value for money assessment, no clarity on whether the money would deliver a better outcome elsewhere. Instead, it seems the government is choosing to fund projects as line items in the budget. Now, on anyone's measure, that's poor budget practice and, frankly, poor governance. All community infrastructure projects should be funded through open access, competitive grant processes. This means every community in every corner of Australia has a chance to secure funding. It means only the most meritorious projects will be funded. It means money goes where it will make the greatest difference. It's decision-making based on community need, not on political expedience. Allocating taxpayers' funds on the basis of political interest is called pork barrelling, and Australians think it is a form of corruption, and I agree. I've fought long and hard to end the practice of pork barrelling, not just with this government, but with previous ones, because I believe, like most Australians, that taxpayers' money should be spent fairly and transparently through an open process. It's why I've twice introduced my End Pork Barrelling Bill to the previous Parliament. And I put this government on notice that I will continue to fight for fairer funding in this term of Parliament, call out bad practices where I see them, and do my utmost to make sure that hard-earned taxpayers' dollars is spent fairly and transparently.
Member for Sturt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Election commitments are an important part of election campaigns because they provide incumbents and candidates with the opportunity to really connect with their communities, to listen to the needs of their communities, and to learn what projects and services might best serve those communities and be sustainable for the future. The task of then reviewing those commitments, of weighing those commitments up in order to get the balance right as to what the needs of the electorate are, and of determining the most efficient, effective and fair use of funding, not only to the electorate but to the Australian taxpayer, is challenging. But that's the job we're here to do. I was very proud during the campaign to have been able to have made several commitments to my great electorate of Sturt, and these commitments were diverse, covering culture, healthcare, sports and infrastructure, but all will have an enduring benefit to my community. As well as an urgent care clinic and a Medicare mental health centre for the people of Sturt, who worked with me in signing a petition to ensure the pledge regarding the urgent care clinic was made. The other commitments include a pledge to upgrade a section of Sturt's Great Linear Park, which is located within the city of Port Adelaide and Enfield, to include better lighting, fitness equipment and safer footpaths and bike tracks. Linear Park is a place comprised of multiple extensive outdoor green spaces for families and is much loved by those using the barbecue facilities, having a picnic or simply watching their children play on the many playgrounds dotted throughout the park. It is also a beautiful place for walkers, cyclists and runners like myself, and these upgrades will make it even better and safer, especially during the early mornings and evenings. Community spaces that promote mental and physical fitness and connection are important for overall community wellbeing, and the Labor government is committed to building a stronger, healthier community, and I was very proud of this announcement. Community connection will also be facilitated through the upgrade of Foxfield Oval Hall in the suburb of Athelston in the far eastern part of Sturt. Within the Campbelltown City Council, the renovation will provide a fit-for-purpose space that can keep up with the growing community demand. The project will include providing internal and accessible toilets, a larger hall floor space with better acoustics and kitchen functionality, more storage and better access overall. Foxfield Oval Hall is regularly used for events run by local sporting and community groups and has been the home of the Athelston Table Tennis Club for more than 60 years, and it's also used by the Athelston Football Club, Athelston Cricket Club and a private boxing gym. But built more than 60 years ago, this ageing facility does not meet current demand or accessibility requirements. And it's the improvement of these types of facilities which election commitments are firmly aimed at, because they are for the betterment of the community. As a huge Nord Redlegs fan and a big supporter of the AFLW and SANFLW, at the Nord Football Club, I was very proud to announce an investment towards the long overdue upgrade and renovation of the old, cold, outdated and frankly not fit for purpose female change rooms. Women's sport is growing rapidly in Australia, including in footy and including at the highest elite levels like the SANFLW. And the players deserve facilities that reflect their status as elite athletes competing in a high-performance environment. The Redlegs are ingrained in my community's history, and these upgrades mean that the women's team can continue to kick goals in a safe, new and fit-for-purpose environment, which is exactly what they deserve. Staying with sport, I was also proud to be able to commit to upgraded lighting and a new synthetic pitch for the mighty Campbelltown City Soccer and Social Club. And I can't wait until club stalwart Don Leombruno is able to realise this vision for this family-friendly, growing and successful soccer club. The Albanese Labor government went to the 2022 election promising to lift the standard of aged care in Australia, and we are working hard to deliver on that commitment. A key part of this is ensuring that people can access the care that they deserve, whether that be in residential care or whilst still at home. Nonna's Kachina is a Sturt community-based service, mostly run by volunteers, which provides home-cooked Italian-style meals to the aged and to people with disabilities and their carers. They predominantly service the Adelaide Italian community throughout the north, south and eastern parts of the electorate of Sturt. Quite rightly, Nonna's has been receiving support from the Commonwealth Government for over 2 decades, and I was proud to make a further commitment to them, which will go towards upgrading their new premises in Holden Hill. Nonna's Kachina is more than just a cafe, it's a community institution, and it's a vital feature of South Australia's Italian heritage. I participate in monthly delivery runs with Nonna's Kachina, which is not only about meal delivery but also provides an opportunity to conduct a welfare check for clients. This is an organisation worth volunteering for, and an organisation very worthy of the commitment made towards its sustainability at its newer and larger premises. This is what election commitments are about, and this is what the Labor government is about: investing in communities and ensuring community and volunteer-led and run organisations like Nonna's Kachina can keep thriving in our communities so they can keep contributing to our communities. I was also very proud to support Sturt's other multicultural communities and the contribution that they all make to the harmony, to the vibrancy and to the productivity of our country. The commitment I made to the Sicilia Sports and Social Club in Clemzig to install new commercial-grade ovens and replace community dining tables means the Sicilia Club, which is run by dedicated volunteers, will celebrate its 40th birthday on 25 October this year, producing even more delicious Italian food, and will ensure that it can continue its work of delivering community events, promoting culture and supporting local groups. I was also fortunate to join my friend, the federal member for Macon, Tony Zappia, early this year to commit funding for the annual Festa della Madonna di Montevergine, celebrated at the St Francis of Assisi Church in the suburb of Newton in the electorate of Sturt. The Festa will hold its 70th anniversary celebration later this year, and I am assured by the lead organiser, Mr Dominic Zollo, that it will be bigger and better than ever, and that the ever-present and controversial debate over whether the sweet zeppoli or anchovy zeppoli is better will continue to rage. Further, to my dear friends at the Alta Villa Club in Beulah Park, particularly club manager and self-appointed head chef Dom Raprici, will also be able to continue to serve delicious and well-priced meals to the elderly Italian community, with the commitment to install new commercial-grade ovens. With these investments, the Albanese Labor government is ensuring the heritage and culture of the Italian community of Sturt can continue to thrive well into the future. An additional amendment, which is being brought about by virtue of these bills, is the direct appropriations to two new non-corporate Commonwealth entities, as that definition is understood within the Public Governance Performance and Accountability Act. These are the Defence and Veterans Services Commission, which is legislated to commence on 29 September of this year. It also includes the Australian Naval Nuclear Power Safety Regulator, which is legislated to commence on 1 November 2025 at the latest, and which are fully offset by reductions in the Department of Defence's annual appropriation. It goes without saying that both of these new non-corporate Commonwealth entities will play a critical role in the continued growth of Australia's defence industrial base, which means in this context growing the workforce and developing and cementing a sovereign supply chain. In particular, the establishment of the Australian Naval Nuclear Power Safety Regulator, which was subject to public consultation between 1 and 30 July 2025, this allowed for the development of a framework that will ensure the highest standards of nuclear safety and radiological protection are applied across the nuclear-powered submarine program. Once established, the Australian Naval Nuclear Regulator will operate within a national regulatory system that supports the safety of people, supports the safety of the general public, and critically of the environment. Establishing the Australian Naval Nuclear Regulator will be a critical milestone occurring under the AUKUS trilateral partnership, AUKUS being a core pillar of the Albanese government's national security policy. More importantly, it is also expected to create more than 20,000 direct jobs over the next 30 years, including 4,000 jobs designing, building and equipping the facilities at the Osborne Shipyard in South Australia, and a further 4,000 to 5,500 shipyard jobs will be created in South Australia to design, build and sustain the fleet once submarine production is underway. Now, this, Deputy Speaker, is an example of the efficient and effective use of appropriated funds, because AUKUS is the biggest, most significant security partnership Australia has entered into in a century. The 2025-2026 appropriation bills seek to appropriate funding of $83.4 billion in Appropriation Bill number 1, $14.6 billion in Appropriation Bill number 2, and $195.1 million in Appropriation Parliamentary Departments Bill number 1. If passed, these bills would provide appropriations of circa $98.2 billion, meaning a total annual appropriation of $195.4 billion, including supply acts. But the Appropriations Bill is more than just numbers on a page. It is the commitment to the people of Australia. It is the commitment to people of our communities. And for me, it's the commitment to my community of Sturt. These numbers translate election commitments into real outcomes, investing in the future of our communities and making a real difference in the lives of everyday Australians.
So this bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the member for Monash.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I'm delighted to come to my first point this evening, which is on the Gippsland United Basketball League men's team Division 1, who were victorious in their recent premiership game by 9 points. I had the absolute pleasure of attending the game a fortnight ago, and I've got a strong association with the league, having served previously as chair of the Gippsland United Basketball League. It's the fastest growing participation sport in our region, as I understand it, and it's a great team sport for young people right through to elite athletes to get involved in. And there were a number of players from my electorate of Monash that I was cheering on, including Joel Winderlick from Leongatha, who was a standout player for Gippsland United. He scored 21 points in that game. The men's coach is Scott McKenzie from Currumborough, and he really has, Madam Deputy Speaker, taken this team with just a dream on behalf of the community to be able to play in Division 1 in the Big V League. So to Scott McKenzie and his assistant coaches, I give my congratulations. And there were many other players from the Monash electorate who were in the men's, women's and youth league teams through that competition. The big break that senior basketball in our region had was the re-establishment of senior Big V teams for men's and women's in 2021. And since then, the men's team have gone on to win 2 championships, and the women's team only narrowly lost their grand final on the same night. So I give my most sincere congratulations to both teams. It's a really important opportunity, I think, to provide a pathway, a regional pathway for very talented and elite junior basketball players in our community who were previously leaving our region to seek senior playing pathways elsewhere. We get to keep them in our region, we get to cheer them on, and that is just an absolutely fantastic thing for our community. We've also got Gippsland United junior teams who compete every Friday night, with many competing in the Victorian Championship division. The success of the program is in large part due, of course, to local sponsors and volunteers who come from right across my electorate, and I give a special shout out to the volunteers and also the local businesses who, although doing it really, really tough right now, are still the first to put their hands up to support local sporting clubs. And so I give my absolute sincere thanks and appreciation to them on that front. There's a couple of other things I'd like to touch on. I am really passionate about civics education in schools, Madam Deputy Speaker. We've got some absolutely amazing schools in the Monash electorate, and I've had the privilege of visiting a number of them recently to present new Australian flags and also talk about our parliamentary system. Although I am a new member here, it's wonderful to be able to share my last couple of weeks in this sitting period with those students. And so I've been to Foster Primary School in South Gippsland, who only have a few students. It's a small school, but it's an incredible school, and I pay tribute to the wonderful teachers there who are really, really dedicated in the job that they do. Druin West Primary School, I visited there with some new flags as well. And Mara Sion Catholic College in Warrigal, I spoke to their Year 12 legal studies class just a couple of weeks ago, and I have to say, Madam Deputy Speaker, I was just blown away by the calibre of questions. Only 2 students seemed to nod off a little bit during my presentation, but for a moment only. But they were such insightful questions, and those students are, of course, preparing for their VCE exams later in the year, and I wish them all the very, very best in their study and preparation. I did say to them that when I was in Year 12, it was your TER score, but no matter how you finish Year 12, it doesn't determine the rest of your life. So study hard and give it your best shot. But I know, and I have no doubt, that each one of those students that I engaged with are going to go on to have really interesting, incredible careers and lives ahead of them. Aged care is a very, very important issue in my electorate of Monash, and we've got some wonderful aged care facilities. We've got some incredibly dedicated staff. I know for a lot of those not-for-profit providers, there are some really challenging issues that they need to grapple with every single day. I previously served on the board of Worrell Lodge Community Aged Care in South Gippsland, and all of the staff and carers in all of those facilities do an amazing job. I recently visited Fairview Retirement Home in Warrigal, where the flag bearer is 94 years old, Bill, and he is a veteran. And it was wonderful to present him with a new flag, but also speak at their residents' morning tea about my new role and about our magnificent Monash electorate, and also the story behind General Sir John Monash, which I'm very passionate and very committed to retelling, because in my humble view, he is Australia's greatest ever citizen. I also want to congratulate the Gippsland Community Leadership Program. They're established in 1996, and that came out of the Carpin Review into Leadership in Regional Australia. It was, I have to acknowledge the Hawke government for initiating that review, but there are a number of community leadership programs right across regional Victoria and regional Australia. Unfortunately, the Allen Labor government has just cut funding to those regional community leadership programs that do such a great job of identifying, fostering and developing leadership talent in our regional communities. But 30 years old, we've had some incredible alumni come through the Gippsland Community Leadership Program, including the former Victoria Police Commissioner, Ken Lay, who is a Gippslander, and also Senator Bridget McKenzie is an alumni as well. And I had the great fortune of being able to go through the program in 2011. It's a wonderful opportunity. I encourage more aspiring young Gippsland leaders to put their hand up and nominate for that program. And I wish the board of the Committee for Gippsland, who manage and auspice that program, and everyone involved, all the very best for what I hope is another 30 successful years. I'm very passionate about the work that men's sheds do, and it's been a real privilege to be able to visit a number of men's sheds in my electorate, including Merboo North, who do some amazing woodwork.
Just it being now 7:30 p.m, I propose the question that the House do now adjourn, but I can assure the member she will be granted leave to continue her speech when it comes back on. And I give the call to the member for Mackellar.
Around 6.4 million hospitalisations each year, 55% of the total, are due to chronic diseases, costing around $82 billion a year. Fact, about half of these are preventable. And another fact, in 2024, over 1/3 of the total disease burden in Australia could have been prevented by reducing exposure to modifiable risk factors. Every dollar invested in prevention yields around $14.30 in healthcare savings and broader economic benefits. Yet Australia currently invests only 2% of its health budget on prevention, significantly less than the UK at 5 to 6% and Canada at 7 to 8%. Fact, we need to do better. The 2023 Intergenerational Report makes it clear, to meet escalating health demands and costs, we need a sustainable healthcare system that invests effectively in preventive health. The Productivity Commission's recent report, Delivering Quality Care More Efficiently, recommends establishing a national prevention investment framework to support investment in prevention. The benefits of disease prevention for a population's health are manifold, including longer life expectancy, reduced incidence and severity of chronic diseases, improved mental health, better educational outcomes, improved employment prospects, and greater quality of life and sense of well-being. Failing to act comes at a cost, both in terms of our health and our wealth. Here's some more numbers. In 2023, Australians lost 4.4 million years of healthy life due to chronic conditions. By 2030, lost labour force participation from chronic disease is projected to cost $68 billion. Despite having strong national health strategies in the National Preventive Health Strategy and National Obesity Strategy, the federal government has failed to fully fund and implement them. Currently, 1/4 of Australian children are overweight or obese, placing them on a trajectory towards chronic disease. For adults, that figure rises to 2/3. Obesity already costs our health system around $12 billion annually, and without decisive action, this is projected to rise to $88 billion by 2032. The obesity epidemic, in turn, is causing a rapid growth in the prevalence of type 2 diabetes mellitus, a leading cause of heart disease, stroke, amputation, kidney failure and blindness. For the past 3 years, I've been calling for the government to implement 2 immediate policy mechanisms to help combat this crisis: the restriction of junk food advertising on TV, radio and social media, and the implementation of a reformulation levy on sugar-sweetened beverages. Children aged 5 to 8 are exposed to over 800 junk food ads on TV each year. Restricting junk food advertising during children's viewing hours is a common-sense, evidence-based intervention that has been implemented in dozens of countries worldwide. Modelling suggests that banning these ads between 6 a.m. and 9:30 p.m. would save $780 million in healthcare costs over the lifetime of the 2010 population. The 2023 Parliamentary Health Committee inquiry into diabetes mellitus in Australia recommended a graded levy on sugar-sweetened beverages, including soft drinks, energy drinks, fruit drinks, something that would drive companies to reformulate them to contain less sugar. Health stakeholders, including the AMA, the Public Health Association Australia, the George Institute, ACOS and others, support the reformulation levy. And AMA modelling suggests it could generate $4 billion in revenue over 4 years, which could be reinvested in health promotion and preventive health. The National Preventive Health Strategy estimates that by addressing wider determinants of health, 170,000 Australians could enter the workforce, generating $8 billion in extra earnings and annual savings of $4 billion in welfare payments. So what are we waiting for? By increasing investment in preventive health to 5% of the total health spending and prioritising evidence-based prevention measures, the Australian government can reduce long-term healthcare costs, boost productivity and improve community well-being. That's a fact.
The question is the House to now adjourn. I give the call to Member for Dunkley.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm thrilled to share with the House that 31 not-for-profit organisations in my electorate of Dunkley have been successful in this year's federal government volunteer and Stronger Communities grant rounds. The Dunkley Volunteer Grant Rounds awarded 31 not-for-profit organisations a total of $62,000 to put towards supporting their volunteers and increasing volunteer participation. And the Dunkley Stronger Communities Grants program awarded $85,000 to 12 local organisations. These organisations are more often than not operated by a dedicated group of volunteers. Volunteering is sometimes a thankless task, but it's the heart of our community in Dunkley. At a time when volunteering is declining across the country, Dunkley locals keep digging in and doing their bit to improve the lives of others. Without the tireless work of volunteers, many essential services, sporting and other social clubs that form the social fabric of our amazing community simply would not exist. Services like Miscarriage Information Support Service, who support women who have experienced early pregnancy loss, would not be able to continue. The Langwarrens Men's Shed, who do critical work to engage and support men to connect in the community and with each other, would not exist. Monterey Secondary College Breakfast Club, Frankston Raiders Rugby Club and Seaford Tigers Cricket Club all have a distinct role to play in our community. Their hard work has too been recognised and remunerated. These clubs and organisations rely on volunteers and provide important activities for children, young people and adults. Activities build community connection and well-being. They are important for mental health. As someone who founded a local not-for-profit, I know how much of a financial boost these grants provided. Deputy Speaker, as everyone in this chamber will know by now, I was a youth worker. I have never forgotten the work I did and my commitment to ensuring our young people have the best opportunities and remain engaged in our community and civics education. That is why I am an avid supporter of the Youth Parliament and look forward to working with my community to find a young person from Dunkley to be part of the National Youth Parliament. Over the past 14 months as the MP for Dunkley, I've had the opportunity to speak with young people, parents and professionals from all across our community. A clear pattern has emerged: growing concern about the mental health and well-being of our young people, their access to secure housing, uncertainty about their future, particularly around the cost of education and employment opportunities, even in the context of historically low unemployment. Many young people have also expressed deep concern about climate change and global instability. Community forums have further revealed a strong sense of frustration and anxiety around issues like youth, antisocial behaviour and homelessness, and the impact of social media on mental health. These concerns are echoed by residents who are increasingly worried about safety and the well-being of local young people. These issues aren't abstract. They're being felt in homes, on our streets and throughout the community, becoming even more evident during conversations on the doorsteps during the by-election and federal election. Therefore, the Emerging Leaders program aims to engage, educate and empower young people who are emerging leaders from the Dunkley electorate. Young people who are interested in being advocates and change agents locally and more broadly will be engaged to build their leadership skills and knowledge and develop strategies for progressing solutions to issues impacting young people and the Dunkley community. The program will be available for young adults 18 to 21, with the application process open in September. You can check out my newsletter for updates. Speaker, Dunkley has its challenges. Our youth need empowerment, but our community is resilient and always rallies together. I'm looking forward to visiting all of the organisations that have received grants to see the incredible contributions and thank them for their dedication.
The question is the House do now adjourn. I give the call to Member Forrest.
Thanks, Mr Speaker, and if you're an Australian who is uneasy about what you see going on in our country today, I want you to know that you're not alone. Being uncomfortable with the sheer number of migrants that have arrived in this country in recent years and indeed continue to flock to our shores doesn't make you xenophobic. More so, being uncomfortable with the values of those people arriving en masse doesn't make you racist. If you don't recognise Australia in the scenes from Melbourne and Sydney that you see on the news, that doesn't make you a bigot. I want the Australians who quietly assembled across the country this weekend to express their patriotic pride to know that as a Liberal MP, I was heartened. Heartened to see adolescents, young families and grandparents alike that were united in seeing the need to express a statement that Australia is still a country that values a fair go, the rights and freedoms of individuals, and a tolerance for all who come to this country because of what this country is. Those who deeply respect our forebears who had laid down their lives so that we can express a view freely in this country, and those who are looking for leadership that doesn't turn a blind eye to those who burn our national flag while holding aloft the flags of terrorists. We need to have a debate about migration in this country because we need control over how many people come to this country and the values of those people that come to our country. To lose control of migration, as this government has, not only threatens the confidence of the Australian people and the very system of migration that for decades has welcomed literally millions of new Australians to our shores, but threatens the preservation of a free and democratic Australian society into the future. To be clear, and to be very, very clear, there is no place for fascists and Nazis in this country, who are as much a threat to our democracy as the terrorists who would tear down our very way of life. But for the mainstream media to obsess over a tiny minority of unwelcome extremists is to ignore the clear voice with which those Australians who proudly marched this weekend spoke, and it exemplifies the disgraceful double standard that we see in this country today. The question that has sat very uneasily with me for months now, asked very quietly by many ordinary Australians who have felt the need to first look left and then look right and make sure that nobody could overhear them before they asked why so many people who don't even believe in Australia are being welcomed to this country. But the reality is worse than those proud Australians might have even feared. In its first year, comparing the Albanese government's budget migration estimates to actual arrivals reveals they let in 300,518 extra people into the country. In its second year, the Albanese government undercooked migration numbers by 200,198. So the good news is that they're getting slightly better at this, because in their third year, the government only undercooked the migration numbers by 100,000. So in short, in just 3 years in their first term, the Albanese government blew even their own migration numbers by some 600,000 people. Is it any wonder that we don't have sufficient new housing, with the biggest surge in migration in real terms since the end of World War II? This only speaks to the number of arrivals, not the values of those who are coming here. We need confidence that people are coming here because they want a better life and want to become proud and contributing Australians themselves. There should be no place for those who would seek to import their own hatred, division, conflict and even extremism to our country, and yet Australians today have no confidence that this Labor government, who can't even get the migration numbers themselves right, are holding the line on values. If they can't look at the Australian flag tomorrow, being National Flag Day, with uninhibited pride, the only flag that flies above this building, the only flag our soldiers wear on their left sleeve when we send them overseas to protect our freedoms, and the only flag that drapes their coffins when they fall, well, they shouldn't be here. Thank you, Speaker.
The question is the House to now adjourn. I give the call to the member for Bullwinkle.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise today to speak on a topic of vital importance and optimism: women's health. Women now comprise 56% of the Australian Labor Party caucus, and that is a record in and of itself. But it's also the reason why we have policies that better represent Australia today. We have the most women in Parliament and we have the most women in Cabinet. in history. And this has led to different policies, different conversations, different discussions, different priorities, and of course, different funding. For far too long, women's health has been overlooked, underfunded, and left in the too hard basket. The Albanese Labor government is changing that, and we're not just talking about women's health, we're investing in it. Because we know that strengthening Medicare means strengthening healthcare for all Australians. Our government has committed to deliver a historic $790 million for a women's health package, and this will deliver more choice, lower costs and better access to care for women right across the country. This comprehensive investment is informed by extensive consultation with women, healthcare providers and advocacy groups. This is not a quick fix. This is a long-term plan for meaningful change. And we are already well underway, and I'd like to talk about 3 initiatives under this funding. Contraception. Firstly, a key part of this package was our focus on reproductive health and choice, and for the first time in more than 30 years, we have listed new oral contraceptive pills on the PBS. To be clear, these are already existing medications but not available on the PBS. So the listing of Yaz and Yasmin from the 1st of March and Slinda from 1st of May will save thousands of women hundreds of dollars a year. And we will also make long-acting reversible contraceptives cheaper with larger Medicare payments and more bulk billing for IUDs and implants. This will reduce out-of-pocket costs for up to $400, once again, for thousands of women across the country. This is a profound change for women, and it's making healthcare more accessible and affordable. Another drug for women at a different age is menopause. We also addressed critical gaps in care for women experiencing menopause. Once again, we have new drugs, new and better drugs, but not on the PBS system. So we have listed for the first time in over 20 years new menopausal hormone therapies on the PBS. To be clear, they've been available for 20 years, but women have had to pay high costs for them. So from March the 1st, Estriol, Estriol Pro and Prometrium were included on the PBS, once again saving women hundreds of dollars a year. So with our cheaper medicines bill passed yesterday, women will save even more on oral contraception and menopause treatments, with the amount being capped at $25. Also, health assessments. We have introduced a new Medicare rebate for menopause health assessments, along with funding to train health professionals and develop national clinical guidelines. In our last term, we opened 22 endometriosis and pelvic pain clinics, and this term we'll provide another 11 clinics and also expand those 33 clinics to provide specialised care for perimenopausal and menopause women going through menopause. This will provide a network of women's health support in every state and territory. This is about providing dignity and expert care for women who have been dismissed and misunderstood, mistreated for too long. Additionally, we will make it easier to get essential care. Through 2 national trials, we have enabled 250,000 concession card holders to get contraceptives and treatments for uncomplicated UTIs directly from a trained pharmacist at no cost. Speaker, these are not just figures on a page. These are real, tangible changes that will improve the lives of millions of women across Australia. Thank you.
The question is the House do now adjourn. I give the call to the member for Hume.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, tomorrow commemorates National Flag Day. We honour a symbol that embodies the heart and soul of our nation, our national flag. It is a flag that doesn't just represent government or geography, it represents the people of Australia, our history, our values, our sacrifices and our aspirations. On the 29th of April 1901, our first Prime Minister, Edmund Barton, announced a competition to design the flag. And despite having just 32 days to get entries, more than 32,000 Australians responded. And that alone says something deeply profound, that from the beginning, Australians were united by a shared sense of identity and purpose. And of course, the winning design wasn't the work of a single group, authority or a bureaucracy, but 5 ordinary Australians: a schoolboy, an optician's apprentice, an architect, an artist and a ship's officer. And what could be more fitting? Our national flag, the emblem of the people, was designed by the people. On the 3rd of September 1901, the flag was raised for the first time above the dome of Melbourne's Exhibition Building, which was the site of the first Commonwealth Parliament, and as the Brisbane Courier declared at the time, nationhood is better for the concrete expression, and nothing will stir up enthusiasm or rouse the sense of regard for the country in which we live like a constant sight of the flag of Australia. And they were right, and they still are, Mr Speaker. Every element of our flag tells of Australia's story. The Southern Cross, shining in our stars, celebrated by our Indigenous culture, speaks to our unique place in the world. And I remember as a young kid walking around our farm at night knowing that that was the best way to navigate and find your way around, and it still is, Mr Speaker. The Union Jack acknowledging the British heritage that gifted the institutions of democracy, the rule of law and a society grounded in Christian values and civic virtue. The Commonwealth Star with its 7 points reminds us of our unity across 6 states and our territories. Now, Mr Speaker, under this flag, generations have served and sacrificed. It's flown above battlefields from Gallipoli to Afghanistan. It's been draped over the coffins of the fallen. More than 103,000 Australians who gave their lives in defence of freedom. The flag has been worn with honour by soldiers, sailors and airmen. It's stood in the face of tyranny. It's greeted returning Olympians. It's been raised on construction sites, farmhouses, schools and scaled halls. It belongs to all Australians. Now, Mr Speaker, unlike many other nations, we were formed without civil war, without violent revolution, without entrenched tribal conflict. And Geoffrey Blaney has called this the great Australian achievement. Yes, we recognise dark chapters, the mistreatment of Indigenous Australians, the appalling treatment of our Vietnam veterans. But we do so without tearing down the whole story, because the story of Australia is of progress, not perfection. We've been successful not in spite of our differences, but because of the values we share: mateship, fairness, respect, responsibility and patriotism. These values bind us, no matter our ancestry, our religion, our postcode or our profession. But sadly, we now see in a time where we live in a time indeed where this flag, our flag, is under attack. And on Sunday, the 3rd of August, footage emerged of protesters in Melbourne burning our national flag. The same weekend, on the Sydney Harbour Bridge, we saw a so-called peaceful rally filled with genocidal slogans, Hamas flags, Nazi swastikas and images of Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. This isn't peaceful protest, Mr Speaker. It's self-loathing, it's divisive, it's disgraceful and it's dangerous. And worse still, the Prime Minister described it as peaceful. Now, when it comes to our national flag, he seems reluctant to even stand in front of it without being flanked by 2 others. We have one national flag, our sovereign identity, one standard under which we unite. And while we must always uphold the right to protest peacefully, we must equally uphold the right to defend what is good, what is right and what is unifying in this country. It's not just a piece of cloth, it's a symbol of hard-won freedom, sacrifice and shared identity. Mr Speaker, we must remind those who burn our flag that in doing so they reveal far more about themselves than they do about the country they live in. We are lucky to live in this country. We are blessed to be Australians. We should never be ashamed to say so. So today, on National Flag Day, I ask you not just to look up at our flag, but to live up to its values.
The question is the House to now adjourn and give the call to the member for Solomon.
Thanks, Speaker. Well, it's a great honour to continue being the federal representative for Darwin and Palmerston, and I want to thank the Solomon team that worked very long and hard to deliver for and assist the people of Darwin and Palmerston, and of course the electoral result in May. Firstly, to my family, to my beautiful wife Kate, thank you so much for all your patience and understanding and guidance, and for the great friend to me and mum you are to Sally and Frank, our beautiful kids, and thank them for coming out to so many events to have fun with Dad. You are a wonderful support to me and by extension to the people that I represent. To my extended family, to my dad, Johnny G, always there, to Mum, Chris, for their unconditional love and support, and to my brothers and sisters and their partners, their kids and their friends, to my mates, thank you for being there for me, whether it be for a chat or putting out call flutes or whatever it may be. My elected officer team, and that includes those that work out of the Canberra office, thank you for keeping us connected with Territorians and obviously with our stakeholders that I serve now and did towards the end of the last sitting, our last parliamentary term as a special envoy for Defence Veterans and Northern Australia. But I want to recognise and thank my EO team, Zach Cork, who's still back in the office working hard right now, Lucy Gunner, Paul Rouston, MCL Wills, Mitchell Rand, Phil Roberts, Mel Nixon, Mitchell Hearn, Simone Gomez, Anne McDowell, my campaign director, Shlock Sharma, and NT Labor Secretary, Carly Dalton, NT ALP Party President, Anthony Veens, and all of those, the NatSec team, of course, the Prime Minister, the Deputy PM, and all my ministerial and other colleagues. The shoppies for your support and other unions who supported along the way, but all of the supporters that want to see a better territory and a better Australia. And of course, I want to quickly mention the Team Solomon volunteers, including, but not limited to, Johnny Cook, Sue Condon, Alf Leonardi, the Costello family, Barry Norton, Monty Montgomery, Laura Rowe, Sheena Dunn, Steve Asher, Jason Craig, Brett and Sean Hagan, Alan Berman, Paddy Ring, Tim Nicol, Michael Hilliard, Caleb Burke, Rachel Chisholm, Marina Gomez and the whole Gomez family, Georgie Corrie, Joe Kiraboom and her mum, Kathy Spur, Patrick Ralph, Hamali Severnati, Fiona Lee, Joel Bowden and family, J.R. Shavinavas, Brian Manning, Brett Melsner, Lynn Walker, Froz, Ibrahim, Peter O'Hagan, Travis, you know who you are, Scott Bevan, Nick Barnard, Emma Darby, Tim Rivet, Catherine Phillips, Annie Nankiville, Yolanda Kanyai, Danny Everly, Nicole Brown, Debbie Lees, Jasmine Warren, Emma Henke, Jay Keating, Ed Smelt, David Thomas, Gary Gardner, Sharon McAnally, John King, Eva Somich, Phil Maynard, Viva Goodvach, Michael Bizinhout, Tristan Sloan, Brett Edwards, Reuben Hart, Mary Fall, Mark Dodge, Mark Monahan, Rosa Karaskalao, Rajiv Sharma, Victoria Brendan, Will Edivane, Matt Shaw, Georgia Maloney, Eddie Peters, Jane Agard, Karen Walsh, Mitch Dyson, Anna Good, Bryony Noonan, Raylan Noonan, Tony Severs, Naria Kit, Elise Mokurossi, you know you are, Andrew Files, Mel Mayo, Jared Everson Rose, Peter Stark, Claire Martin, Jane Gunnar, Martin Riley, Damien Hale, Lon Wallace, Egas Alves, Domingos de Silva, Kat Moriarty, Bess, Jenny Anderson, Teresa Fauser, Kaliki Halotti, Andrea Moriarty, Libiane Dos Santos, Inez Redgo, Christine Palmer, Tony Viegas, Alice Casamarino, and me old mate, Snow. Thanks, Speaker.
It being 8 p.m, the House stands adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow.